Age of Elves opening Paluchia Chapter 51-100. Chapter 51 Admission. Miss Lu. Lin Cheng nodded in greeting. Huh. Lu Shui twitched her beautiful eyebrows and corrected her. Brother Lin, what should you call me here? Quote. Sister Lu. Lin Cheng said with an unnatural expression. Good. Lu Shui giggled and was about to lead Lin Cheng to do some registration work when she heard a voice from the side. Shui, who is this person? How come I've never seen him before? Everyone turned back and found that not far behind them, there was a slender young man standing with his hands behind his back, with an unusual temperament exuding from his body. At the same time, at the heart of his heart, the medal of the 3-star trainer was also very conspicuous. Seeing the latter, Lu Shui frowned immediately. Wang Dao. The young man walked over slowly, not to mention, just from the face of the young man, this person is undoubtedly very handsome, coupled with his slender figure, plus the identity of a 3-star trainer. There are many young female students around him who cast favorable glances. The young man squinted at the curtain, just turned his eyes away from Lu Shui, and then put it on Lin Cheng, who was beside Lu Shui, and found that the other party did not have the school badge of Galaxy Academy, and even the trainer badge was only 1 star, and he sneered immediately. Is it another student who came up from the back door? Shuier, I told you that people like this don't need your care, otherwise, they won't know how high the sky is. Wang Dao, call me by my name. My name is Lu Shui, and if you want to laugh at him, it's the same as laughing at me, because I gave his recommendation card. Lu Shuibing said lightly with a cold and pretty face. As soon as these words came out, Wang Dao's expression became even more unnatural. He was an unusually jealous man. He had long been interested in Lu Shui, who was outstanding in talent and appearance. Although he kept pursuing it, the latter never gave him a chance. Now, even for a hillbilly who has not yet officially entered school in himself. Immediately, Wang Dao was very unhappy in his heart, and his eyes looking at Lin Cheng also became unkind. I really want to try it. What did you rely on to make Lu Shui so fancy? Although there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth, the cold light in his eyes, like a poisonous snake, could not rock. Lin Cheng's black eyes were also staring at Wang Dao at this moment. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, he was not afraid of making trouble. With Paluchia's promotion to 3 stars, he was eager to experience the feeling of fighting against the strong. If you want to know, just try it out. His voice was also cold, without temperature. As the voice came out, the fluctuation of the space around Lin Cheng was somewhat distorted, which was Paluchia's attitude of always preparing for battle. In this area, countless students were quiet. They looked at Lin Cheng and the two in the center of the scene, and their eyes couldn't help but pass through the color of curiosity. Wang Dao's strength is only known to most of the students in the school. The 10th place in the Galaxy Tianzhou list, the elf is the cauliflower ape, an elf that looks like an ape, with a tough and tall grass hair on the top of the head. Green fur covered with sharp thorns, huge thick palms and feet, with a semicircular cauliflower tail. It is the evolutionary form of the cauliflower monkey in the genus Spiny Monkey Pokémon. At the time of evolution, it was only necessary to use the leaf stone to evolve successfully, and it was said that Wang Dao's cauliflower ape evolved from a leaf stone with half a leaf in it. Therefore, everyone agreed that the combat power of the ape should be far superior to that of the same level. It is true that, under the observation of Lin Cheng's information eye, this Wang Dao's cauliflower ape is a rare elf with a rank of 28 high-level 3-star. However, to Paluchia, it was nothing more than giving away experience. The eyes of the two met, and sparks sputtered suddenly. Okay, now is not the time for you to fight. A figure of an old man with vicissitudes appeared, breaking the deadlock. Many students around said respectfully, Vice President Lu. Even Wang Dao, who had just been rebellious, folded his hands and clasped his fists in respect and said, Vice President Lu. Only Lu Shui, after changing her icy cold appearance, immediately shouted, Grandpa Tilda, why are you here now? The old man with the vicissitudes of life immediately gave a helpless smile. Shui, in the school, I have to call my grandfather the vice president. Lu Shui said perfunctorily without thinking. Okay Grandpa, I know Grandpa. The old man seemed to be accustomed to his granddaughter's name, so he didn't correct him much. He just shook his head helplessly, and put his eyes on Lin Cheng. After observing it, he smiled and said, You are what Shuier mentioned, you are a very young man with talent. Huh. It's up to the old man to make the decision, and you are allowed to officially join the Galaxy Academy. From now on, you are a real student of Galaxy Academy. No matter what your previous status was, here, you have the same starting point as everyone else. You are all ordinary students. If you want to be respected, you must show your strength. Lu Qing encouraged faintly, and then continued. First of all, go test your natal elves, and exchange for a trainer medal that matches your current level. Come with the old man. Through Lu Shui's recommendation, Lu Qing naturally understood that Lin Cheng was no longer a one-star trainer, and at the same time, he also knew that Lin Cheng's elf was an unknown elf who had not registered in the illustrated book. So while taking advantage of this moment to test his qualifications, Lu Qing just wanted to see what the young man's elf looked like. Hearing that Vice President Lu personally helped the freshman to log in, it immediately attracted the attention of a bunch of people. Hey, Lin Cheng, follow my grandfather. Lu Shui patted Lin Cheng on the shoulder beside him. The group went to the Elf Center in Galaxy High School. Only the Elf Center was qualified to issue the Trainer Promotion Medal. Welcome to the Elf Center. Do you want to restore the elf's stamina or check the level? Chapter 52 Tianzhao List. Lin Cheng, go ahead and check it out. Lu Qing called out with his eyes down. In the noisy crowd, Lin Cheng's figure slowly squeezed out. Then everyone's eyes converged on the young man. Lin Cheng's expression remained the same. Chuji walked up to the crystal column calmly, summoned the natal elf Paluchia, and then let the latter's palm touch the crystal column. Immediately, a dazzling light flashed. Open black lens bracket Paluchia. Level, 21, 3-star Pokemon. Close black lens bracket. A neat italic text appeared on the crystal, and the field fell into silence in an instant. Many students covered their mouths in surprise. This level, in the Galaxy Academy, is considered a mid-level level. I didn't expect that a rural trainer who just entered the school would have such strength. However, this level seems to be a lot worse than Lu Shui's Snow Demon Girl. How did he manage to leapfrog the challenge? As the Deputy Dean of Galaxy College, Lu Qing naturally paid attention to this point, so he asked, Lin Cheng, can you tell me what kind of attribute your Paluchia is? In this regard, Lin Cheng did not hide it, and told the truth. Water and Dragon Attributes. Lu Qing stroked his long snow-white beard and nodded slightly. The combination of these two attributes can indeed offset the weakness of the Ice attribute. Yes, it's really good. Lin Cheng, the old man is optimistic about you, so let's go. The old man specially approves you to participate in the hunting festival next month. Hope you can do something. After that, Vice President Lu waved his sleeves, leaving behind a special material token with the word, Hunt, engraved with flying dragons and phoenixes. Pushing the token to Lin Cheng, then the old man left with a flick of his sleeves. But the people who stayed were still in a daze. Lin Cheng looked at Lu Shui who was beside him, and while looking at the token in his hand, he couldn't help but ask curiously, what is this hunting sacrifice? Lu Shui's gaze at Lin Cheng at the moment was rather complicated. You were really lucky, you were actually allowed to participate in the hunting festival in the first semester of school. Speaking of this hunting festival, it is a special reward competition in our Galaxy Academy. Only the top 50 of the Tianzhao list can participate. Lu Shui also took out a token from the empty stone jewelry, and there was a little envy in his eyes. Say, I am also only eligible to participate this year. The venue where the hunting festival is held is a treasure land passed down by our Galaxy Academy, which has experienced countless generations of breeding elves, and there are countless Pokemon of all kinds living here. During the hunting festival, you can find one in it. Your favorite Pokemon, and take it down. This hunting festival will only be held every 2 to 3 years. That is to say, even if it is in the top 50 of the Tianzhou list of Galaxy Academy, there is only one chance to harvest Pokémon in it during Galaxy Academy. Lin Cheng sensed the desire in Lu Shui's words, but during this period, he heard a new term. What is this arrogance list? Lu Shui pointed at the huge building in the air, like a bell tower, and said, that is the Tianzhou list. Looking in the direction of Lu Shui, Lin Cheng saw that on the bell tower building, there were names in gilded letters. Students have to look up. 41st on the Xinghai Tianzhou list, Lu Shui, the natal elf snow demon girl. Lin Cheng glanced at Lu Shui with his strange eyes. The latter straightened out his chest without knowing it, and said rather proudly, how is it, am I amazing? Lin Cheng squinted. Sister Lu, I remember you said earlier that in Galaxy Academy, you can only be considered to be at the bottom of the list. There are many people who are stronger than you, right? Ah, what are you talking about? It's too windy here, I can't hear you clearly. Well, Junior, I suddenly thought that I still have work to do with the admissions department. You should familiarize yourself with the campus environment first. Lu Shui playing stupid and fleeing is like leaving the center of the elf. Humph. As soon as Lu Shuikai walked away, there was a humming sound not far from Lin Cheng. Wang Dao, who was in the crowd, said with a gloomy face, sneered, Xinsheng, it is indeed a very good thing to be highly regarded by Vice President Lu, and to be qualified for the hunting festival at once, but I hope you don't forget this. Don't be too happy to be sad. After all, Wang Dao also slowly walked out of the elf center. Lin Cheng watched Wang Yi leave, and his eyes flickered slightly. He had just come here, and he seemed to have provoked the existence of the top 10 here. In the distance on the Tianzhou list, the 9th place in the top 10 is engraved with the name of Wang Dao. 9th on the Galaxy Tianzhou list, Wang Dao, the natal elf cauliflower ape. This term seems to represent many problems, but Lin Cheng is not afraid, or in his opinion, all the trainers on the so-called Tianzhou list are just stepping stones. However, I heard that the higher the ranking on the Tianzhou list, every month, even if you don't do anything, you will contribute points. This made Lin Cheng very moved. If there is a chance, should I also fight for a name? Lin Cheng then looked at the top 10 on the Tianzhou list. The 10th on the Tianzhou list, Wentai, the natal elf blue toad. Number 7 on the Tianzhou list, Bai Xinyu, a natal elves floating in bubbles. The 8th on the Tianzhou list, Zhou Yu, the natal elf turns into a hidden dragon. 3rd in the Tianzhou list, Mingyu, the natal elf moon elf. Number 2 on the Tianzhou list, Yuan Haosheng, the natal elf night snail. After that, there was a long distance between the second place and the first place, and it was almost at the top of the Galaxy Tianzhou list. Only then did the first place have a strong sense of oppression. Number 1 on the Xinghai Tianzhou list, Yan Lu. The natal elf duck-billed flame dragon, duck-billed flame beast doesn't feel domineering. Lin Cheng looked at the first place elf, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Logically speaking, their trainers at this stage were at most about 3 stars, but this duck-billed flame dragon can really explain a lot of problems. First of all, in Lin Cheng's cognition, in this world, in order for a duck-billed dragon to evolve into a duck-billed fire dragon, it must reach 4-star level 31 strength. This is not something that people of their age can do. Next, to evolve this duck-billed fire dragon into a duck-billed fire dragon, it needs special props, and Lava Amplifier can do it. Chapter 53 New Dormitory. Unlike evolution stones that can be formed naturally, this Lava Amplifier is far more difficult to obtain. First of all, you need to get a lot of fire stones and fire gems, and then you need the bones of some kind of fierce beasts as crafting utensils. With some special skills, such as secret power or rock grinding, acrobatics, elven hand, through tedious training, created this eternally high temperature and heat lava amplifier. When used for duck-billed fire dragons, its evolution success rate is not 100%, and it is said that when it evolves, duck-billed fire dragons will be in certain danger. After experiencing this kind of species, the duck-billed fire dragon can evolve into the duck-billed fire dragon. And such a hard-to-obtain elves, there are people who have successfully evolved at their age. It has to be said that he is a genius monster. Lin Cheng couldn't help but stare at the domineering first place a few more times, and then slowly retracted his gaze. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and said with a smile, "That's interesting." This was the training ground he was looking forward to. If no one really caught his eye, it would be really boring. After that, Lin Cheng looked for the dormitory he was assigned by relying on the map record on the student handbook. The dormitory of Galaxy College is usually a two-person room. Lin Cheng approached the dormitory area and found that it was not crowded, and the courtyards were clearly located. Each of its buildings will be 5 stories high, and there will be only 2 dormitories on each floor, and there will be only 4 people on the first floor. However, Lin Cheng walked to a high-rise building near the lake and found that his dormitory building seemed to have only 2 floors, and its architectural style was also very unusual, looking like a villa. Lin Cheng looked at the address of the map in his hand several times and confirmed it again and again. Only then did he confirm that this place was indeed where he lived. After a little hesitation, Lin Cheng knocked on the door of the dormitory. "Anyone? Freshman report. Dong 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 tilde. Anyone? ... At the same time, on the second floor of the villa, a young girl with smart eyes covered her mouth and smiled. Looking at Lin Cheng downstairs, she deliberately did not choose to open the door, but sat on the windowsill to watch the show. After Lin Cheng knocked on the door for a while, he called downstairs in a coquettish voice, "Hey tilde little brother downstairs tilde, are you here to deliver food?" When Lin Cheng heard someone's voice above, he slowly raised his head, and found that she was actually a playful and lovely girl. He couldn't help but look a little weird, but he still said honestly, "I'm a freshman, I came to recognize the dormitory. Is this a women's dormitory? I guess I went wrong. Classmates, can I ask, where is 162 in the lakeside area?" "Oh tilde," the pretty girl upstairs raised her eyebrows and said meaningfully, "Then I guess you were right, little brother tilde." The pretty girl Chiansu pointed below. "This is 162 yo tilde." Ah, Lin Cheng suddenly became confused. Stomping on. There was a sound of slippers stepping downstairs, and then the door of the dormitory was opened. The girl who appeared in front of her was wearing pink home clothes, and the moment she opened the door, there was a pleasant smell coming out of her nostrils. "Come on, come in tilde little brother, from today onwards, this is your dormitory tilde." Lin Cheng walked into the house in a daze, and then found that the house not only looked like a villa from the outside, but the various decorations inside were more like a villa. The whole area is almost 100 square meters, with double living room, kitchen, bathroom, and a bedroom on the first floor. And this second floor is where Sister Yu and I live, but Sister Yu has been doing missions outside recently, so it's okay for my little brother to come up and sleep if he wants. Said. No, Lin Cheng rejected this wonderful suggestion without thinking. Oh tilde, the little girl narrowed her agile eyes, and there was a curious charm in her eyes. It doesn't seem like a bad person, but after all, this is a matter of principle. Sister Yu said that all boys are teddy, and they only think about the lower body. The girl's heart was dark. By the way, my name is Bai Xinyu, little brother, please give me more advice. The little girl stretched out her little hand familiarly and wanted to shake Lin Cheng's hand. Lin Cheng glanced at Bai Xinyu in surprise. Are you number 7 on the Tianzhou list? Bai Xinyu blinked, neither affirming nor denying, but just pretended to take back her little hand at will, waved upstairs, and summoned her natal elf, the floating bubble. The floating bubble looks like a cloud, has a huge brain seed, and is usually gray as the main color. Because its shape and attributes will change according to the weather, it is known as a weather Pokemon. This kid is my partner. Float bubbles, and say hello to our new roommate, little brother. Hula tilde. The floating bubble spit out a bubble and pushed it in front of Lin Cheng. Crack tilde. The blisters burst open, originally wanting to scare Lin Cheng, but seeing the latter standing in the same place as if nothing was wrong, he immediately smiled and said, "You're just a floating bubble, it's a pleasure to see you." During the speech, Lin Cheng in the depths of his hands, he rubbed the head of the floating bubble, and the floating bubble was a little surprised, but did not mean to avoid it. This scene fell into Bai Xinyu's eyes, and the girl immediately smiled slyly. It seems that little brother likes Pokemon very much. By the way, just taking this opportunity, let's meet friends with martial arts. How about a Pokemon battle? At present, the new dormitory building of Starry Sky Academy has not been built, so the new students who are inserted in the middle will be embarrassed that there is no place to live, so Lin Cheng is arranged to live in this villa. Bai Xinyu heard the news not long ago, but she was actually very disgusted. After all, no young girl would be willing to share a private space with an unfamiliar boy. However, due to the arrangement of the top management of the academy, Bai Xinyu didn't have much right to object, so she could only think about it, and secretly used means to take the boy away. Chapter 54 Cannibalism. Hearing this, Lin Cheng blinked his eyes, waited for a moment, and said, "Please forgive me for refusing." Quote question mark. This process is not right. Bai Xinyu's beautiful eyes widened, and his face was speechless. He said that the moment when the eyes meet between Pokemon trainers, is the signal for the start of the battle. In this world, Pokemon battles are also very common. After all, compared to fighting beasts outside, Pokemon will be much safer to learn from each other, and they will also have certain experience. Well, can I ask why? Bai Xinyu said with a strange expression. It's a bit tiring to find a dormitory for school today. I'm talking about tidying up the dormitory first. Lin Cheng responded very naturally. Then I took out a large bag of luggage in the empty stone. Some of these things were brought with them, and some of them were purchased at Galaxy Academy. Starry Sky Academy has a very complete shopping mechanism. In addition to some first-class daily necessities, there are also many nutritional products about Pokemon. There are many materials for 3-star and 4-star beasts. Even Lin Cheng glanced at it, even 5-star the material of the beast. This Star Academy also has 1 or 2 things. Seeing that Lin Cheng was familiar with the road and was intent on tidying up the dormitory, Bai Xinyu was a little anxious. She wasn't going to let Lin Cheng stay here, so she made an invitation to fight. In fact, she wanted to embarrass Lin Cheng in the battle, and the opponent would not be able to step down. Of course not living here. Wait a minute, little brother, are you sure you don't want to fight me? Don't fight. Lin Cheng still looked lazy, not that Lin Cheng was really tired, but he always felt that this girl had no plans. Besides, the other party's floating bubble was also on the Tianzhou list. Famous, ranked 7th, want to come, also determined not to be weak. By the way, I'm also a little hungry compared to this. Is there a kitchen here? You have to eat. The kitchen is over there. Halfway through Bai Xinyu's words, she was interrupted by Lin Cheng, and subconsciously pointed to the direction of the kitchen. Can you cook? Okay, Bai Xinyu said with some surprise. Little brother, aren't you going to cook? Lin Cheng nodded without giving any extra explanation. Lin Cheng walked in the direction pointed by Bai Xinyu. The kitchen equipment in the villa is the same as the other appliances in the villa. The equipment in my home is even stronger. Everything is very modern, and there is a cute little apron on the wall. I think it should only be a girl who lived there before, so I bought this type of apron. It looks pretty good new, haven't used it a few times. Lin Cheng didn't shy away. He tied the apron directly to his body, and then took out some of the ingredients he brought, which was a large bag of flour, and then took out 2 eggs, tomatoes, broccoli, dried shrimp, and fried tofu. He was going to cook a bowl of homemade noodles, which happened to have salt and MSG here. Can I use the condiments in the kitchen? As a courtesy, Lin Cheng asked subconsciously. Bai Xinyu nodded and hummed blankly. Whether it is a past life or this life, Lin Cheng is not in a wealthy family. The so-called poor children are in charge early. In order to reduce the work pressure of parents, Lin Cheng has exercised his cooking skills since childhood. In addition, the kitchen utensils are available here. With everything ready, Lin Cheng quickly pushed out the dough, and started to pull up the noodles skillfully. After a while, a bundle of noodles of even thickness was placed on the chopping board. Afterwards, Lin Cheng began to make soup stock. Lin Cheng did not use special seasonings, but cut some of the vegetables and fruits he brought into pieces, sautéed them, added some simple salt and monosodium glutamate, and then added water. Soon, the pot naturally exudes a strong aroma overflowing. Bai Xinyu looked at it dumbly before, but when the smell of the broth wafted out, she immediately swallowed. She hadn't eaten yet. Originally, she wanted to order takeout after driving away the dormitory students, but now she smells the fragrance. I couldn't hold back, and came to the kitchen. Little brother, what are you doing? It smells so good. Lin Cheng just finished cooking the noodles with water, fished out the noodles, put them in a bowl, and poured the broth over them. Immediately, the fragrant noodles came out of the oven. As you can see, noodles. Grumbled Tilda. A lovely sound rang out. Bai Xinyu held her stomach with a blushing face. Lin Cheng looked at it funny and said, everyone who sees it has a share. There should be 2 or 3 people in here, enough for you to eat. Bai Xinyu frowned in embarrassment. To be honest, she didn't want to receive the favor of the living, but when she saw this bowl of fragrant noodles, she couldn't help it. After taking the noodle bowl, Bai Xinyu carefully carried it to the living room, and immediately sucked in a small mouth. Just took a bite and it felt so delicious. Usually, Bai Xinyu and the 2 girls only eat some takeaways. Although they try to choose expensive and delicious ones, they are not as healthy as they are made by themselves. It is rare to eat this homemade handmade noodles with original taste. The first reaction is only 2 words, yummy. Quote. She didn't think about it. She ate noodles, not only delicious noodles, barbecued pork, oily tofu, and even vegetables such as broccoli that Bai Xinyu didn't like to eat. She ate them like crazy. Lin Cheng looked at eating like this, and quickly eliminated the noodles in his bowl, for fear that this girl would be so hungry that she would eat her own share. The so-called cannibalism is soft-mouthed and short-handed. When eating a bowl of noodles, Bai Xinyu was embarrassed to ask Lin Cheng to leave directly. It's just that the little brows are tightly wrinkled, very unpleasant, as if weighing the pros and cons of living with a man in the dormitory in the future. When Lin Cheng saw it, he thought that the noodles were not delicious, so he asked, why? Isn't the noodles delicious? To be honest, he was quite confident in his cooking skills, and making noodles was a job from a young age. After all, simple and convenient. No, it's delicious, but... Bai Xinyu's expression was a little strange, and he didn't know what to say or not, so he was speechless on the spot. Oh, it's delicious, I'll make it for you next time I have a chance. Lin Cheng said casually. Really? Hearing this, Bai Xinyu's face immediately beamed with joy. Although it was difficult to let go of living under the same roof with a man, it would be good if he could get a long-term cook. Chapter 55 Broken White Jade. Lin Cheng thought, it's really not a big deal. It doesn't matter if you add 1 or 2 people in cooking, after all, it's a one-pot affair. Perhaps it was because the meal ticket issue felt fair, and Bai Xinyu's meal became more fragrant. The 2 bowls of noodles, not even the noodle soup, remained. Lin Cheng looked at Bai Xinyu with a strange expression. With such a thin body, he didn't know where the girl had put so much food. It was estimated that the nutrition had been gathered to the bulging part. The well-fed Bai Xinyu lay lazily on the sofa watching the big TV in the living room, while Lin Cheng continued to organize his dormitory. There were 2 beds in the dormitory on the first floor, the bed above and the homework desk below. There is a function of viewing and ordering Star Academy contribution point shopping mall props, similar to a certain treasure. Out of curiosity, Lin Cheng flipped through the pages and opened the light curtain that looked like a laptop in front of him. Soon, a light curtain appeared in the void, and a wide variety of props and material data appeared before and after. The Sun Stone, a magical stone that contains solar energy. In addition to allowing certain elves to evolve, it can be carried for a long time. It is beneficial to grass-type and fire-type elves. This sunstone is a complete version. The price is 500,000 yuan. Contribute points. Shooting 100 heads, a treasure soaked in the blood of 6-star beasts, Hydra, extraordinary power, some special Pokemon can be used, price, 5 million contribution points. Treasure gathering art, general attribute skills, special elves can learn, while attacking and causing damage, you can also gain a certain amount of money, selling price, 1 million contribution points. Big character explosion, a high-level fire attribute skill, constructs the flame into a big character, burns the opponent, and has the additional effect of making the opponent fall into a state of burns. The price is 900,000 contribution points. Holy Ash, an item of unknown origin, contains a strong vitality. As long as it does not die, it will restore its state after use. The price is 10 million contribution points. Vital Energy Grass, a very bitter herb, which can restore the stamina of elves. One piece sells for 100 contribution points. Quote. Lin Cheng was dazzled by all kinds of props and items, and at the same time, the price was so shocking that he couldn't help himself. Most of the things sold in this Starry Sky Academy are extraordinary, and even weapons made from 6-star fierce beast materials. And Holy Ash, which can be called a heaven-defying treasure, can be seen in it. This side shows the extraordinary background of the Starry Sky Academy, and at the same time, Lin Cheng also deeply realizes the fact that he is poor. When I first saw this thing, even Lin Cheng's heartbeat couldn't help speeding up, but then there was a burst of sadness in his heart, and the price was too terrifying. With his current wealth, he couldn't afford anything. No, don't say it's him. Lin Cheng estimates that even the entire Galaxy Academy's students, no one can afford this price. Ordinary currency is useless in Galaxy College. At the beginning, when Lin Cheng was traveling, he kept most of the currency at home for his parents to use at will. After all, for ordinary people, this currency is still a good thing to buy daily necessities. Lin Cheng looked at it for a long time, but also restrained his mind, but shook his head bitterly. 3-star magical candy, a candy full of energy, refined using a very small number of fierce beast materials with the core as the main flavor. After taking it, it can raise the level within 3 stars by 1 level, and the price is 400,000 contribution points. This thing is of great use to the current elves in Lincheng. Juding Tortoise Armor, made from the strongest carapace of the 5-star beast Juding Dryland Tortoise. It can be defended against attacks by beasts below 5 stars. Price, 800,000 contribution points. One after another, the rare treasures passed by. Lin Cheng was greedy, not to mention the town-level base. Lin Cheng estimated that even in the city-level and even provincial-level bases, some people would still be crazy about these treasures, but keeping him silent in the academy has become a means of motivating the students to work hard. After Lin Cheng smiled wryly, he was about to close this page, not wanting to be stimulated by something here. But at this moment, his pupils shrank suddenly, because he accidentally saw a product information. Although it was only a short sentence, but the accompanying pictures made Lin Cheng's heart beat violently, and even, Lin Cheng could feel that, with his origin, he was one with Paluchia, and at this time there were signs of riots gushing out of his blood. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Broken White Jade, a beautiful radiance orb. When you approach it, you will feel that there is a special space flowing in it. If you carry it with a dragon-type or water-type Pokemon, it can increase the power of its corresponding attribute skills, and at the same time carrying it for a long time is also helpful for the elves to break through the shackles. Price, 5 million contribution points. Quote. White jade stone. Could it be the white jade orb? Lin Cheng's eyes widened suddenly. Isn't this an exclusive prop for Paluchia? Although it can only be used to enhance the power of Paluchia's skills in the game, Lin Cheng can feel that as long as he obtains it, Paluchia will definitely have a great growth and change. Beside Lin Cheng, when the space was distorted, Paluchia came out from the inside. She had always looked lazy, but now she was lying on the desk, looking at the picture of broken white jade excitedly. His red eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. The feeling of wanting was constantly conveyed to Lin Cheng. This is the first time Lin Cheng has seen Paluchia look so eager since he met Paluchia. It seems that this broken white jade must be obtained. However, Lin Cheng soon laughed bitterly. This thing really needs 5 million contribution points. How can ordinary people afford it? Quack. Paluchia seemed to be urging Lin Cheng to buy this thing quickly. However, Lin Cheng could only smile bitterly. Don't worry, let's be realistic. It's not always possible. Let's go grab it directly, shall we? Chapter 56 Restaurant and Beauty. Not to mention, Paluchia really seems to have plans to snatch it over. Lin Cheng had to dissuade him quickly, not to mention whether he could grab it or not. If he did get it, Lin Cheng would not dare to use it casually. After all, the current ownership of this thing belongs to Galaxy Academy, and Galaxy Academy has a great background. It is estimated that among the provincial bases, there is also a place for words. When the time comes, Lin Cheng is really wanted by all the bases in Jiangnan province. As a result, he can't bear it. So, we can only do it step by step. Let's take it slow. I promise you, this thing will definitely help you get it. Lin Cheng kept going to comfort Paluchia, which made Paluchia let go of the mentality of obtaining broken white jade first. At this time, there was a slight knock on the door of the dormitory. Lin Cheng heard the sound and walked out of the dormitory door. He found that Bai Xinyu was also looking at the door with a curious expression. When he saw Lin Cheng coming out, he said, "Brother Lin Cheng, go and open the door." Lin Cheng didn't refuse. According to his guess, the person who knocked on the door this time should be the person in his room on the first floor. If Sister Yu, whom Bai Xinyu mentioned, came back, there was no need to knock on the door at all, just enter the key directly. With a little curiosity, Lin Cheng opened the dormitory door, raised his head, and saw an extremely handsome young man in front of him. This young man seems to have come out of the painting. Lin Cheng only talked in the moment from opening the door to entering the door, and he could feel the temperament of the other party, which was like a spring breeze. However, there is no noble ants at all. He talks and laughs and is approachable, coupled with the handsome appearance that even Lin Cheng is not as good as, people can't help but feel that he is a handsome gentleman. Even Bai Xinyu, who wanted to make things difficult for Lin Cheng at first, didn't have the heart to expel him when he saw this young man. He just smelled the young man's body from time to time, and his complexion looked a little weird. Everyone will be classmates and friends in the future. My name is Shengguan Luyu. Today I will be the host. I invite the two of you to a nearby restaurant to gather together. I don't know if the two of you are willing to show your face. Looking at Lin Cheng, he had just observed the structure of the dormitory, and he knew that Lin Cheng should be a friend of his own dormitory, and Shengguan Luyu naturally paid more attention to the people in the same dormitory. Lin Cheng was also straightforward and did not refuse. And that Bai Xinyu did not refuse. In the evening, the group of three walked towards the most famous Xinghai building in the school while chatting about school anecdotes. By the way, what is the basis for changing the rankings on the Tianzhou list? Lin Cheng wanted to earn contribution points quickly, so naturally he would not let go of the Tianzhou rankings. Now he and Bai Xinyu came out with the 7th from the academy. After dinner, Lin Cheng asked very naturally. Bai Xinyu winked playfully, with a lot of dishes in his mouth. Wu Wu's words couldn't be heard at all. When Lin Cheng was ashamed, Shengguan Luyu, who was beside him, opened his mouth with a generous smile. At this moment, he ordered some drinks. These drinks are said to be similar to the meat of fierce beasts. After drinking, they can strengthen the body, which is quite rare. The thing, but only 2 mouthfuls, but there is a feeling of drinking. The Shenghuan Luyu young man has an incomparably beautiful appearance, and after drinking this drink, he is even more flushed and red, like a white jade dyed in the clouds, like a fairy in a painting. He sighed and said, "Brother Lin Cheng, you don't even know this, right? The most common battle for ranking on the Tianzhao list is the door-to-door challenge. If you have confidence in your Pokemon, you can easily replace it, but it's not a foolproof solution. After all, those who are challenged have the right to refuse. Another option is to wait for the annual exam competition every semester. This year's test competition is equivalent to an ordinary test. Usually, on such occasions, the confrontation between students is fair and open, so in this competition, the ranking is also the biggest change. However, as far as I understand, Shenghuan Luyu put the fine wine in the cup to his lips, shook it, then drank it, and then said, although the rankings have changed a lot, the top 3 in this Galaxy College are from 3 years ago. It hasn't changed, they have always been Mingyu, Yuan Haosheng, and Yanlu. This introduction gave Lin Cheng a certain understanding of the gold content of the school's rankings. At the same time, Bai Xinyu, who was only concerned with eating, also clapped his hands with his cheeks puffed up. Luyu, you not only know a lot, but also drink a lot. Sister Bai made fun of it, this Jasper brew should not be wine. Shenghuan Luyu blushed again after being told. Lin Cheng looked at him with such a face, and his face was a little weird. This person really has a delicate appearance comparable to a beautiful woman. It is a blessing or a curse to have such a person as a roommate. The 3 of them were enjoying drinking and eating, but Lin Cheng also drank a few more cups because he tasted this Jasper brew for the first time and was a little surprised. The wine cups in this academy are very small like those in ancient times. In addition, although the Jasper brewing can make people slightly drunk, there is no smell of wine at all, which is very addictive. Usually, the drink that makes people drunk is this seemingly powerless drink. When he cared about it, Lin Cheng found that he was also half drunk and half awake. Just as Lin Cheng and his 2 roommates were about to return to the dormitory, there was a cold shout that resounded in the building. Who is Lin Cheng? If you know each other, get out of here. This man's voice was hoarse and had an inexplicable penetrating power. Under his deliberate roar, Lin Cheng's mind was awakened a little drunk, and he was a little annoyed immediately, as were the 2 roommates beside him. Bai Xinyu tucked up her sleeves and was about to go down and teach the shouting guy a lesson. After a meal, the little girl already felt a sense of collective belonging to the 2 new roommates in her dormitory. At this time, the people below yelling, it felt like he was finding fault with her. Chapter 57 Niu Gangman. Pretend you can't hear me, right? Ha tilde what Tianzhao, who is favored by Vice President Liu, is just a country bumpkin who sneaks in through the back door. Bah, you, brother, I'm standing here, you don't even dare to show up, right? The figure stood arrogantly outside the Xinghai Tower, and his eyes were cold. The surrounding students looked at each other in dismay, and some saw the identity of the comers. Isn't this Niu Gangman, the 99th Niu Gangman on the Tianzhao list? But who is Lin Cheng that he just said? It seems that this person has provoked Niu Gangman, right? The people who are in the top 100 on the Tianzhao list are all experts. It's not easy to mess with them. Let's pretend we haven't seen them. Many people looked pale and pretended not to see it. When the man saw that everyone who saw him was detoured, he snorted arrogantly, and said with disdain, it's really useless. Who is it to scold for useless things? Just as this person was cursing, a crisp voice sounded, and then, Bai Xinyu's figure jumped down from the building. The physical fitness of the trainer will continue to become stronger as the Pokemon rises. Obviously, these 2 or 3-story buildings are like walking on the ground in Bai Xinyu's eyes. Bai Xinyu. After Niu Gangman saw Bai Xinyu, a look of horror appeared on his face. Although he is in the top 100 of the Tianzhao list, but Bai Xinyu, who is in the top 10, is obviously not on the same level. He immediately said softly, Bai Xinyu, that, I'm here to find Lin Cheng, please also ask. Don't interfere. Noisy. Bai Xinyu was very strong and did not listen to Niu Gangman's explanation at all. With a wave of her hand, a floating bubble appeared in front of her. As soon as the floating bubble appeared, there were signs of cloud and rain rolling in the field where it was located. Immediately afterwards, a fist-sized energy ball burst out. Weather ball. That Niu Gangman was so scared that his hair stood on end, and he hurriedly summoned an elf. It was actually a Kentaro. Open black lens bracket Kentaro. Level, 26, Samsung Pokemon. Qualification, Elite. Attributes, General. Feature, Anger Point. Skills, Crash, Tail Wagging, Anger, Horn Bump, Tit for Tat. Kentaro, hit it with a horn. Bang. Kentaro hit the energy ball in front of him according to the master's order, but he didn't hold on for a moment, and was immediately knocked out. However, just when Kentaro was about to collide with the owner Niu Gangman and rolled into a ball, a person appeared on the field. He indifferently ordered, Cauliflower Ape, use a cane whip. Swipe. Two dexterous whips stretched out from the crowd, and after helping Kentaro to unload the force, its owner also walked out slowly. Wang Yi. Bai Xinyu frowned when he saw this person, and seemed to wonder why Wang Dao would appear here at this time. Wang Yi, what kind of plane are you doing? Wang Yi glanced at Bai Xinyu and said lightly, Bai Xinyu, I advise you to leave here first, it's not all your business that you can manage. Hearing this, Bai Xinyu immediately understood. It seemed that this Niu Gangman was arranged by Wang Dao to come to Lin Cheng, but why? The little girl frowned and stared at Wang Dao. Give you 3 breaths, bring your dog, and quickly get rid of the Kentaro bastard in front of this lady, otherwise, I will clean up with you. Wang Dao's expression was also a little ugly. He didn't expect that when Lin Cheng came here, he found Bai Xinyu, a big tree. In the academy rankings, it was inferior to Bai Xinyu. Similarly, the latter was a random ghost in the academy. He has also heard the spirit's style, and if possible, he really doesn't want this little girl to get involved. But it was about Lin Cheng. Wang Dao felt that he still had to be tough. Immediately, he snorted coldly. Bai Xinyu, everyone is in the top 10 of the college's talent list. You don't have to show your aura to scare me. If you really fight, I may not lose to you, so I hope you don't interfere in this matter. Naturally, I will not intervene. This is a matter of Niu Gangman and Lin Cheng. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels. Reject piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Bai Xinyu didn't play tricks with Wang. With a wave of hands, he continued to let the floating bubbles attack. Floating Bubble is a weather Pokemon. Although it has a general attribute, it can learn skills of various attributes in the very early stage. The Cauliflower Ape. Quote. Miss Ben is too much. HMPH, not to mention that Lin Cheng is now Miss Ben's roommate. Just because you coveted sister you use beauty in your early years, you should be taught a lesson. Speaking of Kung Fu, the floating bubbles chased the Cauliflower Ape and the Wang all the way, making the scalp numb. Seeing this fierce girl so fierce, Wang Dao knew that he would not be able to escape the battle, so he could only shout during the battle, Niu Gangman, when this young master restrains this woman, you teach me a hard lesson. Panaran City. Only then did Niu Gangman react, and he continued to provoke Lin Cheng under the building. But this time, without shouting twice, the master has already come out. Lin Cheng was in a very unhappy mood because he was interrupted to drink fine wine. When he came to the door, he immediately shouted, "Go away." Niu Gangman looked at Lin Cheng who was approaching, and immediately reacted, "This guy should be the master." He smiled, His two small eyes squinted and glanced at Lin Cheng and said, "It looks like you are Lin Cheng, so it can be said that I have found you. My lord, if you are wise, let my Kentai Luo has a good repair, otherwise." Where did Lin Cheng want to listen to his nonsense? He slapped the elf bag on his waist, and Ghost Stone floated out immediately. Before Niu Gangmin could react, Ghost Stone fell on Kentaro with a hypnotic technique. Kentaro didn't have a chance to react at all. He was hit in an instant, and fell asleep on the ground. It wasn't over yet. Lin Cheng immediately ordered again, "Curse." A layer of invisible and strange fluctuations enveloped Kentaro. Kentaro was asleep, and his body suddenly twitched, as if he had dreamed something bad. Although this Kentaro is a general attribute and can be immune to most ghost attribute skills, but this curse is not immune. When the curse is cast in different hands of non-ghost type elves and ghost type elves, the effect will be completely different. When the latter is used, it will turn into a very strange attack method, which will continuously consume the opponent's life force every round until death. Niu Gangmin's arrogance stopped abruptly, and then he immediately gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Lin Cheng, you brat, dare to attack." Speaking of kung fu, he also patted the elf bag around his waist and released an iron-armored rhinoceros. Chapter 58 Conflict. Open black lens bracket iron-armored rhinoceros. Level 17 2-star Pokemon. Qualification: Ordinary. Attributes: Ground, Rock. Feature: Lightning Rod. Skills: Corner Collision, Ghost Face, Trample. Close black lens bracket. This iron-armored rhino is not a natal elves, but it is still a 2-star level, and it has a level of 17. It is a very good existence. After releasing the armored rhino, Niu Gangmin immediately ordered it to attack Ghost Stone. However, this iron-armored rhino obviously did not acquire skills other than general attributes, and could not touch Ghost Stone at all. Lin Cheng sneered, "Strange light." A strange light floated out of Ghost Stone's eyes, and the iron-armored rhino was caught in a strange light, and immediately fell into a state of confusion. Roaring wildly, in the next moment, he ran wildly and rammed towards Niu Gangmin. Niu Gangmin was scared to death, and immediately turned around to run for his life. Ouch! As soon as he let go of his feet, he felt a pain in his butt, and let out a shrill scream. The horn of the armored rhino slammed into the center of Niu Gangmin's buttocks. Niu Gangmin, named after Gangmin, is splendid in Gangmin. Holding his buttocks, Niu Gangmin looked resentful. He felt that it was not a real level contest at all. This Lin Cheng was completely cheating by means of elf attributes. As long as his Kentaro wakes up, he will definitely be able to crush Ghost Stone. Just thinking about this, he suddenly discovered that a burst of pain came from the natal link. This is the situation that only occurs when the natal elves are fatally injured. Niu Gangmin immediately looked at Kentaro in horror, and found that the latter was in a state of hypnotism. But the whole elf was dying, and the breath out was more than the breath in. "Kentaro, what's the matter with you? Reminder, if you don't stop and take Kentaro to heal, your natal elf will leave you forever," Lin Cheng said coldly. Immediately, someone around seemed to think of something. This is the curse skill of ghost-type Pokemon. What? Curse? I heard that this skill not only hurts people invisible, but is a strange move that is rarer than high-level skills. How could this Ghost Stone learn it? Under the reminder of passers-by, Niu Gangmin dared to stay. His eyes were full of fear and awe at Lin Cheng. He did not expect that one of his top 100 trainers on the Tianzhou list would be so easy to win, and he would lose to an unknown freshman. In the restaurant on the side, many old students also saw this scene. Some people even saw Lin Cheng at the Elf Center at noon. At this time, his expression was even more surprised. He didn't expect this person to be shocked when he entered school in the morning. In the afternoon, one of the elites on the Tianzhou list in the top 100 was taken down. "You, remember it for me." The Niu Gangmin covered his leaking butt with one hand, took back Kentaro and the armored rhino with the other, and ran towards the center of the elf with a strange figure of 8 steps. Ghoststone defeated Kentaro and gained 5,100 experience points. Ghoststone upgrades to level 23, 530,000. At the same time, Lin Cheng suddenly found that his student card was hot for a while, and soon, he found that his ranking seemed to have changed, from the last to the 99th. It seems that the ranking of Niu Gangman has been replaced. Clap clap tilde, there was a clapping sound. Brother Lin is really amazing. As soon as he entered the academy, he was able to subdue the big men in the top 100. I admire Lu Yu. He fell, so he hurriedly stepped forward to help him. Just as he approached, he immediately smelled an unusual fragrance on Lu Yu's body. Quote ? The boy wears perfume. What a strange hobby. Although Lin Cheng was a bit strange, he didn't care too much. After all, he came from the era of the information explosion in his previous life. He had seen a lot of strange things, and it was not surprising that men wear perfume. Lu Yu, have you been drinking too much? Shenghuan Lu Yu blurred her eyes and shook her head. Not much, just now, Brother Lin, I can see your heroic appearance clearly. While the two of them were talking, two figures swept over in the distance, and everyone found out that it was Wang Daoyi and Bai Xinyu who had just left. The cauliflower ape was a little embarrassed at this time, and even Wang Dao's body was disgraced at the moment. On the other hand, Bai Xinyu, although his hair is a little messy, his appearance is still light, as if he went out for a trot for a while. At the moment when the two of them arrived, Wang Dao quickly found out that Niu Gangman was no longer here. Looking at the imposing ghost stone beside Lin Cheng, he also reacted immediately. It seemed that Niu Gangman had already been solved. Lin Cheng. Wang Yi gave up entanglement with Bai Xinyu. His eyes were cold, and when he waved his hand, he had to let the cauliflower ape face the skill. Humph. Wang Dao, you really don't know how high the sky is. Bai Xinyu immediately shot, and a fine snow skill floated out. He froze Wang Dao's flying leaf knife. Bai Xinyu, you are trying to obstruct me, aren't you? You only see it now. Between the words, the two elves fought for several more rounds. In the end, Wang Dao took the lead to withdraw. He glanced at Lin Cheng with a gloomy expression, then snorted coldly and wanted to leave. Chapter 59 Compensation. The so-called acquaintances do not lose, although Wang Dao looks embarrassed, but he does not mean to surrender. Just want to leave like this. Bai Xinyu waved, and the floating bubbles around him rushed to Wang Dao again. Seeing this, Wang Dao's brows twitched. Bai Xinyu, don't go too far. At this moment, there are bloodshots in Wang Dao's eyes, and the cauliflower ape is also on the verge of collapse. In fact, there is not much difference between Wang Dao's and Bai Xinyu's elves, but the grass attribute is completely powerless under the damage of floating bubble ice and fire dual attribute skills. Fight back. You just want to pat your butt and leave without an explanation. Bai Xinyu's red lips curled up contemptuously, and the curvature made Wang Dao's heart skip a beat, and finally he had to grit his teeth and ask, then what do you think? Hand over all your contribution points. Seeing that Wang Yi was already relieved, Bai Xinyu immediately asked unceremoniously. What did you say? Wang Yi looked even colder. He really didn't expect Bai Xinyu to speak like a lion. No, then keep beating. Bai Xinyu looked indifferent, and then drove the floating bubbles to attack. When I beat you to the ground, I will hang you up, strip and hang you on a tree trunk. Aren't you chasing Lu Shui? I wonder if she sees you like this, will she be with you in the future? Speak. Bai Xinyu's little face seemed to be smiling brightly, but Wang Dao thought she was like a little devil. He might not believe what other women said, but Bai Xinyu, she had a criminal record. Back then, when she first entered school, because of her cute baby face and her hot body, she instantly attracted countless followers, including some crazy people who haunted her day and night like a stalker. Later, this girl by tricking this man out of the academy, he was chased by fierce beasts for 3 days and 3 nights outside the base, and he almost lost his life. Later, this person wanted to take revenge on Bai Xinyu, but then, Bai Xinyu directly moved out of the backer, which is now the third-ranked existence on the Tianzhou list. With a snap of his fingers, the stalker wanted to cry without tears, and swore that he would never dare to appear in front of Bai Xinyu again. And even later I heard that this person was forced to drop out of school. Bastard. Wang Dao's face flushed and he let out a low growl, but he finally accepted his fate, took out his identity card from the empty stone storage ornament, and then swiped it to transfer the contribution point on it to Bai Xinyu. Seeing that the contribution value has been credited, Bai Xinyu ignored him, glanced at the trees above, and couldn't help shaking her pretty brows. This Wang Dao is worthy of being born in a big family, and he has a lot of savings, and he actually has 800,000 contribution points. Little brother Lin Cheng tilde, Bai Xinyu called out to Lin Cheng with a whimper looking back. Hearing that the latter was also numb, looking at her with puzzled eyes. Come here, share the spoils. No, someone invited a guest today and said that in order to compensate us, these contribution points will be used by us. Lin Cheng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile, thinking that this girl was just a prank, but now it seems that she has the intention to find a place for herself. Bai Xinyu did not hesitate to give most of the contribution points to Lin Cheng, and said with a smile, "These will be the meal money for our dormitory in the future. Little brother Lin Cheng, the task of grocery shopping will be handed over to you in the future." Ha tilde. Lin Cheng smiled lightly and nodded. Seeing that most of his contribution points ended up in Lin Cheng's hands, Wang Dao was so angry that his face turned green and red on the spot. Facing Bai Xinyu, he couldn't think about it, and he didn't dare to think about it, but he hated Lin Cheng. This moment has reached the peak. In his opinion, it is a very shameful thing for him to suffer frequent losses in the hands of a country bumpkin who was born in a small country base. Lin Cheng, there's something you've been following behind Bai Xinyu's buttocks, there's no end to our affairs. He said bitterly in his heart, and then Wang Daoyi flicked his sleeves and left. After this incident, the welcome party obviously came to an end. The three of them swayed back to the dormitory together. They were fine just now when the elves were fighting, but when the excitement passed, Lin Cheng suddenly discovered that this Jasper brew was like rice wine, and it still had stamina tilde. The same is true for the other two estimates. When the three of them were sullen, they came to sleep together for the second time. In the early morning of the next day, the two of them jumped out of the bed in panic at the same time, groped for their clothes, and found that although the clothes were messy, they didn't reveal anything, so they were relieved, and then they found out that the people around them were acting like this. What about synchronization? So I turned to look. Bai Xinyu looked at Shengguan Luyu for a moment, and then showed a meaningful smile. Shengguan Luyu was embarrassed at first, then coughed and waved to Bai Xinyu. Sister Bai, good morning. The two were about to say something, but at this time, Lin Cheng just woke up. He stretched at will, he slept soundly this time, and he didn't have the hangover and headache after drinking alcohol after waking up. He secretly said that this Jasper brew is really magical. Next time I have a chance, I would like to go to normal. When I opened my eyes, I suddenly found that Bai Xinyu and Shengguan Luyu were staring wide-eyed. He was stunned for a while, and then seemed to have thought of something. He brushed his whole body just like the two of them got up before he was relieved. Shengguan Luyu Bai Xinyu watched this action as if he was watching the replay of himself. His expression was a little strange. Why does he, a big man, care so much about his clothes being in good condition? Heard Lin Cheng say confidently, "We didn't have anything happened last night, you don't want to call me responsible." Bai Xinyu suddenly laughed like a flower after hearing this. Shengguan Luyu said with a strange expression, "Brother Lin, why should you be so panicked?" Lin Cheng glanced at him and said, "Didn't your mother tell you that boys must protect themselves when they are outside?" Shengguan Luyu. Time passed, and soon a week passed, and Galaxy College officially ushered in the annual opening ceremony. Chapters 60 and 61 Newborn Tianzhou, Polygonal Beast. The missing chapter has been merged and revised. Different from Lin Cheng's direct admission with a recommendation card, the students who are admitted in the freshman ceremony are all in the C or B town level bases, and even the district level city level bases, after passing a round of entrance examinations, and then being assigned to the school. The elites of the four academies, Xinjiang, Xinghe, Xinghu and Xingbo, are also important fresh blood for the Jiangnan base in the future. Swish swish. A light curtain shone on the square where Lin Cheng appeared at the beginning, and then many newborn figures appeared. They looked the same as they did at the beginning of the morning, and their eyes were a bit dazed, but soon, they were led by the senior and senior sister who came to meet up and came to the center of the main square, which was somewhat similar to the opening ceremony of the previous life. Such representative figures will naturally come to the stage to give a speech. However, the appearance of the Dean of Galaxy Academy is somewhat unexpected. In Lin Cheng's impression, as the dean of such a well-known university, he should be an old man with a mortal style and red face. The dean of Galaxy College turned out to be a woman. Forget about a woman, the key is that this is not an ordinary woman, but a little girl, a little lowly girl who seems to be younger than him. With red lips and white teeth, her body is petite and pleasant, with cherry-colored shoulder-length short hair, the little girl stood on the stage and coughed twice as if she pretended to be an adult. Everyone, I'm the head of your academy, Ji Yu Xingzu. The little girl proudly held her chest out in an adoring manner. In the numbness of the crowd, Ji Yu Xingzu started his speech. The moment you stepped into the Galaxy Academy, you were stamped with the name of Galaxy Academy. Regardless of your achievements, Galaxy Academy will always be by your side. At the end of Mr. Zhang's speech, there was a sudden burst of cheers in the square. The introduction of the Lolita Academy is more exciting and far-reaching than everyone imagined. There is no long-term discussion of moral education issues, but it is simply to promote Sha Xinghe. The purpose of the college, the sense of honor and belonging. In the square, a young man looked down at the group of people around him who were also freshmen with an expressionless face. He seemed rebellious, as if he was a unique and special existence. After the speech, he waved his sleeves and left. There are several peers who support them as the center, giving people a feeling of being among the stars holding the moon. This person is one of the new talents recruited by Galaxy College this time. He is a big family salary from a city-level base in Jiangnan province. Famous. Hey, I don't know if there is an existence here that can fight my elf. A rough-looking, strong-bodied young man, his eyes surging with fiery fighting intent, laughed without talking to himself, his eyes swept around, a freshman of the same age. No one dares to look at him. He is a native, a genius from a third-level town-level base, named Sung Haoshan. The graceful and attractive figure, whether it is a boy or a girl, will be captivated by its appearance after seeing its back from a distance. It was a little unnatural trembling, but it seemed that after thinking of someone, her eyes became firm. Lin Cheng, are you also in this academy? This woman is Luo Qingya who has taken off her rustic eyes. Seeing that the principal had finished his speech, Vice President Lu Qing also came to the stage, and his first sentence made those who were about to leave stop. Everyone, 10 days later, it will be the new student meeting. This conference is not only a banquet for you to catch the wind and dust, but also a competition to decide who is the first among the freshmen of Galaxy Academy. Hearing Vice President Lu Qing's words, many people's eyes lit up immediately. Although this first place is a very distant existence for many people, for the very few, it is a show of strength. The opportunity to stand out, after all, to accumulate popularity in this vast Galaxy Academy. The first is naturally a false name. The false name of young people is enough to make their blood boil. The second is to represent resources. The higher the term, the natural contribution points obtained. It is also higher. Of course, it does not mean that all freshmen can be in the top 100 of the Tianzhao list. In addition to the Tianzhao list, there is also a new hot list. This list is prepared for freshmen. Stay on this list ranking. Although the reward and contribution points are not as high as the Tianzhao list, it is still a lot of money. The third is the network. Galaxy colleges in all directions in Jiangnan province. If you get ahead in this college, even if you leave the school in the future, it will be much more convenient to do things. The famous General Yang Yuan paused for a moment, and then snorted again, boring. The footsteps continued to walk out. That's right, the number 1 on the new hot list has obviously been arranged by our young Master Young. What's the comparison? Young Master Young is mighty and domineering. On the other hand, Song Haoshan showed interest. His elves, like him, were all brave and ruthless masters. Before he entered the Galaxy Academy in his early years, he was in AC-level town-level base, similar to the Demon King of Chaos. Lord, the strength is not inferior to that of adults. When I heard about this competition, the first reaction was that I wanted to win it myself. Even if there were some of these freshmen who were comparable to me, I also wanted to compete with them. Luo Qingya's pretty face remains the same. She is not someone who takes the initiative to cause trouble, and there is always only one goal in her heart, to solve the mystery of the disappearance of her parents. Lin Cheng was a little dazed in his eyes. He was already the 99th on the Tianzhou list. I wonder if this new hot list can still occupy a place. After Lin Cheng went back to the dormitory, when he asked this question, Bai Xinyu rolled his eyes and said, "Of course it is, by the way. The first place in the new hot list, the monthly contribution points provided are comparable to those before the Tianzhou list. The 80th place, that is to say, there are more rewards than your current 99th place, so don't be dissatisfied. By the way, there are 2 people in our dormitory who are going to participate in the freshman meeting this time. Bai Xinyu glanced at Lin Cheng, then turned to look at Shengguan Luyu. By the way, until now, I haven't officially seen the spirits of the 2 of you. Take it out and show it to me." Chapter 61, Polygon Beast. Regarding Bai Xinyu's request, Shengguan Luyu just smiled faintly, making Lin Cheng in a trance for a while. Lin Cheng has a strange feeling about his special roommate. Although he subjectively thinks that he is a man, some of his behaviors are a bit more gentle than a woman's. Shengguan Luyu always answered indifferently that he was a man. Lin Cheng didn't pursue it too much later. After all, straight men may dig their eggs through their trousers, but taking off their trousers and giving them a handle is absolutely impossible. In case of misunderstanding, the picture is really too beautiful. My elf, that's it. When speaking, Shengguan Luyu waved his hand gently, and suddenly, a virtual scene appeared in front of him, and then, a strange-looking duck elf, similar to a cardboard box, appeared in front of. This is a 3D dragon, Lin Cheng exclaimed unexpectedly. The 3D dragon, also known as the polygonal beast, is also named after its appearance. In the memory of the previous life, this is the first artificial elf made with modern technology. The producer is the result of joint research by Silver and the Rockets. The Polygon. Level, 19 2-star Pokemon. Qualification, Rare. Attributes, General. Features, Download, Analysis. Abilities, Texture, Impact, Angular, Illusionary Light, Self-Regeneration. Lin Cheng looked at the polygonal beast that appeared, with a somewhat surprised expression. Usually, he looked at Shengguan Luyu, who was not very visible. He didn't expect that he would have such strength. Although this polygonal beast has not yet been promoted to a 3-star Pokemon, it is matched with its rare qualifications. But completely able to fight with ordinary Samsung Pokemon. At the same time, Lin Cheng is also familiar with the characteristics of this polygonal beast. Download and analyze. The name sounds a bit like the basic operation of a computer, but it is actually a very powerful characteristic. Download. Compare the opponent's defense and special defense capabilities, and increase your own attack power or special attack according to the weaker ability. Close black lens bracket. Analysis. If the polygonal beast is attacking after the opponent's action, its attack ability will be increased by 30%. Close black lens bracket. Both are very evil skills. Makes polygon beasts like an all-rounder. It looks cute. Bai Xinyu stretched out her hand and touched the dull paper duck. The duck didn't mean to resist, it was very docile. Little brother Lin Cheng, it's your turn. After reading Shengguan Luyu's elf, Bai Xinyu set her sights on Lin Cheng, but she still remembers that this guy rejected her challenge at first. Cheng's strength is a little weaker, and knowing his ranking situation, he wouldn't dare to take action, but later, after Lin Cheng provoked Niu Gangman and solved it easily, Bai Xinyu knew that the truth was not what she thought. The city is in hiding. It's useless for you to cover up this time, Tilda. Bai Xinyu lifted her snow-white chin, and said with the appearance of Ding Lincheng, before you didn't make the top 100 rankings, and you didn't know the name of your birth elf, but now you're 919 Tilda. Take it out and see, what kind of elf is this Paluchia? Lin Cheng really had the intention to downplay the existence of Paluchia, but it was not impossible to take it out when he was asked at the moment. With a snap of his fingers, Paluchia's appearance is somewhat similar to that of Polygon Beast, all of which suddenly appeared in front of him in a distortion of space. Paluchia, who is now in the growth stage, looks so cool, with a layer of fine iron covering her claws on her head, which seems to be a deterrent to strangers, but neither Bai Xinyu nor Shengguan Luyu were caught. Frightened, he approached Paluchia with stars in his eyes, and said in unison, "This is an unregistered Pokémon." Lin Cheng nodded indifferently. After watching, Bai Xinyu had a strong desire to fight. "Hey, Lin Cheng, Luyu, how about we have a special training?" Lin Cheng and Shengguan Luyu. "Isn't this the freshman meeting coming soon? You don't need to exercise. I can teach you for free." Bai Xinyu blinked, as if you had made a lot of money. The two looked at each other and said in unison, "No need." Huh. Bai Xinyu's expression suddenly became bitter after hearing the two refused at the same time. Why? Because Sister Bai's floating bubble spirit level is too strong. Tilda. Although it is a good thing to have sparring, Shengguan Luyu is not stupid. The last time he was able to drive Wang Dao, the cauliflower ape ran around floating bubbles, and the polygonal beast did not fight at all. However, not to mention gaining experience during the battle, it would be nice not to get hurt. Although Lin Cheng wanted to play against the 4-star elves, he was afraid that Paluchia's strength would be exposed too much, so he didn't intend to do it. Seeing the two refused, Bai Xinyu frowned in distress, and then seemed to think of something. "By the way, don't you just dislike my high level of floating bubbles? There are 5 sub-pets in my elf bag here. You are not with floating bubbles. Bubble hands, just try to play against my other side pets." After speaking, Bai Xinyu waved his hand, and several other 2-star high-level or 3-star low-level elves appeared. Maybe there are mines at home, and Bai Xinyu's elves are also quite powerful. Bai Xinyu pointed at his elf and introduced. "Come on, let's see, this is just an elf that I specially transported from other countries' bases. Although it is a small fist stone, its properties are different from ordinary small fist stones. It is of rock and electric type. And this one, it's a mountain rat. It's just Pilas. It's just a natural bird. Also, this is just my means of transportation, the little fire horse." Bai Xinyu released all 5 elves in the elves bag in a row. One person has 6 elves. Such battles are rarely seen in civilian homes. Chapter 62 Exercise. Due to Bai Xinyu's stubbornness, Shengguan Luyu finally let go and chose an elf to compete with Bai Xinyu. The elf he chose was a natural bird. This is not a random selection. The level of this natural bird is very close to that of the polygonal beast. At the same time, Shengguan Luyu also considered that his elves have general attributes, which are more troublesome for elves who are good at using superpower and ghost attributes. And this natural bird, the attack moves that can be learned naturally in the early stage are indeed only the ghost attribute skill, Night Shadow, and the flying attribute skill, Pecking. After some fights, Natural Bird was really defeated. Although Bai Xinyu was a little unwilling, thinking that he was here to feed him, his mind became calm. "Okay, Lin Cheng, which one are you going to choose?" Soon he arrived at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng was a little troubled. If it was Paluchia, Lin Cheng reckoned that, not to mention these sub-favorites, even the floating bubble of Bai Xinyu's primary pet would not be an opponent. Cheng suggested that he wanted to train other elves. Bai Xinyu raised his brows, but he agreed. After all, in the freshman conference, only one main pet elf is strong, which is not necessarily a good thing. What if the other party just restrained his attributes? Isn't this a tragedy? The elf that Lin Cheng chose to exorcise was an electric shock monster. This little thing is the existence of the Lin Cheng team, whose qualifications are second only to Paluchia. Beep beep. As soon as the electric shock monster came out, when he heard that there was a fight, he immediately waved his arms excitedly and sputtered out a series of electric flowers. Bai Xinyu's eyes lit up when he saw the electric shock monster appear. Oh. Electric shock monster. It's really a rare Pokemon, so, have you decided on your opponent? Lin Cheng did not choose the elves, but gave the choice to the electric shock monster. The electric shock monster looked around the opponent, and finally, decided to fight with Alola's version of the small fist stone. Beep beep. The electric shock monster waved his arms and pointed at the small fist stone with excitement. Bai Xinyu smiled knowingly and said lightly, "Are you sure you chose this little fist stone as your opponent?" Beep. The electric shock monster was very sure. Lin Cheng glanced at the small fist stone. Open black lens bracket Alola small fist stone. Level, 20. Qualification, ordinary. Attribute, rock, electricity. Ability, electric skin. Skills, impact, charge, roll, electric light. Although the level of the Alola small fist stone is a lot higher than that of the electric shock monster, Lin Cheng still cooperated with the electric shock monster and determined that this small fist stone is the opponent. Bai Xinyu took a meaningful look at Lin Cheng's electric shock monster, and said with a smile, "I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck. I didn't expect, little brother Lin Cheng, your electric shock monster would choose this elf." Although, in terms of attributes, the Alola small fist stone has no ground attributes, but instead has become an electrical attribute, so that the original absolute resistance to electrical skills is gone, but its resistance to electrical skills is still very good. It can be said that the attributes of this battle against the electric shock monsters are very unfavorable. Bai Xinyu was very puzzled why the electric shock monster chose the small fist stone as his opponent. By the way, little brother Lin Cheng, in fact, my little fist stone has already tried to evolve, but unfortunately, it failed, but it was a blessing in disguise. It is much stronger than ordinary level 20 elves. Well, so, be careful. After speaking, Bai Xinyu had already ordered Xiaochuan stone to attack. Because of the stimulation of the electrical properties of this Alola small fist stone, the ore around the body emits electric light arrows, and the speed is not slow at all, and in the blink of an eye, it is in front of the electric shock monster. Bump. The electric shock monster was caught off guard, and was successfully attacked by the small fist stone. I felt that the small fist stone had just attacked, and it actually carried the power of an electrical skill, not an ordinary impact skill. Electrical skin. Lin Cheng quickly realized the reason. Electrical skin. It can turn ordinary skill moves into electrical attributes, and at the same time, the power will be slightly increased. Close black lens bracket. Yes, it's the electric skin. Brother Lin Cheng, your reaction ability is really fast, but I will continue to attack. Little fist stone, this time with electric light. There are some magnet fragments on the head of Alola's little fist stone, which is also the source of its ability to release magnetism. The magnetic force lingered on the electromagnetism, and suddenly, an electric light burst out. Electric shock monster, face it, the electric light flashes. Just when Bai Xinyu thought that this blow could cause heavier damage to the electric shock monster, suddenly, the electric shock monster slammed directly towards the electric light. Push. Electric sparks splashed, shocking the surroundings of the monster, especially the two socket tentacles on the head, and a large amount of current was immediately attached. Your little fist stone is not afraid of electricity, but my electric shock monster, why not? Lin Cheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and when the electric shock monster approached the small fist stone, he immediately ordered, kick down. Boom. The fighting attribute skill kick down hits, and the effect is excellent. Bai Xinyu didn't expect that this electric shock monster would also have a fighting style. He couldn't think of a countermeasure for a while. He could only command the small fist stone to melee the electric shock monster. It's definitely an advantage, but when it comes to battling electric shock monsters with the same electrical properties, it becomes a tasteless rib. With the electric shock monster close to melee, the small fist stone quickly lost the ability to fight. Electric shock monster defeats Xiaochuan stone and gets 999 experience points. Electrical monsters upgraded to level 15. 99 5,000. From the initial advantage, to finding a loophole and breaking it in one fell swoop, the process is only a few seconds. Bai Xinyu lost 2 games in a row, and was a little frustrated. At the same time, a stubbornness was also aroused, and she fed her 2 spirits who had lost their ability to fight with some drugs to restore their stamina, and then immediately joined Lin Cheng and the other 2. Get into a fight. Under this contest, the elf experience value of the 2 soared. Lin Cheng's electric shock monster has been upgraded to level 15. And Shengguan Luyu's polygonal beast was directly promoted to 3 stars. Level 21. Chapter 63 becomes stronger. Open black lens bracket. First update. Close black lens bracket. In the middle of this exercise, it is time for the freshman meeting. Although it is a freshman conference, even the Galaxy Academy attaches great importance to it. Even some old students in Galaxy Academy will participate. First, they have the mentality of watching jokes, and secondly, they are looking at the freshmen of this session. Study. Will there be 1 or 2 existences that can threaten their old life? Judging from past experience, in fact, some fierce people will stand out at the freshman conference. For example, there are currently the top 10 talents on the Tianzhou list. After being nurtured by Galaxy Academy, such talents will soon become stronger. Is also easy to advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing some old students. Under this kind of attention, many new elves, outstanding news were also exposed. For example, Song Haoshan, which owns stir-fried 037 pigs. In the entrance test, Yang Yuanming, who has the title of Xiaoshanlong with full marks in all subjects, is named. Even Lin Cheng's own news was spread. Although it was said that no one had seen his Paluchia before, Lin Cheng's entire battle record with Niu Gangmin ranked 99th on the Tianzhou list was also posted. On campus. Alter, his Ghost Stone's bizarre moves were also analyzed by a conscientious person. Of course, no matter where they are, the most eye-catching ones are undoubtedly those beautiful girls, such as Luo Qingye in this new student, and a woman named Mo Yanfei, who are all sought after by everyone. After Luo Qingye took off her rustic glasses, a large group of supporters immediately appeared. They even took the initiative to set up a fan group to protect Luo Qingye's safety on campus. Earlier, Lin Cheng heard that Luo Qingye also came to Galaxy College. There were still some surprises. I wanted to meet the other party, but just when I found out where Luo Qingye's dormitory was, I was surrounded by 2 large groups of fans. While fleeing, I finally saw the 2 main masters. Haven't said a word yet. Then, that group of fans came out to make trouble for Lin Cheng again. Fortunately, this group of fans did not have bad intentions towards Luo Qingye. There were men and women in the group, and there was only one for everyone. For gentlemen and ladies, if you find heretics one day, you will end up, tisk tisk. With these supporters protecting him, Lin Cheng felt a little relieved, and he exchanged contact information with Luo Qingye before leaving. As for the latter Mo Yanfei, she is also a woman with a very high appearance and a very unique temperament, with flowing hair and slender body. Lin Cheng has recently been exercising the 3 elves, the iron-armored rhinoceros, the ghost stone and the electric shock monster, while returning to his past life, leaving Paluchia unnoticed at night to go outside the base by himself, hunting to gain experience and beasts. White material of the 4 elves increased with the 1-week special training. Paluchia is upgraded to level 22, 18,520,000. Paluchia comprehends the skill of gravity. Ghoststone upgrades to level 25, 15,000. Ghoststone comprehends the skill in eat streams. Iron Armored Rhino Upgrade Level 18, 8,008,000. Iron Armored Rhino comprehends the skill straight into the drill. Electrical Monsters advance to 2-star Pokemon. Electrical Monster Upgrade Level 16, 166000. Electrical Monsters learn skills High-Speed Stars, Electromagnetic Waves. Lin Cheng looked at the newly learned skills of his elf. The first is Paluchia's Gravity. Gravity. The use of gravity space can force the elves such as floating and flying attributes to forcefully fall to the ground. Depending on the way of use, it can also cause unexpected damage to the opponent. Close Black Lens Bracket. In the game, this skill may not have any lethality, and it is also matched with ground attribute skills to attack the flight system, but in reality, it still has the effect of hindering the opponent's actions. Other than Paluchia, the Master of the Universe, which elf would be unaffected? Ghost Stone's Dream Eater skill. Dream Eater can attack the opponent in the dream while sleeping, and can also restore half of the opponent's physical strength 1. Very powerful and high-level skill among the Ghost superpower attributes. Lin Cheng really did not expect that Ghost Stone would be able to comprehend this skill at level 23. It is estimated that the purchase of Soul Dream Stone for Gui Stone to supplement nutrition during this time has worked. That Lin Cheng had previously seen with the Eye of Information, and can promote Ghost Stone's comprehension skills. The price Lin Cheng thinks is not too expensive. 100 contribution points can be exchanged for 1, and 1 can be eaten. For 3 or 5 days, the price is a piece of cake for Lin Cheng, who robbed Wang Dao, but the pressure is a bit high for ordinary people. At Galaxy College, most of the expenses of Guanggan elves are consumed by contribution points. Many people even have tribute points. Donate points. You will also buy more necessities of feed, and don't pay much attention to nutritional products. With the addition of Soul Dream Stone, only a few elves related to the Dream category are useful, so few people patronize it. Over time, many people even ignore this nutritional product. But now, this loophole has been drilled by Lin Cheng. After eating for more than a week, I was able to make Ghost Stone realize the Dream Eating skill in advance. This Soul Dream Stone is really incredible. Lin Cheng's eyes flashed with brilliance. Thinking of the future, Ghost Stone 03 will still be able to comprehend it. With more advanced Dream-type attack methods, Lin Cheng felt even more excited. This Soul Dream Stone can't be broken, it must be continuously supplied with Ghost Stones. Lin Cheng knew very well that after that, Ghost Stone would be able to comprehend the hard-to-prevent skills such as Nightmare. In addition, according to the Eye of the Message, this Soul Dream Stone also had the effect of enhancing the power of good sleep. Hypnosis. Although this skill is popular and can be used by many elves, it is well known that this hit rate is really shivering. In reality, eye-to-eye contact is required, and it even requires the opponent to be caught off guard. Elves with a high level of special defense, etc., are even more ineffective. Another effect of this Soul Dream Stone is to increase the power of hypnosis and dream skills. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click Refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click Exit Free Reading Mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 64 Night Snail Yuan Haosheng, Second More. It was this opportunity that Lin Cheng gradually felt the effect of the Eye of Breath. This exclusive skill is definitely not just for observing the state of the elf. If you use it well, you can easily make your elf strength to a higher level. Then look at the newly realized Drilling Drill skill of the Iron Armored Rhino. This move is also a skill that is comprehended in advance with the help of the Eye of Information. Just do 2 things. First, use stone to polish the body of the armored rhinoceros, especially the sharp horns. Tianchi. There are a large number of these things in the wild, most of which can be found by waterfalls, rivers and beaches. When Lin Cheng specially asked Paluchia to teleport out of the house, he brought some back. Second, you need to let the elves take calcium bone and a small amount of soft sand. Calcium bone is to enhance physical attacks such as dry iron armored rhinoceros, and the nutrients of many hard bones in the body are divided into 6 stars from 1 to 2. The main flavor material comes from the beast, the higher the star of the beast, calcium bone. Higher the amount, the more benefits to the elves. He is not good at making this calcium bone, so this thing can only be bought in exchange. 2-star calcium bone needs 500 contribution points to buy a pound, and 3-star calcium bone needs 6,000 contribution points to buy a pound. And 1 pound can only supply iron armored rhinoceros shunshin or so, I have to say, is very luxurious. Toy. That has also appeared in the game. After carrying it, it can increase the power of ground attribute moves. In real life, it has almost the same effect, but the power of the increase is not very obvious, and the soft sand is very inconvenient to carry. Combat often falls off, and as it slowly falls off, the power of the improved skill will naturally decrease. That is to say, this soft sand is a consumable item in reality. But even so, the price of this item has been fired to a sky-high price, and a pound requires 10 contribution points. Fortunately, Lin Cheng's demand for dry, soft sand is not very high, just a little bit, but even so, it cost him 50,000 contribution points. Coupled with some feed, a series of daily necessities when he first entered the academy, as well as grocery shopping during this time, Lin Cheng extravagantly bought some Jasper brew, which made Lin Cheng's purse shrunk quickly. There were only less than 200,000 contribution points left in the pocket. Thinking that he had obtained the contribution points in Wang Dao's pocket, and he had spent a short time. It seems that I still need to save a bit. After all, I have to help Paluchia buy Broken White Jade 1, Lin Cheng secretly said in his heart. Fortunately, this electric shock monster is very powerful, and the 2 skills are comprehended by their own abilities and aptitudes. That is close to the mid-range in general attributes. When used, it will release a star spot to attack, and it is difficult for the opponent to avoid it. It is known as one of the skills that must be hit. This electric shock wave is an enhanced version of the electric shock skill. It is released with lightning speed. Often the opponent has not reacted, and the electric shock has already hit the body. It is also regarded as a must in electrical attributes. One of the skills. Seeing that the match was imminent, Lin Cheng was naturally very relieved that the electric shock monster could comprehend the 2 skills in one breath. In the vast green forest of Galaxy Academy, a young man wearing a silver robe stood firmly in the middle of the dry jungle, and there were terrifying roars from time to time, followed by a black roar. Yingdong attacked in the direction of the youth in the forest. These black shadows are all fierce beasts. If they were to be seen by some freshmen of Galaxy College, they would be horrified and stunned to pee on the spot, because each of these beasts had 4-star. The fighting power, just the terrifying deterrent it sends out, is not something that a trainer can hold. This place is in the deepest part of the Crouching Tiger Forest, the 5th cultivation place in Galaxy Academy. As those 4-star beasts approached, under such circumstances, ordinary trainers could only drink their hatred on the spot, but they saw that the silver-robed youth was still standing still, seeing that the beast was about to touch its teeth. Run into him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply, a pair of pitch-black pupils, as if they were carrying all the light, showing endless fighting spirit. There is no need for a tedious summoning process. When the young man was about to be touched, a flash of light instantly covered him, and the attacks of several 4-star beasts stopped abruptly, unable to penetrate half an inch of the young man's body. 040 This is the skill Quick Defense. The effect can protect yourself and your partner, prevent any preemptive attack by the opponent. Immediately afterwards, the ground flashed, and an elf figure suddenly appeared. I saw a silver light, and those 4-star beasts let out a wailing almost at the same time, and then they were knocked out by a powerful force. Unparalleled, not only knocking them flying, but also instantly linking their bodies together like a skewer. As the blood continued to flow, these 4-star beasts fell silent in an instant. And the elf that shot, also for the first time, showed his appearance. 21 The armor of a medieval European knight rides a helmet like 10, holding 2 rods and riding 10 silver checks. This elf is that knight snail. And when this special elf appeared, the identity of the trainer was naturally ready to be revealed. The silver-robed youth was naturally the second, ranked Tianzhao on the Tianzhao list in Galaxy Academy, Yuan Haosheng. From the attack of the beast to the summoning of the elf and killing it instantly, Yuan Haosheng maintained a calm expression throughout the whole process, as if it was just an extremely common thing. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 65 Freshman Conference, 3rd Update. Forget about the time to enter the Crouching Tiger Forest, there are almost 3.5. At this time, it seems that Ping will also hold a freshman meeting. I don't know if there will be any interesting guy Yuan Sheng muttering to himself. Sentence took out a virtual display similar to a mobile phone and a picture book, searched the campus network, and soon saw the name of this popular freshman in 100 years. Casually flipped through it, and suddenly, Yuan Haosheng's indifferent pupils shrank, and the name of the person who made him stop was Shengguan Luyu. He was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed loudly. Lu Yu, I didn't expect that I could meet you by accident. He patted the elf bag, and then saw a huge bird in the helmet fly out. Yuan Haosheng jumped lightly and jumped on the back of the armored bird. It disappeared here soon. The new student meeting is about to start, which is different from the previous welcome meeting. This time, besides the freshmen, there are also many old students, which makes this venue even more lively than the previous welcome meeting. Some business-minded students have even started small businesses and want to take the opportunity to make a fortune. Come and see the sweet puffs made by the puffs, the taste is absolutely pure. Sweet bamboo drink, a drink made with sweet bamboo nectar tilde. Selling ice cream mini duo tilde. Sunshine Seeds brand melon seeds, let you be a qualified melon eater. Most of these students will stand next to an elf related to the signboard, doing propaganda on the side, seducing everyone's curiosity, not to mention the business is quite good. With Shengguan Luyu and Bai Xiaoyu beside Lin Cheng, it will inevitably attract a lot of people's attention, but during this time he has also learned to face this situation. As long as he tries to keep his distance from ordinary friends and speak as little as possible, he can avoid going there on the spot. World. Hey, little brother Lin Cheng, people want to eat sweet bamboo and bamboo drinks, Bai Xinyu said while shaking Lin Cheng's arm. I also want to taste the squid legs from Halai Squid Shop. Lin Cheng, can you buy some for me? Shengguan Luyu blinked her beautiful big eyes and said like a dog begging for food. Lin Cheng suddenly felt the killing intent coming from all directions, and his brows trembled. Bai Xinyu is also jealous even if Shengguan Luyu is a boy who is not a boy. The preface was withdrawn. If eyes could kill people, Lin Cheng would have been divided by 5 horses at this moment. Helplessly took a breath, Lin Cheng was about to dig out his pockets to pay the bill for the two of them, when suddenly there was a dark look in front of him and he raised his head slightly to find a silver-robed figure in front of him. Lin Cheng suddenly realized that the person in front of him would bring him an aura of rivalry. It was hard to believe that this was the feeling his peers gave him. You must know that since Paluchia was upgraded to 3 stars, Lin Cheng is confident that even if he is a 5-star, he is not incapable of fighting. This kind of combat power is almost invincible among students. But the appearance of the person in front of him refreshed Lin Cheng's impression. It seems that this Galaxy Academy is really a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The figure Moonlight also stayed on Lin Cheng for a while, but soon passed Lin Cheng and looked at Shengguan Luyu behind him. Well, it's gone, Luyu. The young man's originally indifferent expression suddenly stiffened with a smile. Although this smile is not very beautiful, it has the meaning of a once-in-a-lifetime iron tree blooming. As soon as the young man made his voice, someone noticed his arrival, especially the senior students, who were like a ghost. No matter what their subordinates were doing, they all stopped. His expression was stiff, and his eyes were full of horror and surprise. Number 2 on the Tianzhou list, he is Yuan Haosheng. As soon as the name came out, the audience seemed to have exploded, and there was a lot of discussion. Some people are astonished, some people respect it, and some people look up to it. The top 10 in the Academy's arrogance list are all big figures, and the existence of the top 5 is even more so when the dragon sees its head and sees its tail. Smell the same. And now, the second person on the Tianzhou list actually appeared in front of them like this. What is it? Lin Chengdao was a little surprised because of the identity of the other party, but he quickly calmed down. Because his own strength is placed there, the second place in the academy may be able to make him have the will to fight, but he is respected or feared. If it does not exist, it is naturally impossible to have that kind of expression like other people in the school. Luyu, I didn't expect that you were still here. You told me earlier, so I can do some preparations. Yuan Haosheng smiled stiffly and walked slowly to Shengguan Luyu. Listening to his tone, it seems that he is acquainted with this handsome and unusual son. Lin Cheng and Bai Xinyu didn't interrupt either, as if they wanted to see what their relationship was. Seeing Yuan Haosheng approaching, Shengguan Luyu frowned unexpectedly, took a step back, and distanced herself from Yuan Haosheng. Seeing this, Yuan Haosheng also stopped in embarrassment, and his movements became a little cramped. Don't get me wrong, I came here because of my sister's work, Shengguan Luyu said calmly. Yuan Haosheng's expression was a bit bitter. You are still the character you used to be. Who are the closest to the two? Look at me and I look at you, with a confused look on their faces. Bai Xinyu's eyes are full of gossip. Hey, little brother Lin Cheng, guess what is the relationship between these two people? It looks like there is a story. How would I know? Although Lin Cheng was curious, he didn't mean to take the initiative to ask. In his opinion, everyone has a secret, and he doesn't need to get to the bottom of it. Hey, Shengguan Luyu is yours now, so don't be afraid to be robbed by this zombie face, Bai Xinyu said with an expression of watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. Lin Cheng looked confused and spoke well. When did Shengguan Luyu belong to him? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 66 Tianzhou List 2nd, 4th More. I live in the lakeside dormitory now and don't need your care. After that, Shengguan Luyu and Yuan Haosheng had another conversation. Suddenly, Shengguan Luyu gave a displeased expression and ran towards Lin Cheng. Then, grabbing the latter's arm, he said, He is my roommate, please don't come to me again in the future. These words came out. Yuan Haosheng seemed to have been struck by lightning, stiff in place for a long time without regaining his senses. Lin Cheng was caught by Shengguan Luyu's arms for unknown reasons, but he didn't break free. But when he looked at Yuan Haosheng, he was a little intrigued. Yuan Haosheng's smile gradually faded. After looking at Lin Cheng, he didn't speak, but Zhou people could feel a suppressed aura, and even the airflow in the square slowed down. Bai Xinyu's eyes lit up, and she looked excited. Asura Field, is this the Asura Field? Lin Cheng's eyes were calm, although there was no intention of provocation in his eyes, but he did not mean to retreat at all. From beginning to end, it was calm. Gradually began to become interested in Lin Cheng from the initial release of pressure, to narrowing his eyes and lightly scrutinizing Lin Cheng. 040_ you were the freshman who won the 19th place on the Tianzhou list before. A man from Niu Gangman was not impressed at all, but Lin Cheng, who was able to win the ranking in the Tianzhou list during his freshman year, was remembered by him in his mind. Lin Cheng nodded noncommittally and smiled. May I ask what you think? Lin Cheng still maintains a certain respect for the seniors. Bai Yi said that they are also seniors. It's not a good idea. Yuan Haosheng retracted his gaze indifferently. I just want you to have some self-knowledge, and don't approach people you shouldn't approach. Shengguan Luyu, who was at the side of these words, suddenly became angry, and just wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lin Cheng reaching out his hand. Just heard Lin Cheng indifferently say, you are really a cautious person, although I don't know how Luyu is related to you, but you forced him to arrange it like this, not to mention that you and him are just friends, even if it is a relative rebellious. After Lin Cheng finished speaking, he ignored Yuan Haosheng's darkened, CGAD, face and turned around as if he was about to leave. At this moment, he said, will you do anything about this? I just want to say let the horse come. The last 4 words Lin Cheng said were sonorous and forceful, and he was not at all afraid of Yuan Haosheng's second place on the Tianzhou list. Yes, everyone around took a deep breath, and even Bai Xinyu had an inexplicable light in his eyes. But Shengguan Luyu felt a little guilty. Your tone is arrogant. Yuan Haosheng smiled coldly. However, Yuan Haosheng, is not a third-rate person, and I don't even bother to take action against a newcomer. If I want to play against me, at least I won the first place for the freshman. Besides, if you can't even do this, then don't blame me for letting you get out of this Galaxy Academy. Don't doubt what I say. Believe me, there is still some energy in the second place on the Tianzhou list. Lin Cheng glanced at Yuan Haosheng from a distance, didn't say much, just walked towards the new student venue. The people present who saw the cause of the fight all looked at each other in dismay, but the person with a special hobby felt inexplicably exciting. I have seen many scenes of 2 men vying for a woman, but the scene of 2 men vying for a man is something I heard. In an instant, the rotten women made up a series of indescribable little pictures. Lin Cheng, I'm sorry, I seem to have caused you trouble. Shengguan Luyu followed Lin Cheng with an apologetic face. Is there? Lin Cheng said calmly, it's not a big deal anyway. I've already provoked one in the top 10 of the academy, and it doesn't matter if there is more. That's not what you said, Tilda. Bai Xinyu also showed a rare seriousness on his face at this time, and said, don't look at Wang Yi and Yuan Haosheng are the top 10 in the Tianzhou list, but if you really want to fight, 10 Jade 1 will not be won. As for Yuan Haosheng's opponents, even me, against Yuan Haosheng, I am ashamed of myself. The top 3 and the top 10 Tianzhou have a qualitative difference in strength. 3 seconds to be serious. After saying this, Bai Xinyu suddenly changed his style and giggled, but brother Lin Cheng was really naughty just now. The little girl looked at Lin Cheng and looked at Shengguan Luyu, seems to be thinking. These 2 live in the same dormitory, could something really happen? Lin Cheng couldn't understand Bai Xinyu's eyes, but Shengguan Luyu's face was crimson, and he waved his hands hastily. Sister Bai, what can happen to the 2 of us? Bai Xinyu is so magical that she squinted and smiled, so she didn't elaborate too much on this topic. Instead, he said, however, little brother Lin Cheng, don't worry too much, then if Yuan Haosheng really does it, we don't have no means at all. When Sister Yu came back, she would naturally be able to confront him, Yuan Haosheng. Lin Cheng has long known that the Sister Yu, who Bai Xinyu often talks about, is actually the 3rd place on the Tianzhou list, and she is also their roommate in the same building, but she has been out for a mission recently and hasn't been back for some time. While speaking, everyone also came to this new place of trial. Looking from a distance, it is a majestic mountain. The appearance of the mountain looks ordinary, but if you look closely, you can find that there are ups and downs, thunder and roaring, and the roar of various beasts. This mountain is the theme of this freshman trial, 100 difficult mountains. Name suggests, there are 100 kinds of hardships and various levels on the top of this hill. Only the person who passes these levels and reaches the finish line first will be the winner of this competition. A match like this actually tests the overall quality of the freshman. The rules do not even prohibit fighting. As long as there is no serious injury or death, other things are allowed. When hundreds of students gathered around the foot of the mountain, the referee of this game also came out. The two vice presidents of Shanfeng Daogu, and the head of the specialty Lolita School of Galaxy College. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 67 Climbing Bainan Mountain, 5th Update. The three most powerful people in the academy actually came forward to preside over the competition in person, and it was easy to see how much the school attached great importance to the freshman competition. Ho 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 ho, every time I see these little guys full of energy, it makes people feel that I'm very young too, Ji Yu Xingqing, the head of the Lolita Academy, said with a big mouth as always. The two gray-haired vice presidents above could only agree with a wry smile. Afterwards, one of the old man with a childish face smiled and stepped forward and waved his hand. Immediately, the tumult stopped. The old man laughed and said, "The old man's name is Luo Haonan. He is the second vice president of Galaxy College. At the same time, I am the chief referee for this freshman meeting." The crowd burst into applause. Then the old man continued, "The rules of the competition this time, everyone who wants to come has already heard it, and whoever reaches the top of the 100 difficulties first will win. The 9th place is 200,000, the 8th place is 300,000, and so on. The first place will get 1 million contribution points." Hearing the reward value, everyone present immediately became jealous, and even Lin Cheng's heartbeat accelerated by a few points and 1 million. This reward was 5 times, and he could directly exchange the broken white jade. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm came up, the old man then smiled and said, "Not only the contribution points, the most important thing is that those who enter the top 3 will have the opportunity to select the Academy's Elf skill book once, and you can see the background of Galaxy Academy for thousands of years. You can see all kinds of high-level skills in it. Of course, no one can only choose one, and whether you can learn it successfully. This is not guaranteed by the Academy." Even if the old man dipped cold water, he still couldn't change the enthusiasm of the crowd. You must know that the price of high-level skills, bought with contribution points, is also between 800,000 and 1.5 million. Now, as long as you get the top 5 once, you can prostitute a skill book for free. This is not cool. This Galaxy Academy is really a big deal. Lin Cheng couldn't help licking the corners of his dry lips. His heart beat faster. He, not only that tilde, the Vice President Luo Haonan, who seemed to be dead on with his words, added, "The first place among the freshmen can also participate in our school's hunting festival exceptionally." Everyone heard this and almost fell asleep. The hunting festival is the most valuable competition in Galaxy Academy. As long as your level and popularity are not too bad, you can almost get an extra Pokemon. One more Pokemon, what is the concept for the trainer? Naturally there is no need to explain it. All the students can't wait to put their wings on at this moment and fly directly to the top of the mountain. Seeing that the effect of his words had already reached Luo Haonan didn't say much. He waved his long sleeves and said with a smile, "Well, since that's the case, now, I announce that the new student meeting officially begins." Whoosh whoosh. In Luo Haonan's announcement, all the new students show their magical powers, flying in the same direction to the top of the mountain. Some people are riding elves, some people just run directly. Like locusts crossing the border, densely packed. After a while, the information of the first few players was displayed on the spectator monitor. The first one was young Yuanming, who was known as the Little Heavenly Dragon. This kid was using a miniature dragon. It looks like a small snake, and its whole body is covered with light blue scales. Many people are not even familiar with this elf, because this elf is not registered on the Pokemon picture and text icon at all. Obviously because of its particularity, it was covered up by people. Right now, a layer of tornado is wrapped around the tail of this mini dragon, and while carrying young Yuanming, the speed of driving the tornado is not slow at all. And behind young Yuanming, there is a guy who uses a big-mouthed bat. At this moment, this person is holding the big-mouthed bat and hangs in the air by both feet, rushing to chase. Third place, unexpectedly, was Luo Qingya, and the little girl had a little eagle under her feet at the moment. Although the little eagle is small in stature, Luo Qingya is not too heavy. She can even support it when she carries it on her back for a while. There are a few people in the back, all of them are strangers who usually don't show the mountains and rivers. Usually, they keep a low profile and say nothing, but when it comes to this new student meeting, they are not covering up, and they burst out with potential to compete for the top. However, according to the current trend, it is easy to see that the existence of the top 10 are all using flying-type elves or elves with flying ability, while the elves running on the ground are left behind a lot. Oh. The trainer with the flying attribute elves can't help but feel complacent and feel superior. But the group of trainers who were chasing after them on the ground were also dissatisfied. Could it be that this competition was prepared for the flying-type elves? As long as they can fly, they can compete for the top spot. This is too unfair to others. It flat. But obviously, it is impossible for Galaxy Academy to pass on such a big leak. At the starting point, the seniors and sisters who watched the freshmen's competition couldn't help but raise their mouths with a playful look in their eyes. They have all experienced these, and they naturally know very well what will happen next. It was like counting down some kind of countdown. When the countdown ended, suddenly, a strong storm blew up on the Mount of Difficulties, and those trainers who relied on elves to float in the sky suddenly turned into a stormy sea. The single leaf on the boat was blown to pieces, some people were directly hit the ground by the storm, some people were stunned by the downpour hammer-like bullets, and some people were rolled back without paying attention. Starting point. Soon everyone found that except for a few capable trainers who were still flying in the sky, most of the trainers who flew in the sky had suffered. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 68 Sprint All the Way, 6th More. As for the trainers who had been hurrying on the ground honestly at first, although they were a little slow in their actions, under this catastrophic change, they had also overtaken the trainers who were hurrying in the sky. At this time, even in the top few young Yuanming, Luo Qingya and others did not dare to fly in the sky, but walked back to the ground and climbed the hillside honestly towards the top of the mountain. At the beginning of Qinline City, he ran on the ground riding an armored rhinoceros, so naturally he was not involved much. There are also many traps on the ground. At first, the rainstorm made the wet mountains and forests suddenly become muddy, and the marshes formed quickly. Body. Many people were caught off guard by 040, and reluctantly lost their qualifications to move on. Lin Cheng didn't panic at all, and let the armored rhino use the down skill. As pieces of gravel wine fell from the sky and fell into the muddy swamp in front of them, a trail was paved for walking in an instant, and the armored rhino quickly passed through. Our interested saw this method, and immediately their eyes lit up. They knew that this level of clearance could not rely on brute force, and needed to use elf skills as a coordination. Take materials, use skills to break trees, use trees as bridges, and go through. Just after crossing the muddy road, there were countless angry roars near the mountain range, and I saw countless beasts flying out from the surrounding jungle. Most of them had 1 or 2 stars, although they could not bring fatalities to everyone. Threats and panic, many people were directly eliminated from the game. The students who stayed behind drove the elves and beasts to fight together. Time and violent energy raged, causing the air to roll on the Mount of 100 difficulties. The appearance of all kinds of beasts and the shadows separated most of the trainers' progress. The place where Lin Cheng was there also a ferocious beast attacking from both sides of the aisle. He concentrated on driving the seated iron-armored rhinoceros, and at the same time summoned Ghost Stone to escort him. It is naturally relatively easy for Ghost Stone, who is now a 3-star, to deal with these 1 or 2-star beasts. Of skills such as Shadow Fist, Cloudy Mist, and Shadow of the Night, he forcibly opened up a path for him to walk in the torrent of beasts. At the same time, the experience value is also rising, and Ghost Stone has harvested it to the end during the period, and the experience value is about to reach level 24. Some of the trainers in the back who had followed the example of Lin Cheng to pass the level saw the waves on the walls of Lin Cheng, so they wanted to sit in the back and enjoy the benefits of a fisherman, but unfortunately, this wave of fierce beasts seemed to treat them equally after Lin Cheng opened up a path. Soon there were many fierce beasts on both sides, and they were shocked and flew away, and between these people's unwillingness and wry smiles, they fought with everyone. At this time, the only opponents in front of Lin Cheng were the few high-profile newcomers. Boom! Suddenly, as the crowd accelerated, giant nets appeared blocking them in front of them. These giant nets were not just made of any material, but a powerful training that could measure the strength of the elves of the trainers. You can easily break through with the strength of the elf, and the strength is slightly weaker. You must go through constant collisions to kill the giant net in front of you. Of the strongest rookies with his brows raised his eyebrows in the competition, with a resolute celebration, he drove the elves under him to slam into the defensive net. With his continuous efforts, the net gradually grew broken. He instantly showed a proud look. I Changmo should be ranked in the top 5 of the newcomers. Looking at the group of trainers who were still struggling behind him, he felt a sense of self-confidence. He waited for a moment. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking the air in his ears, and before he turned around, he saw a figure swaying in front of him, but he was not delayed for a moment by the defensive net. The young man couldn't even see the appearance of the person who came. He rubbed his eyes. When he looked at it, the other side only left a back. "Who is this?" the young man said in a dazed voice. Lin Cheng was not at all in the moonlight of the people around him. He just kept driving the iron-armored rhinoceros to speed up. At this time, a layer of spatial fluctuations lingered around him, which was a sign of Paluchia's shot. After that, he ran all the way, and surpassed several freshmen with hidden strengths. Luo Qingya clenched her teeth tightly at this time. She is currently in the top 5 of the freshmen. However, the area in front of her is a bit strange. It seems that there is an invisible pressure coming. The more powerful the elves are here, the more difficult it is to travel under the domain. At this moment, the little fire dragon is surrounded by 30 energy vortexes, making it staggering. As a trainer, she naturally cooperates with the little fire dragon, so that the traveling speed has to be reduced. Come on, little fire dragon, it's going to be exported soon, and your strength will be greatly increased by then. Crack. Seeing that she was about to reach the exit, Luo Qingya's eyes lit up, and she said encouragingly. According to the information she got, this area is a bit strange. It is said that the stronger the elves, the more energy vortexes they carry on their bodies. At the same time, when the energy vortexes are carried to the exit, these energy vortexes will into a baptism and pushes the level of the elf to a higher level. There were only a few people in front of Luo Qingya. At this moment, she was about to pass through, when she heard a sound of stomp. The sound of iron hoofs stomping on was followed, and she saw Lin Cheng riding an iron-armored rhinoceros beside her. Rushed over. I saw that Lin Cheng had a somewhat unexpected smile when he passed by Luo Qingya. As he broke through this area, Luo Qingya was also taken out of this area by the oncoming airflow, and everything was like glass out of thin air. Broken, click, crack, sounded. Luo Qingya was stunned to find that the energy vortex surrounding the Lincheng ironclad rhino had reached more than 90 and there were nearly hundreds of energy vortices. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 69 Mountain Trial, 7th Update. Boom. As soon as the ironclad rhino took the last step, all the energy vortexes turned into real energy and became the experience of the ironclad rhinoceros and Paluchia. Immediately, the head of the iron-armored rhino was upgraded to level 20. 3 stars, just one step away. And Paluchia, among the nearly 100 vortexes, there are 10% of it. Taking this step at this moment, the experience value like a torrent is immediately instilled into its body. The level rose steadily, and when Kankan was on the verge of level 23, it stopped. Lin Cheng's light was bright, and his heart said that the 100 difficulties mountain is also magical, and there is still such a foundation for giving benefits, but unfortunately, Lin Cheng passed the news through the eye of information and learned that this kind of baptism can only be passed after the first pass. Time. Only then can it be effective. Although it can have the effect of exercise in the future, it will not have the miraculous effect of the first time. Luo Qingya stared at Lin Cheng's flashing arc from behind, and stayed for a while, but then she smiled freely. Then, the girl also sensed that her little fire dragon seemed to have grown after going through this change. Lin Cheng continued on his way. Although he didn't care about the qualifications of the 26 first hunting sacrifices, the 1 million contribution points were very tempting to him. Stepped up his speed, he soon saw the person in front of him, and saw Fisha walking 5 times in front of him, showing a flash of fire, galloping ahead. Fried. A person rides on the fried pig, and the fried pig is constantly using energy storage flame attack. With the burst of fire, the speed of stir-frying pigs is increased to the extreme. Charged flame attack. Let the flame cover the whole body, attack the opponent, and at the same time accumulate a part of the amount to increase the speed. In addition to being able to attack the opponent, it is a skill that improves the status. Energy storage flame attack. This skill is really the best to use in this game at this time. Ha, Cha-Chao guessing is very good, just keep this momentum, and surpass the 2 guys in front. Song Haoshan laughed loudly, he felt that this game was tailor-made for him, he didn't win don't think. Excuse me. Along the way, although the sand and stones were constantly flying, which affected his vision, he believed that other people must be in the same situation. Maybe, by the time I pass here, I'll be number 1 unknowingly. As I was thinking this way, suddenly, there seemed to be a gust of wind blowing around me. Song Haoshan was stunned for a moment, thinking, who is catching up with him? Luo Qingya, or Yang Yuanming. Whoosh. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind behind Mt. Song Hao, as if the man had disappeared behind him out of thin air. Quote. I haven't waited for him to respond. A cow groaned in front of him. Song Haoshan was stunned for a moment, and then his scalp became numb, and his eyes suddenly popped out. Lin Cheng. In front of him, Lin Cheng sat on an iron-armored rhinoceros, as if he had brought his own drift. Forward by 1 point is like moving in space. How is that possible? Song Haoshan rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking that he had read it wrong, but as Lin Cheng disappeared, what he saw was that the sand that Lin Cheng had resisted just now photographed him and him head-on. Fried pork noodles. Ah, the dog's eyes of labor and capital, Lin Cheng. You give labor and capital, etc. Facing the shrill screams behind him, Lin Cheng ran in front of him without hesitation. Without knowing it, unconsciously, he had provoked another great enemy. The more you get to the top of the mountain, the more empty you are. Ferocious beasts, many traps, etc. seem to be rarer and rarer, but this does not mean that there are no more. Boom. Suddenly, there was a sound of cracking on the ground, and then, one after another, fierce beasts wearing earth rock armor and three-pointed eyes with upside-down red snake letters emerged from the ground. The eyes of Lin Cheng's message flashed. Open black lens bracket mountain anaconda. Level 24, 3-star beast. 3-star beast. Lin Cheng frowned when he saw this beast. If one or two of these beasts were fine, it would be a little troublesome if there were 5 in a row like now. Not that it can't be beaten, or it will take some time to solve it, but now, time is the most urgent. Seeing that these mountain anacondas were chasing after him, Lin Cheng didn't dare to stop, so he let the armored rhinos use their speed to the limit and went straight to the top of the mountain. The group of people watching the live broadcast outside were all shocked. The mountain anaconda, a 3-star beast, is very threatening to many old students, not to mention these new students. Even stuffed these ominous creatures into Bainin Mountain. When these old students secretly rejoiced that they didn't encounter this vicious creature, they were also a little afraid of the high-ranking people in the academy. And Luo Haonan, who organized the test, smiled and pretended to be annoyed. Oh, I forgot to tell these young people about the 3-star beast this time. It's really bad, but... Young man. More stimulation and more exercise are also good. Behind him, Dean Loli and Vice Dean Lu glanced at each other and shook their heads secretly. With their understanding of the former, they naturally knew that the old guy was deliberately trying to look good, and this time the freshman was a bit of a toss-up. Lin Cheng ran all the way and found that there were all kinds of 3-star beasts on the road. He seemed to know that in such an open space, using the Paluchia space supernatural power would attract attention. Beast and Ghost Stone. Summoned out. With the promotion of the electric shock monster to 2 stars, with his powerful quasi-god aptitude, he also has the power to fight against the 3-star beasts, and the Ghost Stone is even more invincible, and once again radiates an arc of light in a confrontation. Immediately after leveling up to level 24. At the same time, Young Yuanming and an unexpected person were also blocked at the top of the last mountain. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 70 Mini Dragon Open Black Lens Bracket 8th More Close Black Lens Bracket. I really didn't expect that the person who came was not Song Gaoshan, nor Luo Qingya, but you. Yang Yuan's name swept over Shengguan Luyu not far away, and said. It seems that I have too high expectations for the two of Song Haoshan. Facts have proved that even if the Yu Sanjia is summoned, the ones that should be trash are still trash. Young Yuanming was so arrogant and disdainful. Shengguan Luyu frowned and didn't say a word, just forced her elf to pay attention to young Yuanming's every move while moving. HMPH, it looks like you don't care about me at all. Or, do you think you can get to the end by pretending to be so harmless? Young Yuanming's moonlight squinted slightly, and then, he drove the mini dragon to launch an attack. Whoosh! The tornado whistled, it turned into a wind blade and swept over the lamb, the mount that Shengguan Luyu was currently riding. Shengguan Luyu Luli's eyes flickered slightly. Although he seemed to be doing nothing just now, he was actually guarding young Yuanming. When he saw his attack, he immediately shouted, Polygon Beast. The figure of the polygonal beast emerges in the void. Edged, the polygonal beast's body suddenly became angular and hardened. Although this move is a way to increase attack power, at the same time, in actual use, it also has the effect of enhancing defense power. Immediately launched an attack, Phantom Light, after a defensive attack. Dragon's Fury. Boom. Visible blasting air waves swept away. Young Yuanming's eyes were sharp, and he found that Shengguan Luyu was really clumsy. The two of them just met each other's tricks, and he found that the mini dragon didn't get any benefit. It seems that I still have some skills. I hope you can satisfy me. Young Yuanming's eyes always revealed the color of pride. Don't talk too much about young Yuanming. It's hard for you to become a champion, Shengguan Luyu said lightly. Isn't it? Besides you, who else can stand against me now? There is. No, it's already here. Shengguan Luyu seemed to sense something, and there was an imperceptible smile on the corner of her mouth. Miaoyu looked not far away. As Shengguan Luyu's soft voice fell, young Yuanming suddenly found that not far away, there was a figure stepping on the smoke and running towards here. Young Yuanming. In the end, who came here? Apart from the two of them, the rest on Bainan Mountain, as well as the freshmen who had already been scouring, were watching the scene from afar. In the silence of the mountains, the strong wind blew, and the figure of Lin Cheng slowly appeared in everyone's sight. It doesn't look like I'm late yet. Lin Cheng took his head and smiled lightly. Young Yuanming squinted his eyes, but he didn't have no influence on Lin Cheng. After all, Lin Cheng was the only one among the freshmen who was promoted to the Tianzhou list. However, from young Yuanming's point of view, there are too many people on the Tianzhou list. From his perspective, other than the top 50, it can be said that he has never paid attention to it. At this time, Lin Cheng came, and he was only slightly displeased for a moment, and then he said, "Since you are here, let's fight with me with this Shengguan Luyu. I hope you two can let me a little bit satisfy some." Quote. Lin Cheng blinked and looked at the mini dragon beside young Yuanming. Open black lens bracket mini dragon. Level 24, Samsung Pokemon. Qualification: Rare. Attribute: Dragon. Feature: Molt. Skills: Tornado, Dragon's Wrath, Stare, Electromagnetic Wave, Tightness. After reading the attributes of this mini dragon, Lin Cheng's expression immediately became strange. This mini dragon is a rare talent and has a level of 24. It is estimated that it can barely occupy a place in the top 100 of the Tianzhou list. It is estimated that the polygonal beast can give it some hardships. The aptitudes are similar, and the level difference is not too big. The most important thing is the attributes. As the only Pokemon artificially created in modern times in the game, Polygon has two bug-level skills, one is Texture and the other is Texture 2. Texture: ability to convert one's own attributes into learned skills. Texture 2: in order to resist the moves used by the opponent, you can force your own attributes to change. That is to say, if you really fight, and one day the mini dragon attacks the polygonal beast, then according to the skill texture, the polygonal beast will immediately become the Ice attribute, or the Fairy attribute. Pokemon are all pure Dragon attribute miniature dragons, and the one-day battle situation has become like this. Even if the miniature dragon can win, it is estimated that it will take some time. At this moment, this young Yuanming has to challenge Shengguan Luyu. At the same time, to even compete with Lin Cheng, this is obviously an act of death. So Lin Cheng asked with a strange expression, "Are you sure?" Young Yuanming sneered, thinking that Lin Cheng was worried that he would go back on his regrets, and immediately laughed. "The rabble, no matter how many, are not my opponents to young Yuanming, just let the horses come over." Hearing young Yuanming say this, Lin Cheng seemed to be relieved and made eye contact with Shengguan Luyu, then nodded and said lightly, "Well, take it easy, don't be stubborn." "Are you okay, Beg? Stop talking nonsense. If you can pick me up for 20 strokes, I, young Yuanming, will admit you." Before young Yuanming finished the last half sentence, he saw a phantom flashed, and then, like a heavy hammer-like attack like thunder. On the mini dragon. Open black lens bracket dragon melon close black lens bracket. Lin Cheng didn't hold back at all, and when he summoned Paluchia, he immediately let him use the most powerful move among the dragon attribute skills he had mastered before. Immediately, the unsuspecting mini dragon flew out backwards, tumbling on the ground several times, and then, his eyes became dizzy and he lost his ability to fight. After solving the mini Longlan city, without waiting for young Yuanming to react, he said softly to Shengguan Luyu, "Let's go." Shengguan Luyu smiled and nodded, looking at young Yuanming, who was sluggish in place and didn't regain his senses for a while, not to mention how happy he was. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 71 Skill Pavilion, 9th Update. After winning the light battle with young Yuanming, the name of this freshman meeting was also revealed soon. First place. Lin Cheng received 1 million contribution points, a reward for hunting sacrifice qualifications, and a skill book from Galaxy Academy. Second place. Shengguan Luyu, get 9 million contribution points, choose a skill book from Galaxy College. The third place was young Yuanming, who reacted later. It took him a long time to recover when he saw that the mini dragon lost his fighting ability. When he reached the end, Lin Cheng and Shengguan Luyu had already used the teleportation array to leave Bainan Mountain. In the mountains. Celebrate. After accepting the result, young Yuanming's eyes were red, his complexion was extremely pale, and his head was buzzing, as if there was thunder rolling in the sky. Underfoot. Hundreds of times. Especially at the end of Lin Cheng, he seemed to expect his reaction, and said in a comforting tone, "Take it easy, don't be stubborn, take it easy don't be stubborn." These words kept appearing in his mind as if following the 043 circle, his body was trembling with anger, and two words popped out from his teeth, Lin Cheng L. I don't believe that young Yuan's name is a veritable genius. How can you be the first among freshmen to win by sneak attack? Even after the results of the game came out, he still clenched his teeth and waited for Lin. City departs. In the direction of the. Then the fourth place, unexpectedly, was Luo Qingya. After this delicate little girl ran to the finish line, she realized that she seemed to be in the top 5. The first place is that of Songhao Mountain. This young man who seems to be a big man is not convinced by Lin Cheng. It is also what Lin Cheng had in mind before, and he was directly overtaken by Luo Qingya and fell to the 5th place. At the foot of Bainan Mountain, the awards are being given at this time, and there are countless eyes watching the top 5 in this competition. Although the final battle between young Yuanming and Lin Cheng was a bit weird, some people still raised their palms and applauded vigorously, and the applause seemed to spread, and then it was overwhelming on this day. Reverberating. The rise of Lin Cheng, the unexpected Shengguan Luyu, and young Yuanming, who was just a millimeter away, made up the dramatic beginning and end of this freshman conference. Although many people still refused to admit it, Lin Cheng was indeed the first among the freshmen at this moment. Little brother Lin Cheng, you deserve to be in our dormitory. Bai Xinyu, like a little white rabbit, jumped up and down to applaud Lin Cheng. Even though she was a senior, she kept claiming that Lin Cheng was the little brother. Here around. Everyone laughed bitterly. Who was standing on the podium, and then slowly retracted the moonlight, as if this person could touch his eyes, and slowly left. The next day, when the sun rose in the early morning, Lin Cheng and others won the top 5 freshmen in the conference, so they went to the house of Galaxy Academy early. Today is the day they selected the skill book from the Galaxy Academy reward. Galaxy Academy has a long heritage and naturally has its own skill pavilion. Looking at the skill pavilion like a tower in front of him, Lin Cheng was quite shocked. How many skill books are collected in this skill pavilion? Usually, there is no skill book in Galaxy Academy that can be used for free, even if it is the most low-level skill book with only 10 or 20 skills in the game. It is impossible for you to learn for free, you can only rely on you. Earn enough contribution points, CGAD, by yourself, and then go in an exchange. This is also the reason why the students of the entire academy are always working hard for their contribution points. Because of the contribution points, you can get skills, get materials for leveling up, get elf food and even more elves. At the same time, there is also a legend that in the skill pavilion of Galaxy Academy. It seems that there is a hidden business in the Dark Pavilion. There are more coveted skill books in the Dark Pavilion. However, this place is different from the skill pavilion of Galaxy Academy. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can exchange for anything in the skill pavilion, but this dark pavilion is not something you can enter if you want. Heard that if you want to enter this dark pavilion, you have to pass the approval of the elves in a certain skill pavilion. Lin Cheng set out from the dormitory together with Shengguan Luyu, but later, on the way, he met Luo Qingye. Luo Qingye and Lin Cheng looked at each other with a warm smile in the moonlight. Looking at Shengguan Luyu's wonderful eyes, there is also a strange look. Whoosh! Not long after the three arrived at the skill pavilion, there was also a sound of breaking wind in the other two directions. In the end, the people who landed on the square were Yang Yuanming and Song Haoshan. The two of them came on the road each riding an elves. As soon as the two had two pairs of eyes, they stared at Lin Cheng, their hands clenched into fists, their eyes full of gloom and anger. Lin Cheng didn't care, as if he didn't see it, just chatting and laughing with Luo Qingye and Shengguan Luyu beside him. Just when everyone was about to enter the skills pavilion, a delicate stretching voice rang in their ears. "Aiya, why are you all here so early? The dean hasn't rested yet." Ji Yu Xingzu's unique and charming voice echoed. The five immediately bowed politely and said, "I have seen the dean of the school." Seeing that the students were so respectful to himself, Ji Yu Xingqing also smiled quite contentedly in his heart. No gift, tilde. Dean lowly swept his eyes over everyone while waving his hair at everyone, and finally stopped at Lin Cheng. After looking at it with a smile for a long time, he nodded and said, "Well, not long after entering the academy, you have a 3-star strength and you are still an unregistered elf. Little guy, you have a bright future. The dean of this academy is optimistic." Yo. Saying that, the head of Lolita stood on tiptoe and wanted to touch Lin Cheng's brain. Working hard for a while, it was not easy to reach it. When the dean reached Lin Cheng's brain, he showed a bright smile with a sense of accomplishment. And Lin Cheng's heart is. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 72 Dark Pavilion 10th Update. Well, now that everyone is here, let's get ready to enter the Skills Pavilion. Ji Yuxing then waved his small hand, and immediately, the door of the Skill Pavilion in front of him was pushed open. Shoot! As a burst of heavy metal doors resounded, an arc of light flashed out from the two doors. These arcs irradiated Guxing Lincheng and the others one by one, as if confirming the identity of everyone. Covering everyone, teleporting like it. Eyes lit up, and when everyone came back to their senses, they found that they were already in a sea of books. Looking around, they were full of bookcases and books. There was a little starlight on these books. One floor. The spread of layers, like a vast galaxy, extends to the end of the line of sight. It was the first time for Lin Cheng and others to come to such a place, and they were immediately a little surprised. Obviously, it could be seen with the naked eye that these books were not vulgar. Ji Yuxing was very satisfied with everyone's astonished expressions. After all, she was the dean of Starry Sky Academy, and the skill pavilion of Starry Sky Academy was like her collection. Some people saw their own collection with a surprised expression. She is naturally very happy. He lifted his pointed snow-white chin a little and said proudly, "Most of the books here are skill books, and at the same time, some of them are secret first-class elves in the illustrated book, and they don't open their knowledge to the public. Most can be found. When you touch the light curtain around this package of books, you can find out about the content of the book. However, if you want to read it completely, you need to pierce this light curtain, and when this light curtain is pierced, also on behalf of this time, you have decided to borrow the book." Ji Yuxing briefly described the rules of this skill pavilion, and there are some contents that do not need to be repeated. Most trainers understand it. Example, a Pokemon should learn skills that depend on its own attributes. Even if you want to learn skills across attributes, you should also consider compatibility. You are a water-type elf, and it doesn't matter if you learn ice-type skills. Want to learn the fire attribute and the electrical department have a pit in their brains. If they can't learn, don't blame others. These are the common sense things that elves trainers know at the very least. At the same time, the power of the skill also needs to be judged and pondered by the trainer. Example, if you want to learn a fire attribute skill, there are two skills, spark and spray flame. If you choose a spark, you will also pinch your nose to recognize it. Oh, by the way, Jiyu Xingzu interrupted when everyone was eager to try it out and was about to select skills. You must have heard about the fact that our school's skills pavilion has a dark pavilion, right? Everyone's expressions froze, and they didn't understand what Jiyu Xingzu said at this time. The head of Lolita smiled and rolled the big eyes of the ghost spirits and said, I can tell you about this in advance. It's true tilde if you really have a way to find the dark pavilion in the school, then congratulations you. Slightly, you can see more precious things. So far, you can work hard. By the way, you can stay in the skill map for a day, don't waste it, just Zhangzi, bye-bye. After Ji Yuxing finished speaking, he summoned a superpower attribute. Daewoo monster only resembles an elf that looks like an alien. The light on the big treasure monster's head flickered, and then, he used a teleportation to teleport the head of Lolita away in front of everyone. Only this group of 5 people is left. Go. Lin Cheng and Shangguan Luyu and Luo Qingye glanced at each other, and immediately swept out and searched the bookcases in different directions. In the corner where everyone was not paying attention, Jiyu Xingzu looked at the 5 students and smiled, as if there was a mischievous look in the light. It's not an easy thing for you to find the dark pavilion in the academy. Lin Cheng didn't have the slightest intention of taking time. After breaking up with Luo Qingye and the others, he quickly flipped through a book at this level, second order, and almost every spot that caught his eye without letting go of it. Every time I touch a book, a message comes to my mind. Harsh sound. Make a deafening sound, which can greatly weaken the opponent's defense. Debuff auxiliary skill in the game, but in reality, it is a skill with a small amount of attack power. Once you are proficient in using it, you can completely use the sound wave to attack the opponent to achieve the effect of hurting the opponent. 0. Without any hesitation, Lin Cheng released the skill book, and then the book would slowly float to the original position of the prefab. Hardening. It can harden the body and achieve the effect of improving defense. Open black lens bracket reflection wall close black lens bracket open black lens bracket tongue licking close black lens bracket. There are a lot of various skills passing in front of Lin Cheng, but he is not too interested. The most powerful skill book he has seen so far is Self-Explosion. This skill needs no explanation. It is a double-edged sword that uses all its physical strength as a medium to attack the opponent. However, Lin Cheng did not have an elves who could learn this skill. At the same time, this kind of fighting method of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 was not what he hoped, so he decided to abandon it. It seems that to find a really useful skill book, it should be in the Dark Pavilion that the Lolita Academy said. Lin Cheng thought so, and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened it, there was an imperceptible stream of light data fluttering. These skill books can know their names even without touching them. Also, Lin Cheng was a little surprised to find that in this place, besides the 5 of them, there seemed to be elves. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 73 Correct Way to Open 11th More. So Nancy. Suddenly, in a corner, a small head probed, and when Lin Cheng's light swept across, he seemed to be frightened and immediately shrank back. Seeing this, Lin Cheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, close black lens bracket. I still need the cooperation of the local residents. And in the current situation, did they want to play hide and seek? Under the exploration of the eye of information, these originally petite and inconspicuous little things had nowhere to hide and did not spend much effort. Lin Cheng easily turned to the back of it, and while it was not paying attention, he lifted it up. Come out. Whoosh Nancy. This little guy has a blue body and a small black tail. There are things on the tail that look like eyes. There are 2 pairs of 043 arms that look like hands and ears, and his expression is always smiling. Even if he was caught by Lin Cheng, he remained cheerful. This little thing is actually the little real Wang of cheerful Pokemon. Lin Cheng poked the little guy's head in his hand, and said with a wicked smile, "Little thing, why are you following me?" Whoosh, whoosh Nancy. Although the little guy seemed a little panicked and looked unnatural, he didn't mean to divulge any information. Seeing this, Lin Cheng said indifferently, "Oh, if you don't want to say it, I will continue to look for your other friends. I think you should know a lot when you all gather together." Xiao Guan was stunned for a moment, as if Lin Cheng knew about the existence of other guards. Lin Cheng first stuffed Xiao Guan Wang Xian into the elf bag and began to look for other elf hidden in the skill pavilion. Soon Lin Cheng found the second little guy on the second floor. It was a bell ringing. The shape was the same as the bell, and it was tied with a pair of shrine-like ropes. The little guy was more cooperative than Xiao Guan, and after being caught by Lin Cheng, he didn't struggle to avoid it. Instead he gave Lin Cheng some hints with a chuckle, and pointed to a certain direction above. Lin Cheng nodded in understanding, and stuffed the bell into the elf bag first. At this time, in the gorgeous Starlight Skill Pavilion, everyone was desperately searching for a skill book that they could use. Among them, Yang Yuanming, Song Haoshan and others who had a grudge against Lin Cheng were the most crazy. In less than half a day, their eyes were already covered with bloodshots. Suddenly, Yang Yuanming's eyes lit up as if he had found some powerful skill, and then the corners of his mouth grinned. "Lin Cheng. When my elf learns this skill, we will see if you will die." Whoosh. While muttering, a figure suddenly passed by. Yang Yuanming immediately recognized it. This figure was Lin Cheng, although he didn't know what the other party was doing, but the other party didn't seem to have found any powerful skills, otherwise. You don't have to run around in such a hurry. Sure enough, mediocre people are mediocre people. Even if they were one step ahead before, it was only temporary. Yang Yuanming said proudly in his heart. Others were also somewhat puzzled by Lin Cheng's actions. "Lin Cheng, what are you doing?" Luo Qingye called out to Lin Cheng curiously. Lin Cheng smiled and did not explain. After all, finding these elves to open the dark was just his guess. Luo Qingye just pretended that Lin Cheng didn't find a useful skill, and immediately handed a skill book that she liked to Lin Cheng. "Are you satisfied with this?" Lin Cheng subconsciously took it and took a look. Flame Fist. Gather the flames on the fist, and launch an attack to kill the opponent, and the opponent has a chance to put the opponent into a burning state. Close black lens bracket. Fire attribute. Physical attack is a mid-range skill. It is a skill that can be learned by all kinds of fire attributes and even Pokemon with obvious hands and feet. Example, in the Lincheng team, Ghost Stone, Electric Shock Monster, Paluchia, and the Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus after Tai Li Qisheng evolved, can all learn this skill. The same is true for Luo Qingye. If her little fire dragon can learn this skill, it will definitely be even more powerful. That's right, with this skill, your little fire dragon's strength will definitely increase a lot. Lin Cheng said with a flash of eyes, and by the way handed the skill back to Luo Qingye. But Luo Qingye somehow shook her head and said, "Since Lin Cheng is like this, you should accept this skill first." Lin Cheng was stunned for a moment and then instantly understood what Luo Qingye meant, thinking that this girl thought she couldn't find a good skill, so she was running around in the skill pavilion. The girl's head. Lin Cheng returned the flaming fist to Luo Qingye in a daze, and said softly, "Take this skill first. If I find out that it is so powerful later, you will change it." Afraid of girls. Worried, Lin Cheng then whispered, secretly tell you, I am looking for the dark pavilion now. Luo Qingya's eyes widened a little. Under the surprised gaze of the other party, Lin Cheng waved at her and continued to look for the third hidden elf. Oh, I didn't expect that this time, some little guys will really notice these guardian elves. The ancient star did not leave at all, and has been watching the 5 people silently. At this time, Lin Cheng listed some strange actions, naturally attracted her attention. This little guy's eyes are really vicious, as if he directly knows where those elves are. After muttering a few words, Jiyu Xingzu stopped talking and continued to observe secretly. Lin Cheng soon found the third little guy, a nonsense potted plant. Pots are strange. Bullshit 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 03. Nonsense potted plants keep, nonsense. Lin Cheng didn't hesitate and continued to stuff it into his bag. Looking for a fourth. Magic Nini, an elf wearing pink clothes and a clown nose. It is said that when it acquires the imitate skill, its body will complete the transformation and evolve into a sucker golem. Lin Cheng caught all 4 in a row and put them in a relatively open place, saying, well, if there is any trick, I think you can use it now. The 4 little guys looked at each other, but then squeaked and laughed. Lin Cheng didn't know why. Suddenly, he seemed to hear the laughter of these 4 little guys. In the library, another elf woke up. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 74 Inverse Scale 12th Update. Rather than. It's the key ring. An elf with the appearance of a key ring appeared in front of Lin Cheng. When this little guy appeared, Lin Cheng immediately saw that all kinds of books turned into a stream of light like a storm, and revolved around the key ring, as he gently used a key on his body to make it empty. Immediately, these light streams turned into a vortex and absorbed Lin Cheng into it. Then all the disturbances subsided, and the 5 elves dispersed again. The entire skill pavilion was as if nothing had happened, but Lin Cheng disappeared in place. The ancient star's pair of shuiling scorpions stared at the boss, and seemed to be very curious about what kind of skill book Lin Cheng would bring out there. Chi. The light spots in front of him converged into a vortex. Lin Cheng floated in the center of the vortex, opened his eyes. Surrounded by the vast Wangyang Shuai Storm 26. These are. Lin Cheng's eyes showed a bright light, and he soon realized that he should have come to the legendary Dark Pavilion for a while, and then reached out to touch those skill books, but suddenly found that his fingers were slightly pain. Lin Cheng summoned Paluchia with a wave of his hand. Paluchia, grab this skill book for me. Lin Cheng ordered. Swish. Paluchia took a step forward, and the melon seeds penetrated into the light cluster like lightning, and there was a sound of CC immediately. Soon a book was caught. My dear, Lin Cheng smiled and took the skill book from Kong Paluchia. Consciousness looked inside, and immediately noticed a message flooding into his mind. Open black lens bracket million-ton punch. Attack your opponent with powerful fists close black lens bracket. It's a very simple effect, but its power is even stronger than the flame fist. You must know that Flaming Fist is already a very top-notch existence in the skill pavilion, but I did not expect that there are many skills that are stronger than Flaming Fist here. In the first few generations of the game, when skills were relatively poor, Million-Ton Punch could be regarded as a graduation skill. Lin Cheng was stunned for a moment, and his heart was both happy and surprised. Naturally, he was overjoyed that the power of this Million-Ton Punch was naturally such as the existence of Million-Ton Punch. Here, it is only very common. Gain skills. With a light group larger than Million-Ton Punch are everywhere. It is obvious that these skills are comparable to and surpassed. Lin Cheng stared at the Million-Ton Punch in his hand. The moonlight flickered for a moment, and finally decided to take a look. Paluchia, I'm sorry to bother you, Paluchia is Lin Cheng's natal elf, so he naturally understood Lin Cheng's meaning instantly. He waved his palm, he controlled the power of space, and soon, he pulled out several skill books and displayed them in front of Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng started to slowly scroll through the blobs of light in front of him. Hell rolling, monster power, climbing waterfall, surfing, spraying flame worker. Unexpectedly, it is a hard-to-find mid-range peak skill in the outside world. In this dark pavilion, it is everywhere. Lin Cheng was dazzled, and suddenly, he found that in the deepest part of this vortex, there seemed to be a purple halo. That halo was naturally formed by a skill book. In the dark, Lin Cheng and Paluchia Zipping were both influenced by this book. Paluchia stretched out the melon seeds to release the power of space and sucked. Immediately, this skill book appeared in front of Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng gently stroked the book and felt the vibration from the skill book. And this skill book is called Reverse Scale. In Lin Cheng's eyes, there is no reason, his expression is condensed, there is no reason, and finally he crushes the light of this skill book. This means that this time he selects the skill book link and ends here. Swish. Lin Cheng's figure reappeared in the skill pavilion. Holding in his hand is the Reverse Scale skill book. Perhaps when it appeared, there was a lot of noise, and all of a sudden, the 4 people in the skill pavilion were attracted. Lin Cheng, what's wrong with you? Luo Qingya, Shengguan Luyu and other people who had a good relationship with Lin Cheng immediately stepped forward and asked. Song Haoshan and Yang Yuanming were disturbed and displeased. At the same time, there was a round of applause from far to near. Nice nice. To be able to enter the dark pavilion for the first time, little guy, your name is remembered by the dean of this school, Lin Cheng, right? The head of the Lolita Academy looked at Lin Cheng with great satisfaction and said with satisfaction. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately opened their eyes. Headmaster, you just said, this guy Lin Cheng went to the dark pavilion. Yang Yuanming really had some ears that couldn't believe his own. Head Loli nodded and said with certainty, not bad. Then, regardless of Yang Yuanming's stunned expression, he said to Lin Cheng, then, what skills did you get in it? Let's take a look at this dean. Lin Cheng stroked his cheeks, knowing that if he wanted to borrow this thing, it would definitely be registered, but he couldn't hide it, so he generously handed it to the head of Lolita to have a look. When Ji Yu Xingzu saw the name of this skill book, her expression was also a little shocked. She looked at Lin Cheng, and then at the inverse scale skill book in her hand, and finally smiled relievedly and said, look at it. Here is yours too. Chance, I didn't expect that this skill book would still be hidden in our dark pavilion. Ji Yuxing looked at the reverse scale skill book in front of him with some emotion, and said, you also know that this skill pavilion is a facility that has existed since the establishment of Galaxy Academy. It is a space opened up by unknown totems, and there are various magical skills in it, some of which even the Academy cannot clearly count. Lin Cheng heard the cold sweat on his ears, and muttered in his heart, the dean of the school should not plan to take back that Nay scale skill book, right? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 75 High-level skills are given away, first update. Seeming to seduce Lin Cheng's thoughts, the dean of the school gave him a lovely sidelong glance and said with a smile, "Don't worry, since you got it, then there is a natural reason for you to hand it over. Follow the above process to exercise, and strive to learn." Learning the skill book of successes. After saying that, I threw the knee scales to Lin Cheng. There are a lot of college principals. Lin Cheng took the skill book, heaved a sigh of relief, and thanked him sincerely. Head Loli waved her hand to indicate that it was all right, and was about to leave. At this time, I heard Lin Cheng say to Luo Qingya and Shengguan Luyu, "I was in the dark pavilion just now, and I grabbed 2 skill books for you. Are you satisfied? Speaking, he handed out a book of Fire Element, Big Character Exploding Flame, and a book of Spiritual Strong Mind. One of these 2 skills is a high-stage Fire attribute skill. The other is also a high-stage Superpower attribute skill. At this time, it was treated as cabbage by Lin Cheng, who gave it to Luo Qingye and Shengguan Luyu respectively. Not only Yang Yuanming and the 2 were stunned, but Ji Yu Xingzu, who had not gone far, was also caught in this wave of manipulations. Without breaking the light group, he took out 2 skills. Maybe this is an unimaginable thing to others, but it is not difficult for Lin Cheng, because, isn't it just a space, Paluchia's dignified space beast, is it possible that it will be regulated by a space bind? Ji Yu Xingqing was puzzled for a moment and finally shook his head and walked away without a moment's notice, but he left an impression on Lin Cheng from the bottom of his heart. Luo Qingye and the 2, holding the skill book in their hands, were stunned for a moment, and their faces instantly showed joy. It's really that the skill book that Lin Cheng took out is too precious. The big characters are bursting. Not to mention, the fire attribute can be called a skill like a small mystery. Simply killing the flame fist in an instant is more powerful than spraying flames. Do not. Phew. And spiritual strength is a symbol of superpower high-level skills, because the superpower ghost attribute has been instinctively feared since the beginning of human beings, so this kind of skills is more rare in development than as water, fire, and electricity are very precious. Although the power of mental strength is slightly weaker than that of the big character explosion, if it is used properly, it can completely use the power of the mind to play the opponent dry and applaud, and it will not be able to use the skills. There is a chance to reduce the effect of the opponent's special defense. Shengguan Luyu came from a big family, and when he took over this skill, he was a little grateful, but nothing at all. But Luo Qingye was a little worried. Can this skill really be accepted? Luo Qingye said timidly. Lin Cheng smiled and said, this is natural. I have already selected the skills. If you don't want me to bring them out from the dark pavilion, it will be useless. After some remarks, Luo Qingye and Shengguan Luyu both took over the skill book. Therefore, the selection of skill books for the 3 of them is considered to be over. Little. Only Yang Yuanming and Song Haoshan were left, still in the skill pavilion with red eyes and bloodshot eyes. They continued to look for the skill book. There were also 5 ancient Pokemon, snickering at them. After choosing the skills, the 3 of them prepared to go back and consolidate their learning skills. Luo Qingye and Lin Cheng were not in the same direction and left early. Lin Cheng and Shengguan Luyu walked towards the dormitory together. 127. Along the way, Shengguan Luyu's expression seemed to be a little unusual, and those watery eyes often glanced at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng was a little puzzled by what he saw, and then he looked back. Just about April. The other party's cheeks were as delicate as porcelain. Looking at it from such a close distance, Rencheng Lincheng felt a little throbbing in his heart, but he was immediately suppressed by him, thinking Lincheng, this is a boy's paper, but this boy's paper seems a little too playful, doesn't it? Facing Lin Cheng's hot attention, Shengguan Luyu couldn't stand it, and immediately turned her head with red ears. Brother Lin, why are you looking at me like this? Lin Cheng blinked his eyes, as if Ben turned his head and said, oh. Then Zipping said casually in order to change the subject, I just think Luyu is a little outrageous for your handsomeness. Huh, Shengguan Luyu smiled strangely, his eyes as bright as stars looked at Lin Cheng again, and said in a quiet tone like a deep pool, what kind of handsome am I? It's not always on Brother Lin. When Lin Cheng heard this, he secretly thought that this guy must be Luo Qingye's idea, right? Immediately, he said with a strange expression, you shouldn't be treating others Luo Qingye. Shengguan Luyu was stunned for a while, then she reacted after a while, giggled and chuckled, ignoring Lin Cheng's strange eyes, and walked in front alone, and after a while said, if I really think so, Brother Lin, will you help me? Spoon. Lin Cheng remained silent. To be honest, it was only at the beginning of the last trial. He still cared about Luo Qingya, who was timid. Shengguan Luyu. When he said that he wanted to chase Luo Qingya, it was inevitable that he would have to wait for a new student to respond, but he didn't know how to respond. Shengguan Luyu Sheng's 7 orifices and exquisite heart looked at Lin Cheng's expression, and he knew what he was thinking. How about Bai Xinyu? Very happy to see Lin Cheng and the two come back. Did you see any good skills when you went to the skills pavilion this time? Shengguan Luyu smiled and said, thanks to Brother Lin, I also obtained this high-level superpower attribute skill book this time. Saying that, he took out the mental strength. Bai Xinyu immediately screamed. By the way, what did you just say? Thanks to little brother Lin Cheng? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 76 College 3rd, 2nd Update. Shengguan Luyu didn't answer, just smiled and looked at Lin Cheng from Ziguang. Lin Cheng didn't have any intention of concealing it from the people in the dormitory, and said directly, it's nothing, it's just that I entered the dark pavilion and got a few skill books from it. What? Bai Xinyu flickered in the moonlight, and then asked curiously, hey, little brother Lin Cheng, don't you know how to enter the dark pavilion? Tell me. Ellipsis. Sometime after acquiring the skills, Lin Cheng conducted some special training. The purpose, of course, is to be able to learn reverse scale. For the academy to practice. On this day, Lin Cheng also went there, spent 50 contribution points, rented a suitable sized training ground for 5 days, and started his training. With the dragon plus water attributes, Paluchia's aptitude as a divine beast, and his 047 practice is not difficult for him. However, unlike games that can be learned with one click, learning skills in real life still requires some exercise. First of all, engrave a series of words in the inverse scale skill book into Paluchia's mind. This step is very simple. When Paluchia opens the skill book, the words on the book turn into streamers and drills. Into the Lucia's mind. Then it is to learn an exercise in the above way. If you can learn it, then the elves can use this skill later. If you can't learn it, you can only give up, or buy a few skill books and continue to learn. But obviously, there is no chance for Lin Cheng to restudy. This inverse scale is similar to the solitary existence in Galaxy Academy. At the same time, Lin Cheng learned that this skill is different from the attack method in the game. In reality, this skill is close to a status skill. After falling into the reverse scale state, the Pokemon CGAD using this skill will fall into a state of madness, and the attack power, speed, and defense power will be greatly increased. Light after a round of stun effect, it can also be ignored. In this state, the elves can almost destroy all enemies. However, they also have a very fatal weakness, that is, when the reverse scale state lasts for a period of time. The elves will fall into a state of chaos, and the elves who fall into the state of chaos will become indiscriminately interrupted by the enemy. Although the disadvantages are not small, the lethality is also not small. To sum up, this is a skill worth learning. This learning process is that the trainer cannot give any help to the elves, and can only rely on the elves themselves, so the process is very boring. Paluchia also seemed to be in a state of panic, and there was no movement for a long time. Fortunately, the Emperor paid off, and in the evening of this day, there was finally a movement. Paluchia's whole body burned with a dragon soul. As the dragon soul roared, Lin Cheng immediately discovered that Paluchia's aura had suddenly skyrocketed several times. Call. With a wave of hands, a dragon melon is cut out. Puff. On the training ground in front of him, 5 deep camp canals appeared immediately. Of this dragon claw is many times stronger than before. Okay then, Let's try the dragon breath. Lin Cheng saw his heart and immediately ordered again. Hula. The cyan breath blew out and shook the training ground into a frenzy. The other academies in the practice ground were all shocked by the movement, and they all looked around to see where the movement came from. Star Elf and its aptitude is the power of the skills released by the divine beast, which is comparable to 5-star. Everyone whispered for a while, but they didn't pursue it too much. After all, the person who can make such an attack is also a famous person in the college's Tianzhou list who disturbs the other party's exercise, which will cause the other party's hatred. But some people will swallow it, but not everyone will. For example, a certain mysterious cultivator, a certain girl who ranked 3rd in the Academy's arrogance list, was extremely annoyed at the moment. For the upcoming hunting festival in the Academy, she quickly completed the mission and rushed back from the outside of the cluster. Then she thought about making some preparations, so she learned the sweet scent skill from a grass-type rosebud. Maybe it was because of Rosebud's qualifications, or maybe it was because of luck that I failed 2 consecutive teachings. This is the 3rd time, and it is also the girl's last sweet scent skill book. That Rosebud can learn this skill for the last time. Maybe it's in response to the girl's expectation. Rosebud is really working hard this time in her studies. Seeing that she is about to succeed in her studies, she will shine with the bright light of success in her studies. Light, but in the shock just now, was surprised, which led to the failure of the last sweet aroma skill learning. Immediately, the girl was furious and wanted to find the perpetrator just now to vent her anger. It may be very difficult for others to find someone in this practice room, but she is the 3rd in the Academy, but it is easy. Directly using her top 10 rights on the Tianzhou list, Lin Cheng, who had just caused the movement, was corrected in minutes. Yes, in this practice room, even if there was a wave, it made more people feel less calm. However, after everyone knew that the person who caused the uproar was the 3rd in the Academy's arrogance list, they could only hold their noses and admit that they were unlucky. The 3rd lunar moon in the college Tianzhou list. As the name suggests, in the eyes of everyone, this ant is an existence in the underworld. Mingqi often wears a long black dress, which is close to the body, which is convenient for exercise, but also outlines her figure. The hardware is perfect and neat, and her face is even more radiant. If it wasn't for a woman who wanted to come here with a fierce name. In the Academy, the number of suitors will definitely double again. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 77 Moon Strikes. Open black lens bracket 3rd update close black lens bracket. At this time, San Chao's face was covered with a layer of suffocating aura, which made people not dare to approach easily. Everyone is naturally dissatisfied with her domineering search, and even secretly accuses her. Although Mingji is considered to act as she wants and does not flatter everyone's opinions, she will always be a little annoyed, and these annoyed emotions are all over her head. It was buckled on Lin Cheng. It's all my fault that this is called Lin Cheng Xincheng. But this guy will be released soon, and we can just watch the show. Hey, I heard that this kid is in the limelight recently. Not only did he repair the first door, but he also won the first place for newcomers. These are nothing. Do you know the next hunting festival? The number of places is extremely limited, but this guy, Vice President Liu gave him a place when he first entered the academy. Then it looks like this guy is a related family. Then let Mingqi repair him this time, but it can make people breathe out. Of course, there are also people who are on Mingyu's side. They think that Lin Cheng is flashy and too jumpy as a freshman. And these people, Mingyu didn't pay much attention to them. She just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. As for the next thing, as long as the new student's attitude is correct, she will not be too embarrassed, and she will be too lazy to worry about a new student. Lin Chang, come out for me. Lin Chang, who was in the practice room under Mingyu's delicate voice, naturally heard it. For a while. Crack. Door opened. Lin Chang vaguely guessed something when he silently looked at a large group of people around him. But he doesn't think he's going too far, doesn't he? Isn't he? It's just that there is some movement around the practice room. It's the people here who say how strong the practice room here is. That's how he exercised in it. Forget it. After this time, the next exercise will be a place where there is no smoke. Galaxy Academy covers a huge area, and it is not difficult to find such a place. So he said lightly, sorry for disturbing everyone, I'll leave now. After saying that, I'm ready to lift my legs and leave. However, before the front foot stepped out of the door of the practice room, you stopped him. Wait, when you did something wrong, just prepare to say sorry and end it. Lin Chang glanced at Mingyu, who stood up to question, and realized that this woman was probably the leader of these people, frowning, and said indifferently, I asked myself that I did something wrong, so I apologized when I said something, but the same. You also came to harass me without my permission. After all, Lin Chang walked out of the practice room with a clear conscience. Yu Chao's face was black again, and she was even more annoyed by Lin Chang's nonchalant words. You're a freshman with sharp teeth and a sharp mouth, but you think that your freshman number 1 can run wild in front of me? Lin Chang didn't answer, and walked out on his own. Was even more annoyed when she saw that the other party ignored her. Snapped. Immediately, without further ado, a fire elf was summoned with a shot of the elf bag. Boom. Immediately, the energy was burning with flames, so hot that the students who were close to them all retreated one after another. Open black lens bracket fire spirit. Level 30 Samsung Pokemon. Qualification. Rare. Attribute fire. Trait ignition. Skills. Flame vortex, lightning flash, flame teeth, bite, charged flame attack. When Lin Chang saw this level of elves, his pupils shrank immediately, and a cold light flashed from his black eyes. Strength close to 4 stars. This woman is obviously not a mediocre person, but her rudeness made him a little annoyed. Immediately, he waved his hand and summoned Paluchia. The flames rose, and the opponent used energy storage flame attack as soon as they came up. Lightning fast. Paluchia did not attack first. After all, some skills around the training room could not be used at all. So first, he used his spatial ability to escape with Lin Chang. 1. Mingyu snorted softly, although the other party fled, but she was relying on amazing senses. Realizing that the other party should not have run too far, he immediately chased after the fire spirit. Boom. It was another powerful flame vortex, and the burning air was a little distorted. Lin Chang and Paluchia walk out of space. At this time, they were near an artificial lake. Looking at Ming Chao, who was walking slowly, his eyes were also condensed, and he said coldly, "What do you want?" There was some impatience in his voice. The other party was so aggressive. He was also a little rude. If it wasn't for the high level of the other party's fire elf, he would have been a master on the Tianzhou list, and he didn't want to be too showy. This guy. You wasted my sweet scent skill book. I will naturally come and find some price. Mingyu can also realize that the other party seems to be very strong. At this time, in addition to trying to help Rosebud find the scene, she is still want to test. What the hell is this new guy doing? 0. I'll pay, just report the contribution point directly. Lin Chang said lightly that although Sweet Scent is an auxiliary skill, it is still quite expensive because of its special effects. However, this is not an unreasonable amount for Lin Chang, who won the first place in the freshman conference. Said very casually. HMPH, do you think that Miss Ben will be short of money for a skill book? However, in meditation, this Lin Chang felt as if he was giving to himself, and his self-esteem was immediately stabbed. Even more, order the fire spirit to launch a violent attack. Lightning flash. Lightning fast attack followed by an oncoming move of flaming fang. Paluchia seeds flickered, resisting this move. HMPH, it seems that you are still somewhat capable, and being able to block my Fire Elf's move means that your first gold content as a freshman is not bad, but I can sense that you are looking down on your lack of effort. Me. The first half of Mingyu's sentence was still somewhat optimistic, and the second half of the sentence immediately became air-conditioned. Shi Mingyu shot, even if she is the number 1 in the Tianzhou list, she still has to be in awe of 3 points, but this forest city, it's still inappropriate. Once thing. Today's fight, you just obediently show me all your cards, otherwise, Miss Ben will even beat you 3 times. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 78 vs. Moon 4th more. Lin Cheng slowly raised his head, and in his black eyes, there was also a hint of anger. The Bodhisattva had a 3-point earthly nature and the opponent was so aggressive that he didn't want to keep his hands. Paluchia, teach this woman a lesson. Boom. Getting the letter of approval, Paluchia will naturally not be merciful, and with a wave of his hand, he will press the force of gravity on the Fire Elf. The Fire Elf, who was originally fast-moving, instantly seemed to be crushed by a mountain, staggering and tumbling to the ground. Gem power. The rain of gems scattered all over the sky, like a torrential rain, the fire spirit that was originally monstrous, the flames all over the body instantly extinguished. Gem power is a rock attribute move that deals double damage to fire spirits. Ow! Immediately, the Fire Elf wailed and lost the ability to fight. 050, Mingyu's beautiful big eyes were full of surprise. She really didn't expect that there would be someone in the new student who could defeat her own Fire Elf with one move. Although this Fire Elf is not his main pet, his life pet, but it is only 1 level away from the 4 stars. Thinking of Lin Cheng's strength, and thinking of his previous style of avoiding war, he didn't come, and he was a little annoyed that this freshman dared to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger on his head. Paluchia defeated the fire spirit and gained 9,888 experience points. Paluchia upgrades to level 23, up to 18,000 inches. Now your elf has lost its fighting ability, so you should take this as a warning and don't provoke me again. Seeing that the Fire Elf lost its fighting ability, Lin Cheng thought that the girl would be ready to take back the handkerchief. Rukia. Unexpectedly, Mingyu is like an angry kitten at this time, staring at him with wide eyes. You want to run after you win a game. How can it be so easy? No matter what the reason is, at this moment, in Yu's heart, he already hates Lin Chengji. This person is clearly watching his own joke. He patted the elf bag again. This time, the level of the elf summoned by the girl surprised Lin Cheng even more. Open black lens bracket Sun Elf. Level 36, 4-star Pokemon. Qualification: Rare. Attribute: Superpower. Feature: Magic Mirror. Skills: Psychic Power, Flash of Electric Light, High-Speed Stars, Phantom Light, Predicting the Future, Morning Light, Mental Shock. 4-star Elves. Lin Cheng frowned and whispered. A 4-star elf naturally represents that the woman in front of him is a 4-star trainer. What is the concept? It is quite the champion candidate in the world of Pokemon, whose strength is only below the 4 heavenly kings. The most important thing is how old the girl is. Lin Cheng immediately determined that the person in front of him should be in the top 10, not the top 5, on the Tianzhou list. Spiritual shock. Mingyu gave an order while drinking delicately. Fei. Boom. Air burst open, turning into a fierce and furious dragon, roaring towards Paluchia. Boom. Paluchia retreated straight and was blasted directly into the lake, and a huge volcano ripple was also separated on the lake. Finally regained some face, Mingyu's complexion recovered a little, snorted coldly, looked at Lin Cheng and said, "Next, it should be you." When she did things, Mingyu did what she said. Since she said she wanted to look good on Lin Cheng, she naturally had to execute it. Walking towards Lin Cheng with lotus steps, he saw Lin Cheng raise his head slightly and said lightly, "Dragon breath." Boom. I saw that the gradually calming water surface was torn apart, the water vortex tornado took shape, and a water dragon's breath roared. "Faye," the sun elf exclaimed in pain. Paluchia didn't let this move go. Unprepared, the sun elf figure flew out immediately. At the same time, Yu was also the one who suffered. The girl was swept away by the aftermath of the waterspout, and she was immediately drenched. The wolf fox fell to the ground, and the hair on his temples was full of crystal water droplets, and the black satin skirt immediately stuck to his body, showing all the beautiful outlines that should be exposed and should not be exposed. "You." Mingyu's pretty little face was blushing, and her eyes were full of anger. Obviously, Lin Cheng didn't expect this to happen. He was subconsciously attracted by Yu's beautiful figure, glanced at it, and then said solemnly, "Self-inflicted sin." I took back Paluchia and passed Mingyu, and when I left, I saw the girl holding her wrists, squatting on the spot, looking like she wanted to bite the silver teeth into pieces. Her heart also softened, she shook her head helplessly. Lost coat. On the girl. This scene, there is an inexplicable streamer in Mingyu's eyes, but immediately, her heart is occupied by shame and anger, and she said, "If you have the guts, don't go, we are in a contest." Lin Cheng ignored the roar behind him and continued to walk away. Meditation wanted to get up to chase, but slipped his coat off, revealing a beautiful scene, and immediately had to squat down with a blushing face to get dressed. Taking advantage of this meeting, Kung Fu Lin Cheng gradually walks away. Looking at Lin Cheng's back, Mingyu stamped her jade feet angrily. "Asshole bastard bastard. I don't believe it. As long as you are in this school, I still can't find you. I can't remember your name, Miss Ben." When this happened, Lin Cheng had no choice but to find an unmanned area again, and let Paluchia consolidate the use of the lower inverse scales again. This exercise took 3 days. After he felt that he was almost in control, he slowly walked towards his dormitory. Crack. The moment Lin Cheng opened the door and entered, he saw a beautiful yet unfamiliar figure. Mingyu was wearing a home clothes at the moment, holding a mug in her hand and staring at Lin Cheng with beautiful eyes. Lin Cheng was in the same place as the wooden chicken. He seemed to think of something. He remembered that Bai Xinyu once said that there was a girl named Yu who lived on the second floor of the dormitory with her. When the two of them looked dumbfounded, Bai Xinyu also noticed that Lin Cheng had returned and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Little brother Lin Cheng, are you back?" Then he found that Lin Cheng was looking at Mingyu with dull eyes, and immediately joked with a wicked smile. "Oh yeah, little brother Lin Cheng, are you staring at Sister Yu? Also, Sister Yu is a great beauty, #1 lost in sight. It's inevitable, but if you keep watching like this, I can't guarantee you won't be beaten." As soon as Bai Xinyu finished speaking, she saw Mingyu squinting her eyes, biting her silver teeth and calling out, "Lin Cheng. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading." Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 79 The Enemy's Road is Narrow, 5th update. Lin Cheng has a way to heaven. You don't go to hell, you don't want to go to the island, and you put on a very dangerous smile on your pretty face, and then, without a word, summoned his natal favorite, the Moon Elf. Bracco. The Moon Elf screamed, and immediately used a strange light. Lin Cheng secretly scolded the mad woman, and immediately walked out of the house, and then immediately summoned Paluchia. With gem power. Gem power is not used to attack, but to refract the brilliance of the strange light. After all, this place is a dormitory area. If there is a big fight, it will be very troublesome if it causes a commotion, so the two of them are still relatively comparison. More restrained. The most embarrassing one is naturally Bai Xinyu. The moment before, she joked that Lin Cheng was beaten. Now, the two really started fighting. Listening to Yu's tone, it seemed that it was not the first time the two met. What's the situation? Bai Xinyu walked out quickly while wondering, trying to stop the two from fighting. 26 inches weight. Sister Yu, brother Lin Cheng, what kind of grudge are you two? Lin Cheng Mingyu and the two said in unison. You ask him, her. Bai Xinyu. Since the noise was too loud, everyone in the surrounding dormitories stuck their heads out to watch the excitement. Hey, don't you think that's the moon? She's back. It seems that she is in conflict with the new student. All kinds of chattering arguments sounded. Happened that Shengguan Luyu also came back at this moment. Seeing this situation, he seemed to know something. He and Bai Xiaoyu immediately coaxed Lin Cheng and him into the dormitory. In the dormitory, 4 pairs of eyes represent 4 different moods. Bai Xinyu, doubt and curious. Shengguan Luyu, worry about embarrassment. The moon is embarrassed and cursed. Lin Cheng, rolling eyes and facial paralysis. I really can't believe it, thinking that a person like you would go to the same dormitory with Miss Ben. Mingyu's long and beautiful eyes seemed to be looking down at a pile of trash looking at Lin Cheng. Sister Qi, it's me who lives in the same dormitory as you. I'm told, she's rarely seen Mingqi lose such a big temper. Lin Cheng glanced at her nonchalantly. Even though the other party looked pretty and charming, the group just looked at this bad personality, and even if they gave him money to live with him, he wouldn't do it. It's not the same. Thinking of you, you are actually breathing the same air as me, I feel disgusted. Mingyu frowned in displeasure. Lin Cheng opened his mouth and finally swallowed the foul words that came to his mouth. Bai and a girl arguing with each other were very unprofessional. Seeing that Lin Cheng stopped talking, you thought that he was choking on him, and immediately showed a smug smile in his eyes. Shengguan Luyu and the two immediately came forward to smooth things out. Ah, senior sister Yu, don't say that, everyone is in the same dormitory, look up and see you down. Who wants to meet him without looking up? I've made it clear this time, this dormitory. Ming originally wanted to say that there is me, he, and me, but after thinking about it, what he said is according to this guy's character. Positive score. Leaves in minutes, and then she won't have the chance to take revenge, so she might as well leave this guy behind first, and then rectify it. Just kidding, I've lived in this dormitory for nearly 3 years, and I have the right to live and die. Is to master. In his own hands, he is here, and he deserves to be bullied by himself. The thought of being able to order this nasty guy to do laundry, cook, clean the room, do this and that, makes Mingyu feel sour for no reason. Immediately, the conversation changed. If you want to live in a dormitory peacefully, naturally you have to abide by the rules of the dormitory, right? Mingyu squinted her eyes and said calmly. Rules. Bai Xinyu blinked and said, why do I live in such a dormitory and don't know what the rules are in this dormitory? Needless to say, it must be Sister Mingyu who is thinking of harassing little brother Lin Cheng. Bai Xinyu could see, how could Lin Cheng not be able to see it, but he didn't say it, just looked at it with a cold eye. What kind of tricks this arrogant third senior sister wanted to do. Ming proudly raised her snow-white chin, ignoring Lin Cheng's eyes, and directly read out the labor contract in her heart. First of all, because no man has ever lived in this dormitory, you must agree that the second person is not allowed to go upstairs because this is where Xiaoyu and I live. Lin Cheng raised his eyebrows and at first thought that this guy would say too much rules, but he didn't expect this. So after thinking about it, he nodded indifferently. The second is that you need to do the kitchen work at home, whether it is cooking, washing dishes, you do it. Third, the cleaning of the house will be done once a week, and you must have full authority over. The fourth place, because you are a boy, some clothes cannot be put in the washing machine. Ming said more than a dozen regulations in one breath, and Lin Cheng listened to them one by one, and then he suddenly realized. These things don't seem to be things that he usually does. Looking at the expression of Lin Cheng's wooden chicken, Mingyu thought that her formulation was in place, and Lin Cheng was obviously frightened by herself and couldn't help but feel a little proud. How? As long as you can meet these regulations, I'll let you stay here. In Mingyu's mind, Lin Cheng had to abide by so many regulations all at once, some of which were obviously privileged for girls, so the other party would naturally be dissatisfied, and it was right to go berserk, and then she would be able to watch it with pride. Upside down. Looking at this guy, watching his back working like a slave, laughing at him. Unexpectedly, Lin Cheng looked at her with a natural expression and asked, "That's all?" Mingyan stunned for a while, nodded subconsciously, then looked at Shengguan Luyu and Bai Yu, and found that they also looked weird. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 80 Preheating of the Hunting Festival, 6th Update. Okay, I know that after Lin Cheng finished speaking, he stood up and was ready to leave. You naturally did not expect that Lin Cheng would agree so readily. Isn't it weird that he doesn't feel uncomfortable? You muttered. Sister Qi, Bai Xinyu said a little embarrassedly. Actually, we have already agreed with Lin Cheng about these things. These few things are just his daily life. After saying this, Mingyu's expression suddenly became a little subtle, and she couldn't believe it. Do you usually go too far? Cough cough. Shengguan Luyu coughed twice, realizing something, and said, that person is also a man, so I went to help Sha Lincheng. Moon and the Moon. Looking at the back of Shengguan Luyu's departure, it took a long while before he came back to his senses, and some dumbfounded Jian Bai Xinyu said, Xiaoyu. Luyu, is he really a boy? Well, let's just say that she said herself like this. Bai Xinyu said with a seeming understanding. Sister Mingyu, don't tell the truth, I really believe that Luyu was a boy before, and it is estimated that the dormitory is also. Brother Lin Cheng is alone. Quote. Mingyu's heart was suddenly filled with turmoil. What happened to the poor in the short time she was not in the dormitory? Other words, Lin Cheng really had to do the same as Bai Xinyu and the others said. After he came back, he cooked and cleaned, and his movements were as skilled as a housewife who had been a housewife for more than 10 years. It was very natural. Mingyu ate 2 mouthfuls of Lin Cheng's dishes, and immediately her eyes lit up and her chopsticks flew. The hot water in the bathroom has long been placed, and the garbage in the toilet and kitchen has also been cleaned up. After the clothes are washed, even the bed where you sleep smells of grass and sun. Mingyu stared blankly at the bedroom ceiling, before asking after a long time, is he a Gundam? Why, are you still thinking about little brother Lin Cheng? Bai Xinyu laughed in the other bed. Well, in any case, little brother Lin Cheng is really perfect, but it's true, sister Yu, according to you. Terms of personality, wouldn't it be reasonable to not pay so much attention to other boys? Even Yan, who is number 1 on the Tianzhou list, don't you care about it? Come on, I just feel like I can't take this breath. He muttered in a sullen voice. Is that what happened with the sweet aroma skill before? Bai Xinyu also heard it afterward, and knew the cause and effect of the incident. After that, many people said that little brother Lin Cheng was beaten up by you when you called out, and this. So you're still not angry? Bai Xinyu looked at Mingyu with a smile, as if to praise, but in fact, she wanted to find out what happened at that time. Have a beating? How can I? That guy. After thinking about the accident caused by the lake at that time, the pretty face immediately reddened and then gritted his silver teeth and said angrily, anyway, I and his matter. It's not that simple, I have to compare this guy head on. Hearing this, Bai Xinyu suddenly knew something. Based on the relationship between her and you, she would naturally be able to know the meaning in her voice just now. Mingqi actually didn't take advantage of Lin Cheng's fight against Lin Cheng. This is simply unbelievable in Bai Xinyu's view. You must know that Ming Yu is the third place on the Tianzhou list. This strength has nothing to do with her exquisite appearance, it's just that. Purely speaking with strength. Little brother Lin Cheng, you are really surprising. Hee, let me see how incredible you are. Ellipsis. There is a green and vibrant forest in the Galaxy College. The sky here is always a blue color, isn't it? There are some strange figures moving in it. Their appearances are all kinds of strange. Their types are even more gestures. They are not causing ravages and disasters to human beings. The beasts, but the magic treasures. The treasure forest of the hunting festival that has been passed down and protected from generation to generation by Galaxy Academy for thousands of years. Has the most primitive ecological environment, in which there are endless magical treasures that even Galaxy Academy itself cannot accurately count, and these magical treasures, through natural stocking and breeding, every few years. Irregularly, a flood period will be formed. At this time, the school will hold the so-called hunting festival. In Lin Cheng's dormitory, all four participated in this hunting festival. Bai Xinyu and Ming Qi, both of whom were in the top 50 of the college's arrogance list, were naturally qualified, while Shengguan Luyu's qualification was obtained through help. Shengguan Luyu's own network, and Lin Cheng's first place reward this time, also got this hunting festival opportunity. In fact, in this conference, apart from the top 50 geniuses, there are many people in the same situation. They all obtained this hunting sacrifice opportunity through tasks and rewards. Are so many people rushing to the hunting festival? Shengguan Luyu glanced at the people around. There were almost 100 people, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Hee, it's natural. After all, it's an extremely rare event in Galaxy Academy. Besides, there is a chance to get a Pokemon. This kind of thing is not something that can be encountered casually. Bai Xinyu looked into the distance. Fang Di said with a somewhat fiery reply. And this time, in addition to, of Li's being able to get a Pokemon with the ability to hunt for Pokemon eggs this time, the hunting festival can also look for Pokemon eggs. It was the first time the two of Lin Cheng participated in this competition, and immediately realized, could it be that this Pokemon egg is not included in that Pokemon? Bai Xinyu nodded, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a smile, yes, there is no limit to the number of Pokemon eggs. It can be said that if you find as many as you want, you can take as many as you want. You can use these Pokemon eggs to sell contribution points. When? Of course you can use it yourself. Bai Xinyu patted her elf bag, and a yo-yo candy ball popped out of it. Pokemon that only resembles the blue water spider. The girl pointed at her yo-yo candy ball and said, my yo-yo candy ball and sister Key's Rosebud were hatched by asking others to buy elf eggs after the last hunting festival. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder. If the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 81 Zebra, 7th More. Lin Cheng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that this special hunting festival still has such rules. If there is no old explanation like by you, he really won't know. He couldn't help touching his nose and smiled at Bai Xinyu. What Lin Cheng lacks most now, not to mention contribution points, whether it is to arm his own equipment or to improve the comprehensive ability of elves, these contribution points are all indispensable. Pillow. In front of the Pokemon, will the roar of the elves be heard, making people feel ready to move? Forest City. Suddenly, a shout came from a distance. At first, Lin Cheng didn't react. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in front of the crowd who had also come to participate in the competition, and then the surprised recognizer actually came out. Yes. Lu Shui. Looking at the girl's slender figure, Lin Cheng smiled with emotion. Sister Lu Shui, you are here too. Speaking of which, Lu Shui was still her first friend who entered Galaxy Academy, but she has been busy with various competitions recently, so she didn't have the opportunity to say hello to her. Looks like you still recognize me. I thought Lin Shuidi had forgotten me when he had a new friend from the 050 gang. Lu Shui frowned angrily, her cheeks bulging slightly. Although Lin Cheng was a little dull, he still couldn't hear the ridicule in the girl's mouth, and immediately blushed a little, and took it apologetically. Seeing Lin Cheng's appearance like this, Lu Shui also burst out laughing, and then said with some regret, I originally wanted to form a team with my junior, but it seems that the famous grass has its own owner. If you need this kid, just take it. At this moment, Mingyu's cold voice came out. Lu Shui was stunned when she heard it, and then seemed to be afraid that you would go back on it. She immediately bowed to Ming and bowed her hands with a smile, then thank you senior sister Mingyu. Naturally beep. Many people know about it. For example, Lincheng is now a co-ed dormitory building, and then there are 2 top 10 talents in the dormitory building. Since Mingyu has agreed, Lu Shui naturally won't be polite. Zhan Hao grabbed Lin Cheng's palm with his wrist, and immediately pulled him over. Without waiting for Lin Cheng to express any opinion, he quickly disappeared in front of Chiwai. Sister you really just let brother Lin Cheng go like this? Bai Xinyu said worriedly, I heard recently that Wang Dao, Yuan Haosheng and others, but they were thinking of a way to get revenge on brother Lin Cheng. Woolen cloth. When Shengguan Luyu heard this, her face also became a little dignified. Lin Cheng and Lu Shuiyuan were going, thoughtfully. After a while, he hummed softly, what does the matter? He provoked himself has nothing to do with me. After speaking, he paused, and then whispered again, well. That. If the guy comes to ask me for help, it's not that I don't want to do it. On the other side, Lin Cheng was pulled by Lu Shui to another entrance. The little girl made a silent gesture to Lin Cheng very mysteriously, indicating that he should not say anything, just follow her. No one. He approached Lin Cheng's ear and said, when I competed last time, I found a mysterious forest, where I have seen flying mantises. Uptak. Lin Cheng's expression changed immediately. Pokemon that have peak power without evolving in this world are very popular. This flying mantis is undoubtedly a kind of such elves. Super strong physical attack output plus the speed of CGAD, Zunji, cool dual swords, can be said to be one of the most representative elves in the middle type Pokemon. And the flying mantis is the only Pokemon among all the Pokemon whose total racial value remains the same before and after evolution. In other words, the flying mantis is very strong even if it does not enter the giant claw mantis. This kind of elf, can be said to be a trainer, will be moved. Obviously, Lu Shui has something to write about next, but before she could continue to speak, Lin Cheng suddenly felt a hateful gaze cast towards him. Frown, he turned his head and looked at the source of the light. The owner of this line of sight was Wang Dao. This guy, since he was deflated in Baixin Yumao, has been silent for a long time. Originally, Lin Cheng thought that he had stopped, but now it seems that this guy is just waiting for the opportunity. Lin Cheng and Wang looked at each other, and then turned to his side. As the top 10 of the Tianzhou list, he naturally has many followers. The 3 people around him are all the top 100 existences on the Tianzhou list. Strength name. Qi is stronger than the previous Niu Gangman. With a burly stature is even higher than Lu Shui on the Tianzhou list. Meng Hong. The 39th genie on the Tianzhou list is a zebra. I heard that this zebra is talented and has learned a lot of electrical skills, and because the zebra can evolve into a lightning zebra, as long as Meng Hong trains the zebra to 4 stars in the next year, the zebra will have. Is very likely that the fish leaps over the dragon gate and evolves into a thunder and lightning zebra. At that time, the future achievements will naturally be limitless, and its strength can completely compete with the top 10 existences on the Tianzhou list. Unexpectedly, there are such powerful followers behind Wang Dao, which makes Lin Cheng a little surprised. Generally speaking, such an existence will have some arrogance of his own and will no longer be with others. Willing to be a thug. Wang Dao looked at Lin Cheng with gloomy and cold eyes, and immediately, his mouth raised slightly, and he said something to Meng Hong's side. Although Lin Cheng didn't hear what Wang Yi said, he could know all about it just by guessing. Lu Shui also had a pretty cold face. After Meng Hong finished listening, she nodded at Wu Dao and walked towards Lin Cheng. The girl immediately shouted softly, "Wang Dao, you are going too far. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading." Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 82 vs. Cauliflower Ape, 8th more. Lu Shui, don't be angry, this is a matter between Hong and Lin Cheng. You blame me for doing Wang Shi's mouth to hide the raised corners of his mouth, and it is very necessary to say. Wang Dao, you're not a man, you have the guts to come at me directly, and make things difficult for me. Lu Shui was also a straight-faced face to Wang Dao's troubles. Even if she took a step forward, she summoned the snow girl. Immediately around her, a field of ice and snow soon appeared. A graceful and slender figure floated in the wind and snow, and then slowly emerged. Snow Fairy. Meng Hong's figure also quickly appeared near the two of them. He raised his hand, and a black and white pony appeared on the spot. Zebra. Open black lens bracket zebra. Level 29, Samsung. Qualified Elite. Attribute: Electric. Features: Lightning Rod. Skills: Lightning Flash, Tail Wagging, Electric Shock Wave, Electromagnetic Wave, Electric Light, Stampede. The face of Lu Shui, who was in a state of rage, Meng Hong also did not dare to take it lightly. He looked at the two in front of him with indifferent eyes. Of course, compared to Lin Cheng, who was still a freshman, his main energy was still concentrated on Lu Shui. Defeating the Shungang sect was only in existence at the bottom of the Tianzhou list, and Lu Shui was a real threat to his existence. Therefore, when Lu Shui stepped forward, Meng Hong immediately said in a loud voice, "I am entrusted with this matter of Lu Shui." This freshman took away Wang Dao's contribution points for nearly half a year, and now I just want him to return the contribution points. Just as long as he cooperates, I will not embarrass him. Meng Hong's words were justifiable, and he didn't mean to take Lin Cheng seriously at all. He directly said it to Lu Shui. Lin Cheng smiled immediately, glanced at Meng Hong and said, "Let's not say that he came to the door himself. This contribution point was also asked by Bai Xinyu from him, and today you are using this for recommendation, but it's just a high-sounding reason." Quote. Lin Cheng, it's good for you to know. I thought you would always be among the women of Bai Xinyu and the others. Now, since you dare to appear next to Lu Shui, do you really think I can't help you? Wang Dao sneered and stepped forward. Step is not meant in this way. It looks like I'm too low-key. When dealing with a bastard like you, I don't need to get into this kind of thing. Lin Cheng passed over Meng Hong, and Wang Lulua Wang Dao squinted his eyes and smiled. Dao shuddered, but he immediately sneered. Do you really think that you have won the first place in the new life, so you are invincible? Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. After that, Wang Dao waved his hand and summoned his cauliflower ape directly. The birth spirit appeared, and his aura immediately rose again and again. During this period of time, Wang Dao's strength also improved. The cauliflower ape's level is already level 29. With its rare qualifications, it is already capable of leapfrogging. 4-star beast. I originally thought of you as a freshman, but I just wanted to educate me a little, so I let it go, but you've been rampant again and again, so I decided to destroy you personally. Span. Forest City Scene. If you can do it, let the horse come over. Lin Cheng summoned Ghost Stone with a wave of his hand. Lin Cheng, don't be impulsive. Lu Shui wanted to step forward to help, but a black tower figure flashed in front of him. Meng Hong said in a low voice, "Your opponent is me. Get out of the way." Snow Girl, Li. Zebra, Electric Light. The top 5 of the 2 Tianzhou list must exist, and they will fight immediately. At the same time, Ghoststone and Cauliflower Ape also began to confront each other. Open black lens bracket Cauliflower Ape. Grade, 29. Qualification, Rare. Property, Grass. Feature Lush. Skills, Staring, Tongue Licking, Scratching, Vine Whip, Seed Bomb. It was the first time that Lin Cheng had fought head-to-head with the Cauliflower Ape. I had to say that the existence in the front of the Tianzhou list was indeed a somewhat capable Cauliflower Ape and Ghoststone. The two attributes did not restrain each other, but the Cauliflower Ape was tough. Live by effect. Fruit-like skills can suppress Ghoststone to a disadvantage, but it is not easy to decide the winner for a while. Although Wang Dao disdained Lin Cheng in his mouth, he was still a little shocked. This Ghoststone, who was so different from the Cauliflower Ape, was able to resist to such an extent. After lingering for a while, Wang Dao's eyes suddenly shrank. As they started, there were more and more people around them who couldn't win against Lin City. If things went on like this, their popularity would inevitably decrease. Seed Bomb. Thoughts in his heart, Yu Yi immediately stopped holding his hand and ordered the Cauliflower Ape to use the strongest technique. Seed Bomb sounds similar to Seed Organ Check, but its actual power is vastly different. The former's power is as high as 80 in the game, which is a genuine mid-range peak-level skill. Oh. On the spot, a huge seed with a hard shell, condensed in the hands of the Cauliflower Ape, flashed a strange green light, and smashed towards the Ghoststone with a whistling. Ghoststone also used the Shadow Fist and swung out the shadows from one palm, turning it into a shadow fist. Boom! The two attacks collided, and after a while, the shadow fist shattered first, and in an instant, the air burst into a violent energy storm like a balloon with a hole in it. Lin Cheng, Lu Shui called out worriedly and wanted to help Kei Menghong, but it was like a candy cane, staring at her Shui Nu, making her clone powerless. Roar! But at this time, suddenly, in the center of the storm, a dragon roar sounded. The dragon's roar resounded, it shattered the surrounding storm. Wang Dao saw that Lin Cheng still had the strength to pull back. He immediately snorted that the silk Cauliflower Ape was using a seed bomb. A hard seed shell once again condensed the palm of the Cauliflower Ape. However, this time, when the shell burst, a dragon soul burst out. Lin Cheng's eyes were cold, and he said lightly, Reverse Scale 3. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click Refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click Exit Free Reading Mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 83 Wang Yidao is deflated. First update. Boom. Paluchia came out, carrying a monstrous dragon energy, roaring out, colliding with the seed bomb, and the huge seed bomb immediately shattered into pieces. What? Cauliflower Ape's arrogant trump card was broken, and Wang Dao couldn't calm down in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he saw Paluchia reluctantly, still whistling in his direction. At this time, Wei Yi's clone was incompetent, and he obviously couldn't come over to protect the master. Wang Dao's face sank, knowing that he could not care at this time. Face up. Immediately, he slapped the elf bag on his waist. A monkey Pokemon that also looked like a monkey, with a flame-like fluff on the top of his head and a tail like a red raindrop, came out. Open black lens bracket Fragrant Monkey. Level, 25. Qualification, Elite. Attribute Fire. Special, 050. Nature, Glutton. Skills, Licking, Burning, Biting. Fragrant Monkey, block him for me. Guck. Burn it out. The burnout skill is not the burnout skill in the fire element. Profound truth. Although the two have similar literal meanings, their power is vastly different. Of course, the power of the burnout skill is not bad. It has the power of medium-grade fire attribute skills, and has the special effect of burning the opponent's fruit. Really, I don't have any other Pokemon besides the cauliflower ape. Wang Dao sneered, thinking that at this critical moment, he would naturally be able to save his life by summoning the scented monkey. In his opinion, Paluchia just arrived. After blocking the seed bomb twice, it was only due to luck that I was able to rush here. Burn me into charcoal. Seeing that the attack hit Paluchia, Lin Cheng didn't waver at all, he just said lightly, on the dragon claw. Wow! The purple dragon melon tore apart the flames and rushed straight to the savory monkey without any hesitation. Boom! Baoshang monkey's eyes widened, and he had no ability to resist. He wiped Wang Dao's face instantly and was shot flying out. How is that possible? Wang Dao's eyes were full of astonishment. Nonsense, Paluchia doesn't seem to be related to the water element, but it is a genuine water-type Pokemon. The water attribute is added to the dragon attribute. These two attributes are superimposed, and the fire attribute attack can only cause 14 damage to it. This incineration skill, for Paluchia, is like playing cauliflower ape. He also wanted to call his cauliflower ape back to save him, but obviously, Lin Cheng didn't give him this chance. With a wave of Paluchia's palm, in an instant, a cloud of water vapor wrapped around Wang Dao and bound him, unable to move at all. Although the cauliflower ape rushed over, the owner was taken as a hostage, so it was also a trick. The surrounding Wang Dao's followers, including Meng Hong, all looked gloomy and uncertain, with expressions of disbelief in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't expect Wang Dao to be captured by Lin Cheng. You must know that Wang Dao is in the top 10 on the Galaxy College Tianzhou list. Does this freshman want to go to heaven? Who was still worried just now, also had an extremely surprised look in her beautiful eyes. This guy was able to force Wang Dao to be so embarrassed. Although Paluchia did not directly defeat the cauliflower ape because of some cleverness in the battle just now, the trainer was captured alive, which no longer needs any explanation for the outcome. Do you still want to fight? Lin Cheng looked at Wang Dao, who was trapped in the blisters and couldn't move, smiled lightly, and said, Bululu. Wang Dao held his breath, drowning in the blisters, his face full of dissatisfaction. Lin, Bululu, you won't win by force. This guy is embarrassed. He didn't expect that he could still speak when he was in the water while holding his breath. Lin Cheng smiled slightly when he heard the words, as if it was a compliment. He didn't pay any attention to Wang Dao's verbal threat and smiled lightly, and continued to surround him with blisters. You must know that although the trainers in this world are generally much stronger than ordinary people because of the relationship between the contracted Pokemon, they can't bear to stay in the water for a long time. In less than a quarter of a second, Wang Yi's face turned blue and purple, and the people around finally couldn't stand it any longer. Meng Hong said with a dark face, Lin Cheng, if you don't want to kill people, let them go. Lin Cheng narrowed his eyes and smiled, threat me. Meng Hong is speechless. Hee, don't worry, no matter what, I won't kill anyone, I just want the 9th place on the list to lose the qualification for a hunting sacrifice. After saying that, he looked back at Wang Dao, who was in the state of resting. Dan smiled and said, when this fellow faints, I will naturally let him go. What's the benefit of you doing this? Wang Dao asked with another dogleg. Benefits. Lin Cheng touched his chin and said indifferently, sipping is really not good, am I happy? Everyone looked at Lin Cheng's casual smile, and immediately felt a little bit afraid in their hearts. That's what it means to be afraid of being stunned and afraid of dying. This hunting festival is a special event for the top 50 of the Tianzhou list. Generally, if there are no special circumstances, it is impossible for anyone to be absent. Especially when Wang Dao is in front of the Tianzhou list, it is difficult to gain strength in a short period of time. The guy's gain this time, for him, is the key to a breakthrough. If this is not able to participate, the loss is not comparable to the contribution points of the last time, so Wang Dao, who was still trapped in the blisters, immediately opened his eyes and struggled. Lin Cheng, 03, stay on the line, See you in the future. Tell me, how can you let Wang Dao go? Meng Hong frowned and said helplessly. Seeing their vice expressions, Lin Cheng knew that it was time to negotiate. His mouth raised slightly and he spread his hands and said, okay, then I'll open the skylight and say something bright. Lin Cheng made a gesture at the crowd. 1 million contribution points. I will let Wang Dao go. What? Why don't you go grab it? As soon as these words came out, several people on Meng Hong's side roared. Lin Cheng disapproved. Don't want to. Then forget it. After saying that, he stopped talking, as if he was going to slam it to death, and let him out until he was deprived of oxygen. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 84 Enter Pokemon. And, when the one was about to faint, the individual finally gave Lin Cheng 1 million contribution points. Seeing that the contribution point was in his hand, Lin Cheng also smiled indifferently, waved his hand, and asked Paluchia to remove the blisters. Immediately, Wang Yidao fell out like a dead fish. Several followers quickly stepped forward to support Wang Dao, who was half dizzy, then glanced at Lin Cheng with fear, and turned to leave. Lin Cheng, when did you become so powerful? Lu Shui immediately came up and asked with a radiance in her eyes. Lin Cheng smiled slightly, and before he had time to shirk a few words, at this moment, the Pokemon finally opened. Everyone carrying the token flashed before their eyes, and then they found themselves disappearing in place. When he opened his eyes again, he found that there was already a world full of greenery. Looks no different from the outside world, whether it is the clouds floating in the blue sky, or the forest full of vitality all around, it looks so peaceful. However, this kind of peace, today, with beams of light descending, has been broken. In a bush, there were 2 beams of light swept down, and then, they turned into 2 figures. It was Lin Cheng and Lu Shui. Is this the Bao Ke Lin, one of the secret treasures in Galaxy Academy? Lin Cheng felt the same breeze from his previous life and stretched his lower back. Well, this place is one of the capitals established by Galaxy Academy. Lu Shui Mei glanced around and answered. With the privilege of the vice principal grandfather, and she knew more about this place than ordinary students. After roughly judging where he was, he quickly pointed in one direction, and then said, that's the direction, let's start moving. Lin Cheng, do you have a riding elf? Lin Cheng nodded and summoned the armored rhinoceros. Lu Shui was a little surprised and did not expect that there would be so many elves on Lin Cheng. In addition, Lin Cheng, the iron-armored rhinoceros, had just dispatched 3 elves, and the number of elves was already relatively large for a trainer of their age. Lu Shui couldn't help but looked at Lin Cheng more curiously. Then, she patted a pink elf bag all over her body, and put a giraffe-like appearance, with a yellow front half and a dark back half, with a strange little head on its tail. The elf, summoned out. Open black lens bracket Kirin Odd. Level, 20. Qualification, Elite. Attributes, General, Super Power. Ability, Spiritual Power. Skills, Power Swap, Impact, Mind Power, Smell Detection, Stampede. Qilinchi is also a kind of Pokemon that does not require evolution, and its birth strength reaches its peak. It is not ruled out that evolution will be added in later game versions. It has a strange head on its tail. It is said that although it is small enough to have no ability to think, it still has the instinct to fight. It will monitor the surrounding situation 24 hours a day. When encountering a crisis, it will instinctively bite the opponent. That is, Lu Shui, the granddaughter of the vice president, and one of the top 10 guys, is qualified to use this type of elves as mounts. Follow me. Lu Shui walked ahead first, then waved at Lin Cheng who was behind him. The two immediately walked towards a dense forest. Forests seem to be quite quiet, with only occasional birdsong and insects, but the occasional passing figure caused Lu Shilincheng and the two to exclaim from time to time. Look, Lin Cheng, that's Bada Butterfly and Hazelnut Ball. Well, here I also see hairballs and trumpet buds. The two were very curious, looking for the elves. However, except for the occasions that must be shot, I tried my best to restrain myself and did not destroy the original life trajectory of the Pokémon. This is undoubtedly a big challenge for trainers in this world. Almost every student who comes in for the first time, their first reaction is to conquer the Pokémon that catches their eyes. Of course, this is also the world. The first reaction of most people in the world, by Pokémon, is different from the beasts that are everywhere, even the weakest dried carp. There are people in the outside world fighting for their heads, but because of this, many people lost the watermelon and picked it up. Sesame. Because they chose to capture Pokémon too early, they ended their hunting festival without even knowing what spirits would appear later. And Lin Cheng obviously won't make such a low-level mistake, not to mention that he is accompanied by an old man like Lu Shui. Even if he is alone, he will hold back. After all, his current number of elves has reached the saturation stage. Serve elves, too late to cultivate and exercise. This hunting festival, what he mainly holds is to earn contribution points and collect Pokémon eggs that can be exchanged for contribution points. The Pokémon, and will also consider taking it up. So, Sister Lu, where are you talking about the place where there are flying mantises? Lu Shui smiled slyly, and then pointed to a piece of grass in the distance that reached her knees. It's there. When I met Fitian, it was there. In the direction Lu Shui pointed, but before he took 2 steps, the ground under his feet suddenly softened, and he suddenly fell into it. This is a wetland. Lin Cheng is still aware of the Great Wetland. There is a city in the original Pokémon that is the famous Wetland City, a hunting area in the Shanao area, similar to the Sand Fox Paradise of the first generation. There are a lot of Pokémon and props. In Lin Cheng's impression, the elves that impressed him the most in this place are the pincer-tailed scorpion and the fangcage. These elves are extremely rare and powerful. Couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at his wet and muddy feet. Hee, I'm telling you to be impatient. Lu Shui said with a smile. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 85 Gathered Elves, Third More. Sister Lu, did you meet the flying mantis here? Lin Cheng looked at the surrounding environment and asked back. That's right, because of the special environment, few people are willing to enter. If I hadn't seen the flying mantis here with my own eyes, I wouldn't have approached here. Lu Shuidian said, and took it out of the backpack for this time. Prepare. Prop 1 is 2 pairs of shoes with wide soles, like boats. Lu Shui introduced that these shoes are made of the gill sacks of the gas-hopping frog and beast. Maybe the buoyancy is not enough on the water, but on the swamp, it is just enough to support an adult walking normally. Lin Cheng and Lu Shui tied these shoes to their feet. They also brought gas masks with them. Usually, a lot of tropical vegetation grows in the mud. After these vegetations rot, in the special environment of the mud, there is a chance form miasma. This kind of miasma is tantamount to poison to humans, but it is the favorite of many poison-type insect-type Pokémon. The potholes are quagmire, and the top is the natural barrier of this Pokémon. Although Lu Shui had seen the flying mantis before, and brought Lin Cheng to find it, she knew very little about the next journey, and it could be said that it was a piece of water. Then the head is often covered with the broad-leaved crown unique to the rainforest marsh. Under the cover of this kind of leaves, there must be very little sunlight below. In addition to the miasma, there are many disgusting things such as mosquitoes and leeches under the canopy. Therefore, even if Lin Cheng and the others were in a panic, they didn't dare to roll up their sleeves, but instead they would benefit themselves solidly. Fortunately, they each have Pokemon that can help. Snow Maiden, use a small range of hail. Lowering the temperature around them can not only solve the problem of dryness and heat, but also prevent mosquitoes to a certain extent. Ghost Stone is looking around. Is there any movement around here? Gauss. Ghost Stone is a poison plus ghost Pokemon, and the environment in this mud has no effect on it. Enki Lin Chi. Kiran Chi, uses odor detection. With the help of the elves, Lin Cheng and the others found some clues in a short while. Lin Cheng looked at the three-toed footprints printed on the mud, and couldn't help but gesture silently. This footprint is and seemed to belong to the flying mantis. The flying mantis is indeed a three-toed footprint, but its toes are sharp, and the toes in front of them are actually more like flippers. Can you see what the footprints are? Lu Shui asked curiously, bringing her snow-white jaw closer. It's here. Lin Cheng didn't have time to reply. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a raised eyebrow, and replaced Ghost Stone with him. Goo. Eyes like lanterns began to light up around the rainforest. This is, Lu Shui was so frightened that her hair stood up. As if it was a girl's instinct, she subconsciously got behind Lin Cheng. Leap, Toad. This is. Lin Cheng's eyes flashed with data. Open black lens bracket bad frog. Level, 10, 1-star Pokemon. Qualification, ordinary. Attributes, poison, fighting. Ability, poison hand. Skills. Goo tilde. Only the dark blue waist was tied with white bandages, standing and walking, the orange cheek airbag, and the toad with an unhappy expression came out. Lin Cheng, think of a way, I have no resistance to this thing. Lin Cheng nodded and put on a confrontational stance, but next, the bad frogs had to move, but he was a little surprised. I saw that the bad frogs didn't put the two of Lin Cheng on the small side, and they naturally bypassed them. Towards. Go deeper into the swamp. Quote. CA&U attack. Lin Cheng was the first time he saw such a friendly Pokemon. Looking at the senior sister who was curled up like a chick behind him, Lin Cheng pursed his lips and smiled lightly. Sister Lu is fine and has already left. Hearing this, Lu Shui slowly opened her eyes and saw the bad frogs walking away behind her. Then she patted her slightly sized chest and said with a sigh of relief, I am really afraid of frogs, toads and the like. Well, when I was young, playing on the beach, I once had the experience of being surrounded by mosquito coil frogs and mosquito coil tadpoles. Shouldn't that be a good thing? In Lin Cheng's opinion, many people would jump for joy when they encountered this scene. It's not like you can see so many wild elves everywhere. Where is it? Lu Shui gasped in resentment. Not entangled on this topic, Lin Cheng looked at the bad frogs far away and said, by the way, why are these bad frogs not afraid of people at all? Did they still look friendly? Isn't this normal? Don't most Pokemon see this attitude towards humans? Lu Shui said. According to historical records, the first Pokemon appeared in this world because of the summons and contracts of humans. Place. Most Pokemon have an instinctive affinity for humans, which is one of the reasons why Pokemon are willing to follow humans without any constraints. This is common sense, Lu Shui said. Lin Cheng nodded. By the way, these bad frogs seem to have a purpose to gather people in a certain direction. Why don't we go and take a look? Although Lu Shui is very resistant to toads, but she is just walking around like a headless fly here, and she is really fed up. In the end, only the helpless Li Hao agrees. After that, Lin Cheng and Lu Shui kept following the bad frogs. Along the way, Lin Cheng and the two found that there would be Pokemon of other races from time to join the big team of bad frogs. Example, the Wubo big-tooth raccoon, as far as the Abersnake can reach the duck and so on. Lin Cheng even saw Fangfang Cage and Tropical Dragon. These two Pokemon made him a little jealous. Both elves do not need to evolve. Among them, Fangfang is a traditional grass-type Pokemon. It not only has excellent melee ability, but also has very good special attacks. It is a very comprehensive elves. The tropical dragon is a very practical elf. First of all, it has a huge body and has the ability to fly with people. At the same time, the fruit on its chin is a very rare, delicious and nutritious food. At home, tropical dragons are undoubtedly comparable to a mobile camp. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 86 Overlord Dragon King Scorpion, 4th more. But in the end, Lin Cheng held back and did not make a move. After all, now is the time for these Pokemon parades. If they make a move and provoke public anger, it will not be worth the gain. Lin Cheng Flying Mantis. Suddenly, Lu Shui exclaimed, and as the team expanded, there were actually 2 flying mantises joining it. The iconic and majestic 2 sharp sides are 3-legged upright like a dinosaur, and there are a pair of wings that are like cicadas and shaped like blades. It is said that the flying mantis can fly, but in reality, few people see the flying mantis flying in the air. I want to conquer it now. Lu Shui was also a little excited when he saw his own label this time, but he didn't act rashly, for the same reason as Lin Cheng. Soon, the crowd came to the final gathering place of these elves. It is an empty grassland, and on this grassland, there is an ancient statue. There are many magical treasures engraved on this statue. The bad frogs, Wubo, and the flying mantis that they saw just now, the statues of the 053 elves, can all be seen on it. Is this the elf's sacrifice statue? Lin Cheng said with emotion. I seem to have heard about this from my grandfather. It is said that the base of Galaxy Academy was originally a place guarded by many Pokemon to resist the invasion of beasts. Later, after the disaster passed, people commemorated the contribution of the babies. They carved statues for these elves, regarded them as the patron saints of the base, and were respected by the people at the beginning, and then, every year, these elves would gather together, in the magical treasures of many races. Beijing chose this year's champion as the leader to lead the wetland park for 1 year. Lu Shui's tone was also surprised. This matter has only been heard by the senior management of the school, and has not been confirmed. Wait, it means that, over the years, there has been no human intervention at all. Is this game process completely composed of elves? Lin Cheng was also a little surprised when he heard it. Lu Shui shook her head and said, I'm not sure CGAD, if this is really the case, it can be said to be a big discovery in the Pokemon forest, and what we are seeing now belongs to the Pokemon and their own. Salute to Moses. The two did not communicate in a tacit understanding, just silently watching the group of elves, the spontaneous sacrifice to Mosai. These elves are like human beings in the arena. At first, a pincer-tailed scorpion came to the stage to fight against this pincer-tailed scorpion. It was a bad frog. Levels of both sides are very close, and their qualifications are unexpectedly rare. After a fierce confrontation, the bad frog slightly prevailed, and soon, the tropical dragon, Wubo. Lin Cheng found that as long as it was an elves who came to power, the aptitude was at least a rare level, and the flying mantis that finally appeared was a quasi-god level, and the level was even 4-star peak, level 40. Lin Cheng was very emotional when he saw that. The elf who won in the end was unsurprisingly the flying mantis. Just when they thought the game was about to end, an unexpected scene appeared. Gain. A roar sounded in the rainforest in the distance, and then, a huge purple figure fell into the sky. The hurricane that set off made Lin Cheng and the two of them numb their scalps. The appearance of the visitor is very similar to that of the pincer-tailed scorpion, but the difference is that its body is dark and light purple and the two arms and forelimbs are stronger. This is the Dragon King Scorpion. However, why is it so big? In Lin Cheng's memory, the Dragon King Scorpion was only about 1.5 meters tall at most, and the body length, 2 meters, was considered extremely huge, but the one in front of him, rough estimate. The height is 3 meters, and the body length is nearly 5 meters. Properly a behemoth. The Overlord Pokemon, Lu Shui saw it, and her eyes were slightly condensed. I didn't expect that there really was an Overlord Pokemon in this Poke Forest. The Overlord Pokemon first appeared in the anime Alola, a powerful Pokemon that only appeared in the Test of the Island tour. This kind of Pokemon is extremely large and has a special aura covering its body. Usually, this kind of aura. It will be accompanied by special abilities such as summoning companions. As soon as the Dragon King Scorpion appeared on the stage, the pincer-tailed scorpion in the audience was boiling and shouting to cheer the Dragon King Scorpion. Open black lens bracket Dragon King Scorpion Overlord. Level 41 5-star Pokemon. Qualification: Quasi-God. Attributes: Poison, Evil. Abilities: Combat Armor, Sniper, Oppression, Calling. Skills of Oppression and Calling are obviously not possessed by the Dragon King Scorpion itself, but cultivated after becoming the Overlord Pokemon. Who was originally like a fearless death ninja, felt the pressure brought by the Dragon Scorpion, and its movements became obviously slow. Although it can support for a while, but winning or losing is obviously a foregone conclusion. Boom. And, under the impact of the Dragon King Scorpion's venom attack, he lost his ability to fight, and the challenge failed in the end. If it is not unexpected, this Dragon King Scorpion should be the champion of the previous generation of the Great Wetland. Every year, there will be elves to challenge this dry seat. If the King of the Great Wetland wants to ensure that his rights are not damaged, he must continue to become stronger. Everything is in accordance with the rules of nature. After the commander was decided, all the elf races participating in the competition roared with enthusiasm as if to celebrate the Dragon King Scorpion's re-election to the throne. Immediately afterwards, various elf races sent tributes. After Lin Cheng saw these tributes, his eyes widened. Most of them are of various kinds of fruit, and none of these fruit is not for the eyes of the trainers. Peach fruit can cure elf poison. Tree fruit. Berry, a tree fruit that heals elf burns. Apple wild fruit, a tree fruit that can restore the vitality of elves. There is nothing worth mentioning in another world. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 87 Popping Egg Flying Mantis. Open black lens bracket fifth more close black lens bracket. Orange fruit. A similar to the blue orange, two of the most common stamina restoring fruit. Addition, there is a gem in the middle, the size is comparable to the poison treasure in Lin Cheng's hands. These things, the Dragon King Scorpion, were all accepted by their scorpion and scorpion grandchildren. Lu Shui was looking hot, but Lin Cheng pulled her and said, "It's time to go, Sister Lu." "Where?" Lu Shui said inexplicably. Lin Cheng's expression was weird. "Sister Lu, don't you want to subdue the flying mantis? All the major elves have just finished participating in the competition, so the weak and weak take advantage of this opportunity. Why didn't you hurry up and subdue it?" Lu Shui's pretty eyes flashed an arc of light and patted Lin Cheng's back. "You are a genius, Junior." Lin Cheng rolled his eyes and rubbed his back. There are racial distinctions in the wetlands. The flying mantis is still a very independent Pokemon. After the sacrifice of Mosai, several flying mantises went their separate ways. It also includes the level 40, 4-star Peak Fatian, mantis. Lu Shui naturally chose this flying mantis without hesitation, and wanted to subdue it. Lin Cheng indeed didn't stop him, but secretly let Ghost Stone follow the other one, a flying mantis with a level similar to Lu Shui and a decent aptitude. Unsurprisingly, Lu Shui was taught a lesson. Just based on the strength of the Snow Demon Girl, even if this flying mantis is injured, it is not an opponent. After all, this flying mantis is a quasi-god rank, and it can challenge the existence of 5 stars by leaps and bounds. In order to preserve his strength, Lin Cheng did not help, but this flying mantis was also heroic. After defeating his opponent, he did not make any drastic actions, but just flew away with great disdain. Lu Shui Duck sits on the ground with tears on his face. Lin Cheng poked her and said with a smile, "This one can't be beaten, then we'll find the other one is underscore. Each of these flying mantises is a lone ranger, where can I find another one?" Lu Shui sighed, feeling that all her efforts today were in vain. "Forget it. It should be almost time." Lin Cheng smiled and said lightly. Suddenly, at this moment, I saw a black smoke floating in the distance. Was Ghost Stone, who looked like he had made a big discovery and hurriedly gestured with Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng touched his chin and realized that Ghost Stone didn't just track down a flying mantis. "Let's go, I found it for you." Lin Cheng took Lu Shui's little hand and pulled her up. Wait. Puff. With a little more force, Lu Shui leaned forward, and a soft feeling suddenly covered Lin Cheng. In the big wetland, the temperature will be slightly higher, which causes Lu Shui to sweat from the beginning. Lin Cheng was also surprised by the beautiful scent of a girl who smelled like pandan and breathed like a smoky girl. Touch was fleeting, Lu Shui immediately blushed, and the jungle city propped up behind her back and pinched her fingers. "Don't get too close, there must be a strange smell on me now." Lin Cheng touched his nose and decided to selectively lower his EQ, but didn't answer. The two followed behind Ghost Stone, and soon after reaching their destination, just as they approached, they heard a howling. Lin Cheng and the two were stunned. "What's the situation?" "I saw the flying mantis wriggling with its stomach and abdomen, full of blood." "Is this laying eggs?" Looking at the flying mantis looks uncomfortable. "Is it a dystocia?" Lin Cheng and the two rushed over immediately. At this time, the flying mantis seemed to be in a semi-dizzy state, so they did not resist the approach of the two. As Lin Cheng guessed, this flying mantis is really in the production stage, perhaps because of inexperience. This flying mantis is in a dangerous state of excessive blood loss. "What should we do, Lin Cheng?" Lu Shui had no idea and could only consult Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng is also embarrassed. In the game, the elf eggs can be kept one after another in the breeding house. If he wants to give birth, he will give birth to something. In reality, what should he do to fix it? At this moment, when the flying mantis was in the most pain, the two scythes in his hands were swaying at will. The flying mantis seemed to be suffering from too much pain in the abdomen, and was about to cut himself open at once, so that Lu Shui screamed. Sima as a living horse doctor. Lin Cheng gritted his teeth and summoned Paluchia, the electric shock monster, and the ghost stone. Paluchia used gravity to suppress the two arms of the flying mantis. Then, fired a water pistol into the basin. "Lu Shui, do you have a Pokemon that can use fire skills?" "Ah, yes." Lu Shui patted her pocket in a hurry and summoned a fat man. 0. Fat workers use jet flames. Lin Cheng saw that Lu Shui actually had a fat elf. He glanced at it and found that the fat worker can still heal fluctuations. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Sister Lu, you have a waiting elf, use it early." Lu Shui. Just listen to Lin Cheng's command. "Fat worker, please use healing wave on the flying mantis." Although the fat worker hesitated for a moment at Lin Cheng's command, he quickly nodded, and while his little hands were dancing, a pink wave suddenly passed to the flying mantis. The flying mantis softened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Shui, up-tack. As a trainer, she didn't even know that her fat worker could still heal fluctuations. "Lin Cheng, my fat worker, how can it heal the fluctuations?" Lu Shui asked Lin Cheng in a natural manner. Fat workers are ordinary, essence-type elves. Usually, they cannot comprehend the skill of healing fluctuations through upgrading. However, through genetics, they can be born with this skill. Because the research on elf skills in this world is not yet developed, most people, maybe their whole life, do not know what skills their elf has mastered. This is not an uncommon thing. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 88 Target Tianqingxian, 6th More. With the help of Lin Cheng and the two, Fatian mantis finally gave birth to 3 elf eggs and the mother and child were safe. After waking up, the flying mantis seemed to know something in the dark, and he was very kind to the two of Lin Cheng without the slightest hostility. Lin Cheng and the two felt that they were inhumane to the flying mantis. Just when the two were about to leave like this, the flying mantis stopped them. Handed 2 of the 3 eggs it laid to Lin Cheng and Lu Shui. Lu Shui felt extremely heavy when she touched the elf egg that still had the temperature of the flying mantis. Flying mantis smiled and they waved their hands. Lin Cheng touched the elf egg in his hand, and couldn't help being a little stunned. Originally, he planned to sell the elf egg obtained by 053 into contribution points, but now it seems that he can't do it. Hey, forget it, take it one step at a time. Lu Shui, who had achieved her goal, was also a little stunned. First, she didn't expect to break through the iron shoes and find a place without any effort. Second, after getting the elf egg, she obviously had another chance to conquer the elf. At night, the two found a fairly clean place with rich rivers and settled down. Lin Cheng summoned the electric shock monster. Electric shock monster. Use secret power. That the electric shock monster learned not long ago against a huge rock. Boom. A loud bang, this giant rock actually shattered into powder while maintaining its shape. After that, Lin Cheng asked Paluchia to wave the water, and the inside of the rock was washed to one side. In order to avoid moisture, Lu Shui then asked the fat worker to bake the inside. This way, a simple shelter is greatly reduced. Lu Shui too fell on the soft grass that had just been braided, and stretched happily. Well, it's really comfortable. Lin Cheng didn't expect your electric shock monster to learn the secret power so quickly. She still clearly remembered that this skill was the reward for the top 3. Lin Cheng smiled and said, "Good luck." Usually, the speed and success rate of learning skills are related to the aptitude of the elves, and the quasi-god aptitude of electric shock monsters, although it cannot be learned with one key like in the game, but failure does not exist. Lu Shui didn't think much about this issue, and quickly asked, "Lin Cheng, if you see a and take it, do you have any plans?" "No, I don't know as much as you here." Lin Cheng raised his face and smiled with clear eyes. "In that case, I suggest you go to Tianqing Mountain to see it." Lin Cheng stared at Lu Shui with wide eyes. "You mean Tianqingxian?" Unexpectedly, in this other world, you can even hear the name of this mountain. Tianqingxian, in the original Pokemon, debuted in the Kanto region, It's Your Decision in the theatrical version. Mountain range with a long history and mythical beasts. I didn't expect that it would be so difficult in the Pokemon forest. Would there really be a Ho King? Lin Cheng's eyes were bright and he couldn't stop staring at Lu Shui, as if he wanted to find out the answer from her eyes. The girl didn't know what she was thinking, but after being stared at by Lin Cheng for a moment, she couldn't help blushing. "Although I don't know what you've heard of, but this day, Qingshan is haunted by powerful dragon-type Pokemon. This is an active volcano. It is said that at present, Yan is number 1 on our Galaxy Tianzhou list. The reason why his duck-billed fire dragon was able to evolve into a duck-billed fire dragon was because of some opportunities there." Lin Cheng couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Sure enough, divine beasts that had never appeared in history textbooks would naturally not appear in this Galaxy Academy. However, in any case, there are dragon-type Pokemon, and the duck-billed fire dragon can evolve. That is to say, there should be a lot of raw materials for the lava amplifier, the 5 fire and the fire gem, right? Although Lin Cheng currently does not have any magical treasures with fire attributes, this does not prevent him from wanting to join in the fun. If that's the case, then we'll decide to go to Tianqing Mountain next stop. Originally, Lin Cheng planned to rush to Tianqing Mountain the next day, but, unfortunately, it rained in Baoqilan the next day. Beep la la. Raindrops slapped against the stone roof where they were, and continued to fall down the rock wall. Originally, the night was peaceful and early in the morning, but it was the wetness of the rain that soaked the bed. The two woke up in a hurry. Looking at the cloudy weather outside the house, they really wanted to cry. The journey last night did not allow them to leave the wetland completely. It rained in the wetland, and all kinds of vegetation grew wildly. Even the stone walls of the stone house they had just built yesterday quickly grew green. Moss vegetation. The water level outside rose very, very quickly, and Lin Cheng and the others didn't even have a place to stay. What should we do now? Lu Shui pouted her pink lips and looked at Lin Cheng. In just one day, the girl had already formed a habit and asked Lin Cheng about anything. Lin Cheng looked at the weather outside the house and seemed to not stop for a while. Gritted his teeth and said on the EPUB bed that they had made up last night, "If we can do it again, let's go on this way. Our stone house has to be flooded to take advantage of this merit. We should leave soon." "Sister Lu, are you okay?" When Lu Shui heard that she was going to go out in the rain, not only was she not angry, but she looked very happy. Okay, I rarely go out on rainy days. It's the first time in my life to explore in the wild on rainy days. Lin Cheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect Lu Shui to be so carefree, which reminded him of an animal that would be happy when it rains when it snows. The two braved their heads and rushed out of the stone house at once, and their faces were quickly soaked by water droplets. Lin Cheng kept his mouth shut and kept sprinting, while Lu Shui seemed very happy while running and smiling. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 89 Baoqilan Ecology, 7th Update. Lin Cheng buried his head to protect his head, and ran to the rainforest first with the rainwater that had reached his ankles. Although there was still a lot of vegetation, it was already outside the scope of the large wetlands. Lu Shuiniao's black hair was still stained with rain, and it fell down her snow-white cheeks, with a beauty of water hibiscus. However, Lin Cheng also admired it flawlessly, because at this moment, there was a bang in the sky, and there was even a thunderbolt. Then the lightning looked forward, only to see that there was a canyon in front of it, and the gathered rainwater formed a rather magnificent waterfall, pouring down and churning in the dark canyon. Front of it, it should be the Tianqing Mountain that Lu Shui said. With the isolation on both sides, this pouring waterfall is like a water curtain that separates the two sides. The rushing water flows down the Tianqing Mountain for irrigation on one side, and gathers in the large wetland rainforest on the other side. These two places are like two extremes, one is high and the other is a depression like a basin. It is estimated that this is also the reason why 26 extreme environments will be formed. Yeah. Just when Lin Cheng was thinking about it, Lu Shui, who was just too old, let out a frightened kitten's meow. What's wrong? Lin Cheng asked with concern. I'm afraid of thunder. Lin Cheng, is there really a girl in this world who is afraid of thunder? Lin Cheng always thought that this was just a legend. In the world he lived in before his rebirth, people used to be afraid of thunder, which is a kind of awe of natural phenomena, but modern people rarely get thunder unless they have had special experience. Of course, girls are not ruled out. Seeing Lin Cheng's speechless expression, Lu Shui immediately blushed and explained in a low voice, "When I was a child, I was alone at home with no one to accompany me, and every time there was thunder, I would hide under the covers." Lin Cheng shook his head with a wry smile, just lowered his body, turned his back to Lu Shui and said, "Come up, senior sister, I'll carry your back." The way. Facing Lu Shui's hesitation, Lin Cheng explained, the rainforest on rainy days is very dangerous. We haven't completely escaped yet. Although it may be fine now, it doesn't mean that we can always do it. Said that, Lin Cheng pointed to the crown of a certain tree. At first, Lu Shui didn't see anything, but when he took a closer look, his face immediately turned green, only to see that the trunk was densely packed with insects the size of fingernails. The trees are of the same color, and some are colorful, and you can see that they are not easy to mess with at first glance. Even if they see people approaching, they have no intention of avoiding them. Enter. Immediately frightened, Lu Shui hurriedly backed away and leaned towards Lin Cheng, asking, what kind of bugs are these? The general appearance of these children is similar to dry spiders, but some are like small stones, with only one head and extremely thin limbs. It can be seen that it is a man. These should be grass crawlies, that is, grass ticks. Most of the local life in this world has died out after the beast's destruction. However, there are still some things that are tenacious and very annoying. This tick is a. With parasitic and tenacious vitality, this grass tick is also very popular among vicious beasts, and even some grass ticks, after sucking the blood of vicious beast spirits, their vitality becomes more and more mutated and tenacious. As long as they are bitten by this thing, they will pierce their heads through the surface of the host's skin and suck blood desperately, often for 2 or 3 days at a time, and will not stop until they swell their bodies 6 times. Now that it is raining outside, these bad things will also consciously take shelter from the rain, so they will hide in the trunk of the tree. One is to be washed away by the rain, and the other is to guard the rabbit by the way, looking for meal tickets. Lu Shui thinks of himself. If he continued to stay in the rainforest, he might also be entangled by this ghost. He immediately lost his scruples, and his 2 slender calves suddenly tied Lin Cheng's waist, with a black line of fear hanging on his face, urging him. Junior Lin Cheng, let's go. Lin Chungjui shook his head and smiled, stepped up his steps, and left the rainforest. At his full speed, after half a day, the weather finally cleared up, and they also arrived at the foot of the Tianqing mountain. Unlike the empty wetlands, the atmosphere of fire in the Tianqing mountain was visible to the naked eye. From time to time, trainers can be seen riding their mounts, raising smoke and dust. It seems that compared to the ecologically bad wetlands, Tianqingshan is much more popular. Sister, Lin Cheng muttered to himself, finding that Lu Shui didn't answer, turned his head curiously, but found that the little girl behind her was flushed, her eyes were closed, and she was gasping for breath. Are you there yet? Lu Shui opened her eyes with some difficulty and wanted to get off Lin Cheng's back, but as soon as she touched the ground, she staggered and shook Lin Cheng and quickly supported her. Sister, you are. I don't know, I feel a little dizzy. Seeing this, Lin Cheng touched Lu Shui's forehead, and immediately found that the body temperature was extremely hot. God, could it be a cold, right? Of course, this is only a possibility. The humid and hot flashes in the rainforest may also be a febrile disease, or it may be an allergy. Lin Cheng didn't dare to be careless, and quickly helped Lu Shui, preparing to find a place to rest. As if knowing that he was sick, Lu Shui didn't hold back, but suggested, Lincheng has a student-run rest place at the foot of Qingshan Mountain. You can go there. Lin Cheng nodded when he heard the words. This treasure forest has been managed by Galaxy Academy for so many years, and it is very simple to set a foothold in it. As for the place, you can easily get information by asking anyone on the road. After Lu Shui settled down, Lin Cheng also contacted the medical staff, who came to diagnose a girl with the same name as a student. Her birth elf was a flower therapy ring. Although the girl did not have the proof of the nurse at the Pokemon Center, she had a set of treatment methods, which quickly stabilized Lu Shui's condition. Sister Lu is because she doesn't adapt to the tropical wetland environment. In addition, she caught a cold from the rain, which caused a bacterial cold. But don't worry, as long as you rest for a while and take some medicine, you will get better soon. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 90 The Overlord of Tianqingshan, 8th more. Lu Shui kindly told Lin Cheng that she didn't need to be by her side. After all, in the hunting festival, time is waiting for money. After hesitating for a while, Lin Cheng rudely paid the medical girl a certain contribution point and set off towards the sky crown of Tianqing Mountain. After walking on Tianqing Road for an hour, Lin Cheng found that the temperature here had risen significantly, and the sky was full of black smoke. The trainers encountered on the road all soaked their masks in water, put them on their faces, and slowly sneaked. Have you heard that there are Vulcan moths here? I've known it for a long time. This Vulcan moth is the overlord of Tianqing Mountain. Who dares to do it? Even Yanlin and Yuan Haosheng on the Tianzhao list are probably not opponents. Idiot, who said we're going to attack Vulcan moth? Recently, I heard that this overlord Pokemon gave birth to an offspring. What? Along the way, many people were talking about this topic, and Lin Cheng naturally became concerned. Although Vulcan moth is not a quasi-god, its racial value is extremely high. Wild Vulcan moth is even considered to be a Pokemon born from the sun. When it evolves, it will be enveloped in flames, like a small sun. Of this Vulcan moth should be burning. The burning bug is also a Pokemon with powerful physical output points. If the special circumstances such as millions of evolutions are not counted, the Vulcan moth that burns and evolves can almost be called the number one position under the quasi-god of Eudemons. That can be slightly more powerful than it are those classified as speaking Pokemon. The original template is the wind speed dog of Eudemons, and Hua Jia, who was born in the dry garden and the queen of flowers, is gone. I didn't expect that there are Pokemon of this level in Galaxy Academy. Lin Cheng couldn't help but marvel. Seems that in addition to dragon-type Pokemon, this burning can also become one of the symbols of this. With this thought in mind, Lin Cheng climbed halfway up the mountain in one breath, but found that the front seemed to be surrounded by people. Many people were only crowded around, and the few people in front seemed to be Galaxy Academy, Tianzhao list. Superior. Famous person. Tianzhao number 6 Song Tianzu and the Great Wolf Dog. The fifth piece of the Tianzhao list. Fourth on the Tianzhao list, Lei Yu, the natal elf Molten Ant. Even One, Bai Xinyu, Mingyu and others, are all in it. In addition to the absence of the first and second places on the Tianzhao list, and Wentai, who was in the 10th place, the other top places in the Tianzhao list have all arrived. Hehe, even though Mingyu is the third in the list of arrogances, you must be our combined opponent. Zhang Meng said with a smile while holding a folding fan. Behind him were Song Zhu, Zhou Jai, and Wang Dao, all smiling sadly. HMPH, it's up to you, and I don't weigh it, let alone my sister Yu, I can beat both of you alone. Bai Xinyu raised her chest, stepped forward, and said angrily. Yo yo yo, it's so big, Sister Xinyu, how about letting me play with you? Zhou Baokou took a step forward and tickled her finger provocatively at her. Bai Xinyu immediately raised her eyebrows and wanted to rush forward. However, it was stopped by the moon around him. And sister, Bai Xinyu whispered. The latter smiled slightly and gave her a reassuring look. Then he took a step forward. His temperament was cold, like a secluded orchid after the rain. He turned the light to the four Zhongmeng and said, among the 5 rivers, do'n't you really think that if you unite, you can bring down the lion? Voice fell, and the moon was shrouded in the moonlight. It was obviously daytime, but it made people feel dazed and felt the coming of night. And the bright elf appeared silently in front of the moon. Bracco. Of the high elf made the expressions of the people around him tense. The existence of the top 10 of their arrogance list. The natal elves have almost entered the 4-star Pokemon level, but even so, and the moon elves in front of them, there is still a gap between heaven and earth. Take Zhang Meng, the strongest among the four of them, as an example. His Commander of Cleave and Slash is already a level 33 and a 4-star Pokemon. According to the 3-level arrangement, Commander of Cleave and Slash is already a low-level peak of a 4-star Pokemon. Elves. According to their understanding, they were already level 36 existences long ago. Among the students of Galaxy College, the existences that can overwhelm Mingyu are estimated to be only the first and second on the Tianzhou list. Do you really think that a moon elf with a 4-star medium level can sit back and relax? The four of us, 4 against 2, have a chance of winning after all. What's more? Zhang Meng said half-heartedly with a smile and then took a shot. Elf bag at the waist, a soarang, flying leg, jumped out of it. Chimian Lang, a kind of human-shaped magical treasure. The whole body is brown, part of it is khaki, and parts of both hands and feet are springs, which can be stretched freely, allowing it to punch more quickly and fiercely, by Li Jiao. This soarang is not low level, and also has a 4-star level. At the same time, due to the relationship between the fighting attribute, it is obviously more advantageous to deal with the bright elves of the evil attribute. How is it? This is the trump card I specially prepared to defeat you. Is it surprising or unexpected? Zhang Mengda's eyes narrowed into a line, and his small eyes were full of light, as if after the release of Soarang. I have already seen the appearance of the moon being knocked down. Bu still looked disdainful and said coldly, is this your trump card? It's really boring. What? Zhang Mengda's face turned dark immediately, and he was about to start when he saw and looked at Lei Yu, who had been standing still, watching the battle, and asked, Lei Yu, are you also from Zhang Mengda's side? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 91 Mushroom Legion, First Update. Lei Yu stood to the side coolly, and after being returned, he just said in a low voice, if you don't get involved, you have no chance of winning. I hope you guys will take 2 injuries and then the burning insect will naturally be mine. After saying that, Lei Yu turned around and summoned an armored bird, which jumped and grabbed the bird's seeds in the helmet and flew towards a higher place in Tianqing Mountain. After Lei Yu said this, Zhang Meng frowned immediately, then smiled, took back the elf, and spread his hands pretending to be relaxed and said, Mingyu, your 3rd place, please send it first. Ming dismissed Zhang Mengda's threat, and the 2 sides each chose a direction and acted separately. As the existence of the top 10 in the Tianzhou list took action, the others began to rush towards the mountain one after another. Everyone is wary of each other. Lin Cheng originally wanted to go up and say hello to the 2 of them and help them out, but thinking of Ming's strength and temper, he didn't bother to do anything. Cheng walked towards the top of the mountain. Not far away, there was also a figure 057 flashing, a few vigilant lights swept over him, and then they each retreated. And the 9th place on the Tianzhou list, Wang Dao, was a little unpleasant to make him slaughter the average person. Lin Cheng also felt something, but he didn't deliberately chase these little ones. After identifying the direction, he headed towards the peak in the center of Tianqing Mountain. It is said that this Vulcan moth often haunts the top of the Tianqing Mountain, and when it encounters the Vulcan moth, it will not worry about meeting its cubs. Who are still in the hunting festival went to the top of Tianqing Mountain. For a time, the sound of beast roaring and chirping continued to sound all over the mountain range. There were also some panicked screams. Is some down? The moldy guy encountered an existence that could not be cleaned up, and was cleaned up instead. But don't worry about life safety. Every trainer who enters will carry a token, and this token, after entering this Baoqilan, becomes an insurance. As long as the trainer's life is in danger, he will be issued a token specified bit. Is set, it will be sent out directly. Similarly, as long as the trainer successfully captures an elf, it will be locked by the token and sent out directly. Lin Cheng didn't stop because of these things. He maintained a steady pace and moved towards the mountain crown. After a few minutes, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Cheng was also so interested that he stopped in his tracks. The 3 of them seemed to be older than Lin Cheng, but they were not among the top 50 in the current Tianzhou list. It was estimated that they had done some task and were rewarded students with special entry qualifications. Physiques are quite strong, and for a while, it seems that there is still a sense of oppression. These 3 people should know each other, and it is also very simple: obey, hand over all the harvests you get from entering the hunting festival, otherwise, just wait for it directly. Disqualify from the competition. Usually, during this time period, there is no Pokemon. Most of them are old drivers who have gained something in Pokemon. They will not easily transfer the elves after they have conquered them. Most of them will have some savings behind them. The target is these people. After speaking, the 3 of them had a tacit understanding and spread out from left to right, encircling Lin Cheng. Looking at the 3 people who came to the door, Lin Cheng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Since these people dared to come to the door to carry the robbery, it means that they should also have some collections, right? Lin Cheng moved forward instead of retreating, and walked towards them slowly. Seeing Lin Cheng's playful appearance, the 3 seemed to realize something. Gad, hands on. One person in the middle roared, and the 3 of them summoned the elves at the same time. Go, sleeping mushroom. Mushrooms. Pylas, you too. Seeing the 3 mushroom fairies in front of him, Lin Cheng couldn't help but feel very happy. Is this a 3-dimensional fresh? That will glow at night in Plants vs. Zombies. The white fungus is its normal head, the 3 small umbrellas above are similar to the fruits it produces, and the 3 forks at the bottom are similar to dry rhizomes. It moves and absorbs nutrients into the organs. Mushroom, the same shape as a mushroom-shaped elf, beige shape with green spots, a small hole on the top of the head and 2 small green legs under the feet. Pylas, and elves similar to cicadas and midwinter and summer grasses, had 2 bright red mushrooms growing on their backs, and 2 less powerful pincers as weapons. The appearance of these 3 elves is not very good, but the level is still quite high, and they all have 27 level strength. Although they did not appear in the top 50 of the Tianzhou list, their strength is not bad. After the master gave an order, the 3 elves rushed towards Lin Cheng together. Quantity is possession, but the county does not prepare the slightest threat. Come out, Dagger, Paluchia, Ghost Stone. Are also 3 elves with 3-star combat power, but the battle situation is one-sided. In only 10 seconds, the 3 elves who blocked the road and robbed have all collapsed to the ground. Paluchia upgrade level 23, 110,300. Ghost Stone upgrade to level 25, 650,000. Electric Shock Monster level 18, 008000. Get 10 mushroom spores, 4 small mushrooms, 1 large mushroom, and 1 aromatic mushroom. Mushroom spores have medicinal value, can be used directly to throw enemies, and have a small chance to hypnotize opponents after being broken. Small mushrooms, relatively rare material, relatively popular in the hands of some enthusiasts. Big mushroom, the cherished material is in the hands of some enthusiasts and has a very high popularity. Aromatic mushrooms are extremely precious materials that can attract nearby elves and have extremely high popularity in the hands of some enthusiasts. Close black lens bracket. Lin Cheng looked at the 3 mushrooms in his hands. After a moment of silence, they were all stuffed into the backpack. The 3 people on the opposite side didn't notice the whole process. Lin Cheng suddenly realized that his abilities might have other uses. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 92 Fighting Open Black Lens Bracket Second Update Close Black Lens Bracket. After fumbling around with the belongings of the three, Lin Cheng waved to them with his hands, and said, "Thank you." After speaking, he leisurely walked past the three of them and continued to walk towards Tianqing Mountain. The three of them didn't have much good stuff on them, just a few oranges, a bottle of silver spray, used to disperse elves, and a bottle of emerald green medicine. Lin Cheng learned that this should be a bottle of burning medicine. This, the world's burning medicine, is naturally not as magical as in the game, but it is used for emergency. Necessary. Ellipsis. Leisurely walked another way. Lin Cheng once again encountered two robbers, saying that these people are really confident in their own strength. The two were easily resolved, and Lin Cheng groped again. This time the duo was relatively rich, and one of them actually had a magic candy. This candy is still 3-star, just right for the ghost stone Paluchia. In addition, there are some red fragments. This red fragment is a special product of Tianqing Mountain. It is said that if you collect too much, you can synthesize a good quality firestone, and even if you are lucky and mutate, you can synthesize a piece. Sunstone. Leisurely journey. After experiencing two, black and black, Lin Cheng couldn't help but like the feeling, so he deliberately slowed down the speed. This mountain range is a very familiar venue for the iron-armored rhinos. After all, is a rocky ground spirit itself, and if you really want to pass quickly, it is a matter of stepping up your foot strength. On the way, Lin Cheng took a piece of dry food and chewed it, and prepared some food for the elves. I haven't eaten on time for the past 2 days, and now Lin Cheng has regarded it as a time for physical training. But at this moment, suddenly, a red spear shot out in front of him. Lin Cheng squinted his eyes. Needless to say, the iron-armored rhino who was closest to him reacted the first time. He turned his body and lowered the attack to a low level. This time, the iron-armored rhinoceros was a little bit painful, but he was most surprised. It is still the person who made the sneak attack. The attack that he was fully confident in was blocked, and the person hiding in the dark couldn't help but, Lin Cheng's eyes quickly locked on that place, and said lightly, "Paluchia L." Paluchia squeezed the palm of his hand, and the sound of air blasting suddenly came from the empty place. A red fire quickly escaped, and at the same time a figure slowly walked out of the book. Lin Cheng raised his head casually, and then, there was a flash of strangeness in the light. Oh, I didn't expect that Lei Yu, who is number 4 on the Tianzhou list, would also do robbery. Lei Yu was wearing a strong suit without the nervousness of being caught after a sneak attack. He just relied on the tree trunk to look at Lin Cheng silently. At the same time, his molten ant beast also returned to his side. Just launched the attack was the tongue of the molten ant, or in other words, the high-temperature flame. Molten anteater is very similar in appearance to the anteater, able to inhale air from a tube on its tail, and then expel or leaf out a tongue that resembles a flame. It was just a greeting just now. If you can't even avoid this, then there is no need for you to participate in the next burning battle. As the 4th in the Tianzhou list, Lei Yu is very confident, and he immediately. He was blocked by a blow, and he was in an absolutely active position. When he was about to say something, he smiled innocently at the young man in front of him. It is also indecent to come and go. The next moment, I saw that out of thin air, Paluchia appeared beside the molten ant beast. Dragon gourd. Lei Yu was stunned. After knowing his identity, this kid still has the courage to resist. Boom. The molten ant beast was shot directly backwards for more than 10 meters. It's so brute force, Lei Yu was shocked. Smelting ant beast, Mogua, is the 4th existence on the Tianzhou list after all, and he still has some fighting consciousness, and he quickly reacted. Crack. The sound of fine iron bumping. The grinding method of the ant beast is different from the ordinary use. It can improve the attack power and also the defense effect of the county. Lei Yu, burnout. Lin Cheng, water gun. What? I was surprised for a while. I didn't expect that the opponent's attribute was just to restrain the molten ant beast, but with my own level there, even if the attribute suffered, it should be. No idea, this Paluchia completely crushed the molten ant beast with a single shot of a water gun. Although the molten ant is a 4-star elves, Paluchia is a 3-star beast, and its combat power is enough to compete with 5-star elves. 0. I got the upper hand, and the molten ant beast was pressed and beaten by one side. Lei Yu couldn't help it, so he had no choice but to take the molten ant beast back and face Lin Cheng's half-smiling expression. Lei Yu said immediately, "Don't do it first, this time it's my fault. For this reason, I can tell you a piece of information, it's about burning, and I should be the only one who knows this information." Lin Cheng didn't speak, but Paluchia silently appeared beside Lei Yu. Lei Yu knew exactly what Lin Cheng meant. As long as the information was not to his liking, Lei Yu would be sent out of Bao Qilan in the next second. Lei Yu sighed heavily, knowing that he was a failure this time, but he believed that his failure this time was entirely because he underestimated the enemy. The burning bug is no longer on the top of the mountain, at least, and will not be with the Vulcan moth. As soon as these words came out, sure enough, Lin Cheng's brows moved. For most people, it is normal for a Pokemon pup to stay with its father. However, that doesn't seem to be the case. Lei Yu explained, this Vulcan moth family has a strong sense of territory. When the parents think that the cub should be independent, they will unceremoniously expel the cub and let it be self-reliant. Not long ago, I happened to see this. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 93 Abduction of the Elf Third More. Because the fire god moth is more sensitive, I don't dare to get too close to the festival, but the burning insect should still be going to the green hill now, but the body is not clear. That was the same as he didn't say. He rolled his eyes and snapped his fingers. He was about to let Paluchia send him out of the hunting festival, but he saw a gas bomb summoned by him with a wave of his hand. On the verge of. The leaves emerge from the smokescreen, ready to flee. Ghost Stone. Lin Cheng patted the elf bag and released Ghost Stone. Ghost Stone is a poison attribute elf, and at the same time, he can also taint such skills, and this smokescreen has little effect on it. Easily find Lei Yu who is ready to flee in the smoke. Black Moonlight. Ghost Stone's eyes were filled with shocking magic, and under his gaze, Lei Yu suddenly became unable to move. 060, Lei Yu, just this piece of news can't be used as your life-saving charm, Lin Cheng said with a smile. Lei Yu stared at Lin Cheng for a moment, and finally sighed as if accepting his fate. I really don't know when you are a monster, I'll admit it this time. Before this hunting festival, Lei Yiki had never paid attention to Lin Cheng and didn't know any news about him. I'll tell you the whereabouts of the burning. Lei Yu's molten ants have special abilities in finding things, which is mainly reflected in the 6 aspects of finding iron ant nests. It also has a certain ability to perceive the burning of insect fire attributes. Although this perception is weak, but after this period of exploration, there are some clues. I will take you to find the burning, and promise that I will not shoot the burning bug. Lei Yu's molten ant beast is a fire attribute. For him, in the burning of the medium fire attribute, the attributes are somewhat repetitive, and there is no need to subdue it. However, at the same time, I hope you can do me a favor. Lei Yu looked at Lin Chengdao with a bit of nervousness in his tone. The two shuttled between the mountains for about 10 minutes. Although there were some sneaky people during that time, they didn't dare to make a move due to the fact that Lei Yu Tianzhao ranked 4th on the list. Soon Lei Yu's shuttle speed slowed down, and the two landed on a thick tree. Arrived. Lei Yu lowered his voice and said to Lin Cheng. Hearing this, Lin Cheng slightly stuck his head out and looked out to a cave in front of him. Caught Lin Cheng's eyes was a cave made up of crimson rocks, and at the entrance there were dozens of strange plants that wrapped themselves under purple stems and leaves. At first glance it looks like an ordinary plant, but in fact, this is a kind of Pokemon cherry blossom. Lei Yu also saw this scene, but unlike Lin Cheng, his eyes lit up when he saw these cherry blossoms. The cherry blossoms evolved from the cherry blossoms, and will change into two forms according to the weather and temperature. One is that in normal weather, it wraps two purple petals around its body, just like in front of it under normal weather. The position revealed a pair of squinted eyes. And one day when it encounters the sun, it will bloom its own flowers and turn into a shape like a sand girl wearing a pink pear. Because the temperature around the Vulcan moth during burning is very close to the temperature of the sun, and even in a sense, it can completely replace the sun. Therefore, the cherry blossoms especially like to be close to these two kinds of elves. When they grow up, the sun-loving elves like the cherry blossoms will be very happy to act as their personal bodyguards, which can also be regarded as a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship in the ecological world. As I said, I will help you lead the way to find the burning worm, and you will help me capture one of the cherry blossoms. If you were an ordinary student, you would definitely run away without saying a word when you see this. After all, each Sakura Kong represents a 4-star Pokemon, and most of the trainers with 4-star Pokemon are on the top of the Tianzhou list. 15's existence is rare in the entire academy. But even if the top 15 geniuses come here, it is estimated that their scalps will be numb. Who can beat so many cherry blossoms? That's why Lin Chengyi was bold enough to agree to it. Not long after, a red fire suddenly appeared in the Qian cave. In the middle of the fire, was a Pokemon with 5 curved tentacles on its head like a silkworm baby, slowly moving its body out. Sasha. The burning bug finally appeared. Streaming data flashed in Lin Cheng's eyes. Open black lens bracket burning bug. Rating, 10-star Pokemon. Qualification, Quasi-God. Attributes, Insect, Fire. Abilities, Body of Fire, Premonition in the middle. Skills, Spark, Leaf Silk, Drain, Morning Light, Flash Charge. Close black lens bracket. God, what kind of talent is this? Although Lin Cheng was stunned by the quasi-God qualification, the key is the burning insect skill, Morning Light, which can be understood as a genetic skill, Flame Charge. According to normal learning, this is a skill that can only be learned when the burning worm is at the full level of 100. But it is only level 10, and it has already been learned in advance. Seeing that the cherry blossoms appeared in the burning, the flowers bloomed one after another, and they were surrounded by the burning insects as if they were looking at the sun. Lin Cheng was still immersed in the burning data, and Lei Yu only became so rude when Lin Cheng saw the burning worm for the first time. How about it? This can be said to be the perfect fire-type Pokemon, and now these cherry blossoms are yours as long as you decide. Lin Cheng took a deep breath and calmed down. Although the goal was right in front of him, he also had detailed plans. If he rushed over, it would be too unsafe. So, what are your plans now? Lin Cheng whispered. Lei Yu rummaged through the O3 strange stone storage space and took out an aquamarine gem. It is the gem of grass. Not only has the ability to increase the power of grass-type skills, but it is also very attractive to grass-type Pokemon. Are you trying to attract cherry blossoms with this grass gem? Yes, Lei Yu nodded. This plan is estimated to be useful, but Lin Cheng is afraid that he will not be able to delay the time. At the same time, being attracted by the gem of grass does not mean that the cherry blossoms have no brains. If they find out that the burning bugs are gone, then they will definitely run away. Dozen 4-star Pokemon, even Paluchia has to weigh. Lin Cheng touched his chin, and then he took out 2 more items, Sea Branch and Chimera Gallbladder. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 94 Chopping Commander, 4th Update. The effect of sea branch is mainly to make elves evoke memories, but it also has the effect of making creatures hallucinate. Chimera Gallbladder can poison 3-star creatures, and it also has some effect on 4-star creatures, although its power is at most anesthesia effect. Taking out one of the items may not have much effect, but the success rate of several items will obviously increase a lot. Lin Cheng told Lei Yu about the effects of these two things. Immediately, the latter's look at Lin Cheng became more and more wrong. What the hell is this guy coming from? A ferocious beast material like this is an ordinary way, but it is not common. Tell the plan to Lei Yu, and Lei Yu understands it in seconds. The two start. Puff. Lei Yu threw the grass gem first. Smelling the grass gem, the flowers subconsciously wanted to go and explore. As soon as they left and burned, Lin Cheng and Lei Yu immediately started. Stan, smokescreen. Ghost stone, muddy mist. Overwhelming black smoke swept in, and the cherry blossoms were caught off guard by the black mist. Could react, he felt numb, and Lin Cheng took the opportunity to throw Chimera Gallbladder over. The cherry blossoms showed pain and began to struggle, but they didn't have time to resist, but they felt a chill behind them. Gas bombs and ghost stone held sea branches and stabbed them in their staying power. Then, they indulged in the illusion. Middle. The burning worm looked at the cherry blossoms who were still around it a moment ago, and now all of them have arrived, and they were also a little scared and hurriedly prepared to run away. At the 10th level, it was naturally impossible to escape the palm of Lin Cheng. 3 times 5 and 2 will catch it. And Lei Yu also took the opportunity to catch a good-looking Sakura. Kick off. The sound of rapid footsteps came. Zhang Meng and the others didn't know where they got the news, but they found the whereabouts of the burning worm and chased it here, but seeing the appearance of Lin Cheng and Lei Yu, they immediately reacted, and the two had already intercepted the burning worm. Span. Wang Dao's face twitched, and his body trembled with anger. Why is Lin Cheng you bastard again? Zhang Mengda's face was also very ugly. He waved the folding fan in his hand and smiled gloomily. Lei Yu, even if he doesn't know where he came from, would he dare to touch the things that the top 10 favored by Tianzhao? Boy, hand over the burning worm in your hand if you are sensible, and I can spare you to leave safely. If you don't know how to be careful, this hunting festival will yield nothing. Threat, and even Lei Yu didn't think Zhang Meng would be able to get past Lin Cheng's body. Just working with Lin Cheng to easily capture Sakura's, Lei Yu was very happy, and helping Lin Cheng at this moment was just a matter of convenience. No, it's fine. Just when he heard that Lei Yu was going to help Lin Cheng, Zhang Meng was startled, thinking what is the relationship between the two, but he was relieved when he heard that Lei Yu didn't need help, and he couldn't help laughing at Lin Cheng as a stunner. Green. Of course, the mouth will naturally not say so. Hey, boy, you have a lot of ideas. Okay today, I am Zhang Meng saying that as long as you win me, you. After he finished speaking, Lin Cheng sneered. Paluchia appeared out of thin air, a wave of water, accompanied by waves of rippling waves, suddenly attacked. Cut Commander. Although the opponent's attack was strange and fast, Zhang Meng, who was also the 5th in the Tianzhao list, was not frightened, and soon summoned elves and thunderbolts to fight back. Open black lens bracket Chop Commander. Level 33, 4-star Pokemon. Qualification. Rare. Attributes Evil, Steel. Ability, Spiritual Power. Skills. Iron Head, Metal Explosion, Surprising Blow, Cleave, Malicious Pursuit Close black lens bracket. Use it. Flash of cold light, the sharp hand knife suddenly cut through the fluctuation of the water, and stabbed towards Paluchia without abatement. Because of the evil attribute, the character of the commander of slashing and cutting is naturally affected. The first shot is cruel. Spicy directed at Paluchia's head and heart. However, this is still an unpopular attack for Paluchia. Crack. Commander Zahn only felt a pain in the palm of his hand, and suddenly found that, at some point, around Paluchia, a large number of gem fragments flickered, like 10,000 arrows ready to go. Gem power. The meantime, the jewels and stars in the sky are like raindrops, overwhelming the sky and smashing towards Zonling. Clang clang clang. Although Commander Zon is a steel elf and has a good defense, he still can't stand the toss. Zhang Mengda's face changed wildly. The Pokemon 060 battle is not like a master who can play 2 days and 2 nights in fantasy novels, often the outcome is between a few skills. As far as the first contact is concerned, Zhang Mengda immediately found out that the strange elf of the other party is not under the commander of the wall, but why has he never heard of the name of the male protagonist before? Where did this guy come from? Cut the commander, hold on, and explode with metal. That doubles the damage received from the last move to the opponent. It's a secret trick to kill the commander. However, for Commander Gonzon's dying and tenaciousness, Paluchia snorted coldly, and suddenly a burst of purple dragon energy was wrapped around his body. Penetrated the metal blasting, and then smashed into Commander Zon's chest armor under the horrified expression of the sect master. Clang. The powerful dragon melon seal slapped on Commander Zon's body, but it was like a big mountain pressing on it. On the spot, Commander Walzon flew upside down and lost his ability to fight. Everyone was in disbelief. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 95 Blackmail 5th Update. Although Lei Yu knew that Lin Cheng had the same fighting power as him, he didn't expect this guy to be so terrifying. The existence of the top 10, although there will be a gap in strength, but in fact, apart from the top 3, the strength of the following people is not very different. If it is not attribute restraint or excessive physical consumption, it is difficult to separate in a short time. Win or lose. But this kid is just talking. Few rounds, Commander Wall Slash, a steel-type Pokemon known for its defensive power, was pressed and rubbed on the ground. Wang Dao and the rest of Zhou Yu and the others looked at each other, their eyes full of horror. Zhou Bao, where is this guy a monster? Diran knew Lin Cheng's origin, but he couldn't accept it in his heart. Wang Dao. Since when did the gap between him and Lin Cheng become so big? Not long ago, wasn't he a freshman who could be bullied at will? Seeing Zhang Mengda's defeat, Song Tianzu reacted very quickly, and immediately realized that this was a tough stubble, and immediately summoned his natal elf Great Wolf Dog, and he was ready to run away. Since you're here, why don't you leave something as a souvenir? Lin Cheng smiled very naturally. If it was before, who would dare to be so mad with himself? Song Tianzu would definitely let the dogs kill him. But now, Commander Zon, who is a bit stronger than the Great Wolf Dog, has been beaten to the ground, and he naturally does not dare to stay. Song Tianzu seemed to have never heard of it, and only cared about running away. Lin Cheng sneered and ran in front of Space Master. Paluchia, was it too naive? Song Tianzu rode the Great Wolf Dog on the halfway galloping gallop, when suddenly, a burst of wind came from above his head. Bang! Next second, Song Tianzu flew back even with a dog and a human. Then, there was a loud bang. PFF'd. The Great Wolf Dog suddenly let out a whimper. I saw my big water sword in Paluchia's hand firmly inserting the Great Wolfhound into the rocks on the ground with one shot, and I couldn't pull it out. I don't know when. Paluchia has comprehended a new skill. This water flow sword is formed by a skill called Water Flow Break. Attacks the opponent with the power of water, and has a chance to destroy the opponent's defense when attacking. Zhou Bao and Wang were so terrified that they were inexplicably glad that they had not escaped just now. Next, Zhou Yu and Wang Yi didn't take any action at all, but the four of them stared at Lin Cheng with dark faces. Zhang Meng took the lead and said, "What do you want?" Lin Cheng glanced at him. Without giving any explanation, Paluchia directly smashed the water to Zhang Mengde, and immediately Zhang Mengde's token flashed, and he was teleported out of the hunting sacrifice on the spot. Without any explanation, it was such a brutal end to Zhang Mengde's hunting festival schedule. Lin Cheng turned his gaze to the other three. All three of them were the same size. After all, Wang Dao stood up as soon as he gritted his teeth, threw a package to Biaocheng without saying a word, and explained, "These are the harvests of my hunting sacrifice." Lin Cheng glanced and nodded, accepting his toll. Wang Dao gritted his teeth and left in silence. Lin Cheng looked at the others. Song Tianzu snorted coldly, and said, "No L." From Song Tianzu's point of view, just now Zhang Mengde was shot to death by Lin Cheng because he was shot to death. Then Lin Cheng was just pretending. After all, he was the 6th person on the Tianzhou list. He wanted to offend 4 people in a row. Obviously also has to be weighed. However, it was obvious that he thought too much. After he finished speaking, the next second, it turned into starlight and disappeared in place. The last one is Zhou Yu. This kid has the same character as his elf turning into a hidden dragon. Just now, he still looked aggrieved and indignant. After seeing Song Tianzu's tragic situation, he immediately smiled and handed over his harvest with both hands. After finishing, he rubbed his hands together and asked, "Look, are you still satisfied?" Ellipsis. After ending the existence of 2 top 10 talents on the Tianzhou list in a row, and then extorting 2 more, Lin Cheng's harvest is obviously good. Lin Cheng got a 4-star magical candy, 2 3-star magical candies, and 800,000 contribution points from Zhou Yu. In addition, this guy also has a skill book, which is the signature fire attribute trick, Spray Flame. On the other hand, Wang Dao is some tree fruits, such as the grapefruit fruit, which has a better therapeutic effect than the orange fruit, and the persimmon fruit that treats confusion. The most important thing is that there is only 1 silver cranberry fruit and banana fruit. These 2 kinds of fruit are different from ordinary tree fruit and have special additional effects. Silver cranberries make elves more obedient when eaten by elves. The effect of the silver banana fruit is somewhat similar. It can calm the mood of the irritable elves, and it will also be easier to return to the heart. Although there is no contribution point for this one, he is still lucky. I didn't expect him to find such a rare tree fruit in the poke forest. Later, the fruit can be eaten by the burning insects. Decrease in magnitude. Difficulty to conquer. Finally, a good fire stone. Pu was sitting cross-legged on the ground and looking at the spoils. Lei Yu couldn't help but shudder in his heart. This guy is really sturdy when it comes to doing things. Lin Cheng is so carefree that he will include the magical candy he harvested before. Except for the 4-star magical candy, he will eat it for Paluchia. After all, Paluchia is Lin Cheng's current facade and the strongest combat power. Immediately, Paluchia's whole body radiated brilliant rays of light. Level up from level 23 to level 27. V Paluchia comprehends new skills: Water Ring, Water Tail. Open black lens bracket Water Ring. Cover your body with a curtain made of water, and restore your vitality within a certain period of time. Close black lens bracket. After using this skill skillfully, it will also add a certain defense power to expand the range of the Water Ring. Not only can it restore itself, but it can also restore other creatures, which is a very convenient and useful skill. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 96 Evaluation. Open black lens bracket. Seeking reward. Close black lens bracket. Water Flow Tail. Needless to say, the power of the water attribute physical attack is comparable to the advanced water attribute skills of Fa Shangblang. Seeing that Paluchia was still getting stronger, Lei Yu couldn't help but feel a little outrageous. Fortunately, most of the purpose of his hunting sacrifice has been completed. After he tamed Sakura, the hunting sacrifice token quickly sensed and sent him out. Naturally, he did not need to stay with the dangerous elements like Lin Cheng. Together. Span. Lin Cheng touched his head, and clearly felt that he was disliked by others. After eating the silver banana fruit and silver cranberry fruit for the stubborn burning insect, the little guy immediately kissed Lin Cheng's eyes. Conquering the elves or something, can't you solve the problem with one meal? If you don't solve it, you will have 2 meals. After letting the burning worm return to his heart, Lin Cheng was quickly locked by the token and sent out quickly. Lin Cheng didn't disappear much, and 2 graceful figures also came here. They were Ming Qi and Bai Xinyu. Among them, Shengguan Luyu had already recovered the successful elves and went back early. The 2 looked at the arena after the battle and couldn't help frowning. Could it be that Zhang Meng and the others have already taken the lead? Bai Xinyu asked. Ming Qi was silent for a moment before saying, "It shouldn't be so simple. I heard that there are often many Pokémon that are happy with the sun around the burning worm, and these Pokémon are not lacking in high-level existence. Zhang Meng and the 4 of them joined forces, and it is impossible to end the battle so quickly. Could it be that?" "And what are you thinking about, sister?" Bai Xinyu couldn't help asking when she saw Ming Yu's expression but stopped talking. "Could it be Yan or Yuan Haosheng?" "No way." Bai Xinyu lightly covered her mouth. The 2 seemed to have only participated in the hunting festival once. After that, they didn't pay much attention to the hunting festival, and it seemed impossible that they would appear here. Could it be that Bai Xinyu couldn't help but look like Lin Cheng appeared in his heart? But soon she shook her head with a smile and said to herself, "It should be impossible." Lin Cheng appeared on the square outside the teleportation array. It was bustling here. It seemed that there were many students gathered. Only a small number of them were contestants, and most of them were just joining in the fun. After the hunting festival is over, someone will usually make a record, and the public will make a simple ranking of the results harvested from this hunting festival. This is a small episode after each hunting festival. To put it simply, it is to announce the elves that the students have harvested in it, and then use this to inspire other students to work hard and strive for the hunting festival. Lin Cheng participated in the hunting festival for the first time, and he just teleported back, so naturally he didn't know about it. Standing ignorantly on the spot, he heard a voice calling out to him. "Little. Hello brother Lin." One who came was the official Luyu, who was as jade-like as a flower. Shengguan Luyu was very happy to see Lin Cheng come out safely, and after 2 comforts, he talked about the harvest. Lin Cheng said naturally, he subdued the burning worm. Although Shengguan Luyu captured the Pokémon on the first day and sent it back early, she still knew something about the overlord of the Tianqing Mountains and the Vulcan Moth during the hunting festival. Hearing that Lin Cheng actually subdued the Vulcan Moth cub, the burning insect, he was naturally shocked. "Brother Lin, are you joking? That burning is the cub of the Vulcan Moth, and the Vulcan Moth is a 5-star overlord Pokémon." Lin Cheng gave an "oh," and explained, it was also lucky that the burning insect and the Vulcan Moth were separated. Lin Cheng said that the wind was calm, and it seemed that there was no danger at all. Shengguan Luyu was convinced that it was Lin Cheng's lucky relationship, and congratulated him sincerely. In this way, it seems that Brother Lin is the most successful person in this hunting festival, so go to the teacher to register. He led Lin Cheng to a large open stone. There was an old man with a ruddy complexion and a pale beard sitting cross-legged. In front of him, several trainers lined up to show the elf in front of him, and then he was caught by the old man. After the inspection, the teacher around him registers the type of elves, and then distributes some corresponding contribution points. The contribution point value is not high, that is, a little encouragement gold. The highest in history is 100,000, unless a rare, unregistered elves or quasi-gods are caught. The overlord elves will reward this amount of money. "Wang Hao, did you capture this yo-yo candy ball?" The young man in front of him reluctantly conceded. "Well, it looks pretty healthy. It should be almost 2 stars, so I can get 1,000 contribution points." Hearing the words, the man immediately said respectfully, "Thank you, Vice President Liu." That's right, the white-haired old man was Grandpa Lu Shui, who gave Lin Cheng the qualification to compete. After Lu Shui separated from Lin Cheng, she thought that she had almost achieved her goal, so she went back to the academy early in the morning, and told her grandfather about the encounter. Lu Qing learned that Lin Cheng took care of Lu Shui. Quite emotional. To myself, the kid I was optimistic about was quite conscientious, and this time I also wanted to take a look at what kind of Pokemon the kid had conquered this time. Look at Senior Zhang Meng and Senior Song Tianzu behind him, the 5th and 6th place in the college's top talent list. They have also come out. I think they should have captured the incredible elves, right? When the students around saw the two people walking down below, they suddenly made a loud noise. Lu Qing also came back to his senses, looking at these two heavenly arrogant sons, with a bit of admiration on his face. Since the establishment of Galaxy Academy, the top 10 on this arrogant list are not the things in the pool. They have gone out. School gates, most listed level bases, or provincial level bases are high, and there are not even Tianzhao who have gone international. Zhang Meng, what kind of elves did you harvest this time? Let the old man take a look. Lu Qing said gently. After holding it for a long time, he said embarrassedly, the students of Vice President Liu have not gained anything this time. What? No gain? The field suddenly quieted down. The 5th in the Tianzhao list has no gain. Is this a joke? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder. If the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 97 Prize. Open black lens bracket 7th more close black lens bracket. Lu Qing's brows also trembled when he heard the words, but the old man's physical fitness was good. He thought that Zhang Meng should have encountered an Overlord-level Pokemon in the hunting ceremony, and he stumbled and returned empty-handed. Don't be impetuous, practice more, go down. After a few words of persuasion, Lu Qing waved his hand and let Zhang Meng go down. This silent blow made Zhang Meng's face even more dull, so he had to lower his head and leave without saying a word. The next one was Song Tianzu, who was on the Tianzhao list. Lu Qing also had high expectations, but to his surprise, this guy came back empty-handed. As the top 10 of the Tianzhao list, you should be the example of everyone. This kind of behavior is really inappropriate, Lu Qing said with some disappointment. From the people around him made him feel very thorny. At this moment, if there was a hole, he really wanted to plunge into it. At the same time, his hatred for Lin Cheng also reached a certain point. 2 consecutive top 10 mistakes on the Tianzhao list, and everyone is wondering what happened to this hunting festival. It's really a strange thing. Brother Lin, do you know what's going on? Shangguan Luyu was also quite curious about this. He looked back and asked Lin Cheng. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Fei Lu's novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Fei Lu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Lin Cheng smiled at him and said, guess what? Shangguan Luyu looked at Lin Cheng, who had a mischievous mentality, and couldn't help laughing and scolding a fool in her heart, but she said, Brother Lin doesn't want to tell me, and I have my own way, I know. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's a bit complicated. If I tell you, you probably won't believe it. I will believe everything Brother Lin said. Shangguan Luyu said this with a sincere expression and seemed very serious. Lin Cheng glanced at Shangguan Luyu. Although the other's appearance was common, he still felt moved. Can't help shaking his head and laughing. Actually, they provoked me, and then they were thrown out by me. Shangguan Luyu looked confused. Huh. At this time, there was a burst of exclamations around, and Shangguan Luyu's eyes were also attracted. Wow, Senior Lei Yu is indeed the fourth in the academy. In front of everyone, it was Sakura who was subdued by Lei Yu. This Sakura was a little bigger than ordinary Sakura. At the same time, its level was also amazing, with a 32 level 4-star rating. At this level, most of the people here are not so high. It's true that people kill people more than people. How did Senior Lei Yu, Sakura, subdue him? Lu Qing's eyes also lit up, showing admiration, and looking at Lei Yu's Sakura nodded slightly. Well, this hunting festival has conquered many elves, but your Sakura's has the highest level and is already 4-star. Rarity is only for Qilulian, a classmate of Shangguan Luyu. I will reward you with 50,000 contribution points and hope you can continue to work hard. Lei Yu smiled at Lu Qing and clasped his fist, and then looked at Zhang Meng and the two with a bit of pity. Zhang Meng noticed that Lei Yugong's complexion was even more ugly, and immediately snorted, "See, what's so proud, isn't it a 4-star elf?" Naturally, Lei Yu would not care about Zhang Meng's sour remarks. At this time, the registration teacher also reported Lin Cheng's name. Immediately, Zhang and Song Moonlight looked at him with hatred. It seems that because of the previous series of events, Lin Cheng's fame is also known. Someone immediately said, "This person seems to be the #1 freshman. Oh, it looks pretty cute. I don't know what kind of elf he caught." Among them, there are many girls who are curious about the moonlight. Young man came towards the wind. Lu Qing smiled slightly, and asked, "Little guy, what kind of elves did you harvest this time?" Lu Qing naturally knew that Lin Cheng also had a flying mantis fairy egg, but he always felt that this kid seemed to have more than one. A fairy egg is so simple. Lin Cheng didn't drag his back, and directly released the well-fed burning worm from the elf bag. Immediately, there was a look of surprise in the eyes of everyone, and there seemed to be people with extraordinary eyes who recognized some, but they couldn't believe it and wanted to take a closer look. Some people even want to directly pinch the burning, as if they are afraid that it is fake. This person approached, Vice President Lu Qing, who had been sitting on the stone platform just now, knocked him away with a bang, and stared at the burning worm. After a long while, he stunned and said, This is actually a burning worm." Following Vice President Lu Qing's name of burning, many people began to look up the picture book, and seeing Lu Qing's expression, all Xianran knew it. This burning is definitely not a simple wizard. Oh. I don't know if I don't check it, but I'm shocked when I check it. God, isn't this a hunting sacrifice to the overlord of Tianqingshan, the descendant of Vulcan Moth? How could anyone be able to capture all such spirits? Exclamations. Seeing that the people around him looked crazy, the burning worm was also frightened, and the boy immediately jumped on Lin Cheng, shaking the phosphorus powder on his body, looking overly frightened. That Vice President Lin Cheng also frowned. He didn't expect Vice President Lu, who has always been calm, to have this side. Oh, cough. Lu Qing coughed lightly, seemingly returning to his usual appearance, then laughed twice. This elf, if you guess correctly, it should be in our school's treasure forest. Castle Peak Range, Overlord Pokemon. They, the descendant of Vulcan Moth. The descendants of such powerful Pokemon are very rare and even dare to guarantee that the potential of this elf has at least 5 stars. Lu Qing impassionedly assured. It's a great honor for Lin Cheng to win this level of elves at the hunting festival. The highest contribution point amount for the hunting festival is 103,000. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder. If the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 98's Level Tasks, 8th More. Lu Qing waved his big hand and directly reported the highest reward amount for a hunting festival. With Lin Cheng's burning insect in front, the next elves are not very eye-catching in comparison. Lin Cheng didn't stay after that. After collecting the contribution points, he went back to the dormitory. At present, the contribution points in his hand are approaching 2.5 million, but the distance to exchange broken white jade is still halfway off. 3 days after that, all the contestants of the hunting festival came out of the Pokemon forest one after another. Most people have gained something. Only very few people are so high and far, they fail to send out halfway, and there are even more powerful people like you, who are in it, and they actually conquered a Usangia Pokemon on Chengdu. The chrysanthemum leaf of the grass-type royal family. In the previous life, after the evolution of 060, most people pursued the fire-breathing dragons, lizards that could evolve by millions, or the Shaoji version of the Kaga ninja frogs that could evolve. An evolution is like a mythical beast, and it seems to have never appeared before. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, this chrysanthemum grass leaf is no different from the many elves of the 3 imperial families, which are extremely rare existences. The fact that Yanyu can conquer this elf is naturally a sensation in the whole school. However, even so, the contribution points of the reward are still not as many as those of Lin Cheng, and Mingyu is curious about who else is covering her head. When Lin Cheng subdued the burning worm, his expression immediately became strange. He glanced at Bai Xinyu, and then hurried back to the dormitory with a swoosh. They all found that only Shangguan Luyu was in the dormitory, and only after asking, did he know that Lin Cheng, the restless guy, meant to go out to do the task. Brother Lin Cheng, what task did he take on? Bai Xinyu asked curiously. It seems like the day before yesterday. I met Yan, who is number 1 on the Tianzhou list, and then the 2 of them took on the task together. Shang. What a great effort, he even pulled Yan's relationship. To talk about this 2 days ago. It is said that although Lin Cheng has obtained 100,000 contribution points from the hunting festival, he not only spends money to buy food for his own elves, but also saves money to buy the broken gems and jade. Not enough, so Lin Cheng thought of doing the task. In order to encourage students to work hard and make progress, the mission hall will give out many tasks every day, ranging from killing 5-star beasts, participating in provincial events, going down to find pets, and cleaning everything. Its tasks are graded and divided clearly. The highest grade is S grade, followed by A and BD grades. Similarly, the highest reward and contribution points are naturally S-level tasks, but the same S-level tasks are also very demanding and require a certain amount of strength to be accepted. Otherwise, instead of trying, they will commit suicide. Lin Cheng came to the mission hall, where people came and went, which was extremely lively. Lin Cheng is now a big and not small celebrity. Since the beginning of his studies, he has been in the limelight again and again, and he has even been found out. This hunting festival, the reason why Zhang Meng and the 2 returned empty-handed is because they were in Lin Cheng's hands. Deeds such as deflation, appearing in front of people at this time, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Lin Cheng didn't know the reason, or he knew it, and he didn't care too much. He went straight to the big task without any fluctuation in his eyes. There are clear classifications according to the level, according to the reward amount, according to the task. Example, finding objects, killing monsters, etc. can be quickly queried by one-click classification. Regardless of other things, Lin Cheng came up to inquire about the task with the highest reward amount at present. Immediately, a golden border quest message popped up on the quest page. S-level appointment. Lin Cheng curiously opened the golden task. Task content. At present, a moving mountain has been discovered in Jiangnan province. There is a rainbow spring flowing on the mountain. It is suspected to be a secret realm. At present, due to special circumstances, the high-level management in Jiangnan province has made flawless governance. Type Adventurers Guild initiated support. There are 2 places to explore in Galaxy College. One of them is ranked first in the Tianzhou list of Galaxy College. Yan takes over, and the other one needs to have the strength of the top 5 in the Tianzhou list of Galaxy College. Explore effective information and reward 1.2 million contribution points. Note: there are many uncertainties in this task, and the danger is extremely high. Please take it with caution. Wow, it turned out to be a secret mission. Oh my god, who dares to go? Isn't this a death sentence? Only Senior Yan, who is the first on the Tianzhou list, dares to take it. That's necessary. If anyone can take it, is it still called an S-level mission? A lot of discussions came into Lin Cheng's ears. Lin Cheng was silent at first, and then the corners of his mouth slowly cracked. I want 1,200,000. Maybe he would hesitate in other secret realms, but this Hongquan Mountain secret realm was obviously the one he had encountered before. Adieu, Lin Cheng chose the answer button. He is on the student ID card at the moment, although he is not the top 5 in the Tianzhou list, but he takes over this task, but no one has an opinion. Before Bai Yi, Lin Cheng defeated Zhang Mengda's chopping commander, and now it is almost known to everyone. After seeing Lin Cheng, the deacon teacher of the mission hall hesitated for a while, and then used a microphone to explain to the person above, and soon got the quasi-belief that the head of Xinghai College, Ji Yuxing, personally recognized Lin Cheng's strength. Deacon teacher ended the call, looked at Lin Cheng and said, after the evaluation, although you are not in the top 5 on the Tianzhou list, the school still thinks that you have the top 5 strengths. You are qualified to take the task. I should have said that, but Yan is the first to take the task now. What he means is that he must first meet the person who took the task with him. 03. For this request, Lin Cheng did not refuse. After all, it was a task of cooperation, and sooner or later, he would meet, and he was also somewhat interested in the existence of the number 1 in Galaxy Academy. Nodding, then according to the teacher's message, he came to a mountain. This mountain is extremely high, surrounded by smoke, and it seems that few people will go up. Since Lin Cheng has no flying-type Pokemon, he can only rely on Paluchia's space teleportation ability to teleport up. When he came to the mountain, he saw that there was already a figure on the mountain. This man was slender, with a handsome face and a kind of lazy smile. He could be called a first-class handsome guy, but with him at the moment wearing a shirt and loose pants, it looks very inconsistent. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 99 Giant Wing Bat Wing Transformation First Update. He came, sat up with a smile, and walked towards Lin Cheng. I've seen Senior Yan. Lin Cheng nodded slightly to the visitor. The legendary number 1 on the Tianzhou list seemed to be very kind, and he did not have the so-called domineering spirit in the legend. Yan Bai waved his hands and looked around Lin Cheng for a while, then rubbed his head and said with a smile, yes, it is indeed more reliable than that guy Zhang Mengd. After saying this, Yan seemed to have approved Lin Cheng's participation, and directly introduced the mission. Well, this mission, don't take it too seriously, we're just going to go through the motions, and directly when necessary. Run. Road is also completed. We will gather at the school gate tomorrow and prepare to go. Yan was refreshing, and his intuition was also very keen. Although he had just met, Lin Cheng could feel the strong confidence and uninhibitedness of this person. Lin Chenggran said with a smile, that's the case, I'll take care of you. After that, he didn't stop and turned to leave, leaving Yan alone still standing on the top of the mountain. After a while, the figure flew from the sky and landed with Yan's body. Forward. This is Yuan Haosheng. He looked at Yan and said lightly, how? Not bad, very powerful, he is an amazing character, even I can't beat him for sure. So confident, it's not like you. Hee, this is not a bad thing. With such a junior, at that time, at the joint school conference, my pressure will be relieved a lot. Yan said calmly. You didn't forget my existence, did you? Yuan Haosheng got ophthalmia with contempt. The latter did not answer, stretched out his arm lazily, then waved his hand, summoning a brave native bird, and swept down the mountain, leaving Yuan Haosheng alone. Yuan Haosheng rubbed his chin and said to himself, Lin Cheng, perhaps, you should be worth my shot now. Above the azure sky, white clouds drifted and the sun shone through the clouds, shrouding the land, and all kinds of strange beasts began their activities one after another. Whoosh! Above the sky, Yan rode his warrior eagle in the lead, with the sound of the real breaking wind, shuttled through the clouds, and then not too far, but saw a figure, with a pair of bat wings on his back. The speed is also not slow. Ha ha ha, junior brother Lin Cheng, your pair of wings are so cool, where did you get them? I got it by accident, I can't get into the eyes of the seniors, Lin Cheng said with a light smile. Naturally, this pair of bat wings was obtained by Lin Cheng from Chimera. At first, he didn't feel much about solving this beast. At this time, he realized that this fierce beast is almost full of treasures. Its pair of giant bat wings are in Lin City spent tens of thousands of contribution points. After the transformation cost, according to the hint of the Eye of Information, after being used as materials such as flying gem, feather of power, feather of beauty, it can really achieve the effect of short-term flight. Lin Cheng is also quite satisfied with this, but the disadvantage of this pair of wings is that they can be used for a limited time every day, which can only be used for about 2 hours, which is about 4 hours. Some props, such as feathers of vitality, feathers of resistance, and other feather-like props, can enhance the effect of this set of giant wings, but unfortunately, even in Galaxy Academy, there are not so many feathers for a while. Props. If Lin Cheng is currently in a state of saving money, he doesn't want to spend too much money. Seeing that Lin Cheng didn't plan to explain much about the pair of bat wings, Yanbian didn't have much. The two hurried on their way, and after 4 hours, when the giant winged bat wing was about to strike, they entered the discovery place of the mysterious mountain Rainbow Spring. Yan gave Lin Cheng a gesture, and the two slowly descended. This is a wasteland on the west side of Jiangnan province, which is inherently dangerous. For example, after sneaking into the secret realm, it becomes even more filled with air and a feeling of incomprehension. Someone has encountered a 5-star beast in this western wasteland. It is very dangerous. If Ling has this strange aura, he can actually cover up the signal and follow me at any time. If we separate, it will be difficult to meet again. The back of the ground changed his lazy temperament and his expression became a little more serious. Lin Cheng nodded on the surface, but in his heart he was aware of this phenomenon. At first, it was the same situation after they entered the secret territory, otherwise they would have contacted outside for rescue. While the two of them were talking in low voices, the surrounding air became more and more intense. By the end of 063, the visible range of sight became extremely low, not to mention the naked eyes of Lin Cheng and others, even the smoke-type like ghost stone. The magic baby perception is also hindered. Helpless, Lin Cheng could only use the Eye of Information to explore the way. As soon as it was opened, I felt a strange fluctuation. Attention Yan! Lin Cheng's pupils shrank, he shouted, and then instantly summoned Paluchia. Yan also kept vigilant at all times. Hearing Lin Cheng's voice, he immediately summoned the strongest fighting force, the duck-billed flame dragon, to his front. The red bear can burn with a flame-like body, hands like a mouth, a spleen and a slightly hideous duckbill. This is the ace of Yan's natal Pokemon, duck-billed Yanlong. The moment the duck-billed Yanlong appeared, the temperature in the forest rose suddenly. At the same time, the surrounding fog seemed to come alive, squirming crazily, and the space seemed to be twisted into a giant mouth of the abyss, which was literally swallowed towards the two of Lin Cheng. Duck-billed flaming dragon, big character burning. Paluchia water breaks. Bang! Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh. Find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click Exit Free Reading Mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 100 Smoke Swallowing Beast, 2nd. The two skills of water and fire erupted, and the smoke was suddenly blown into a whimper. Like a snake neighing, like a crow croaking. At this moment, the message of this smoke monster is also displayed. Open black lens bracket smoke swallow beast. Level 25, Samsung Beast. Originally it was ordinary smoke and dust, but because it had been stimulated by special radiation, it gradually gained its own mind. It devoured the water in the surrounding animals and plants for food, and often left a swarm wherever it passed. It is a very cruel beast. There were 5 Yan swallowing beasts in front of them. Although the shape was illusory, it was a bit tricky for ordinary people, but Lin Cheng and Yan were obviously not included in this list. Junior Lin Cheng, how to assign it? Yan squinted at Lin Cheng. The last one for each person who can solve it quickly will belong to whoever. After that, Lin Cheng has already directed Paluchia to tread water. Also with robbing. Yan touched his small flat head and joked, but his instructions were not ambiguous at all, and he shot lightning and flint. Duck-billed flame dragon, the smoke of clearing. The smoke of clearing, a poison attribute skill, is to throw a special mud block at the opponent to attack. Although the attack power is not strong, it has a special effect, which can restore the ability of the attacked opponent to the original point. This may not be too troublesome for a shapely object, but it is fatal to the ferocious beasts of the smoke element such as the smoke-swallowing beast. The Yan swallowing beast that was hit by the clearing smoke instantly let out a whimper and slowly disappeared into nothingness. Efficiently solved. The 2 Yan Ben wanted to talk to Lin Cheng's. Had time to speak, he saw the 3rd smoke-swallowing beast, which had already been wiped out by Paluchia. Paluchia kills the 25th level smoke-swallowing beast and gains experience above 550 inches. Paluchia killed the 26th level smoke-swallowing beast and gained 5,650 experience points. Paluchia kills the level 25 smoke-swallowing beast and gets 5,510 experience points. Paluchia upgrade level 28, 15,080,000. The level, Paluchia's ability to master space is getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, even if the ordinary flat has the additional effect of space tearing, swallowing 2 or 3 melon seeds against the beast, these smoke straight. Then it was sucked to shreds by the turbulent flow, and it was crushed to a different dimension. Of efficiency also made Yan Dian stunned and laughed. Sister Lin Cheng, your unregistered Pokemon is also very powerful, right? It's not like Kuailong is a quasi-god level elf talent, right? It was the first time that Lin Cheng heard people in this world talk about Kuailong, and Guang turned to Yan to look ignorant and curious. Yan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and explained, I was born and reincarnated relatively well, and I know more things than ordinary people. This quasi-god level elves are also mentioned by the old men of the family. After listening to the explanation, Lin Cheng knew that Yan didn't really know about the aptitude thing. His so-called quasi-god indicator was similar to the concept of the racial value of the Pokemon in the previous life. But even so, Lin Cheng has mastered a lot of interest. For example, people in this world also know that the elves such as the fast dragon, the fierce bite land shark, and the 3 golden monsters are stronger than ordinary elves. At the same time, in the published illustration outside. In fact, there is still a large part of the elves' news, which are only in the hands of certain families in the Federation. The 2 talked casually for the next day, and unknowingly found that the chi had dissipated a lot. However, the 2 did not relax their vigilance because of this. After walking for a while, suddenly there was a projection of ice in front of them, and the 2 reacted extremely quickly and retreated a few steps at the same time. If he missed a hit, there was a sudden murmur in the forest. Yan, it's you. The visitor was a woman in a white dress. Woman's appearance is delicate, her hair is long on her shoulders, and she behaves like a proud phoenix. However, the elves around her make people feel disobedient. Cuckoo. This is a pig's head like a hill. No, guessing is a little different, because it has two particularly long tusks, giving people the feeling of an Ice Age mammoth. This elf is an ivory pig. How did Shingbo Academy let you out, a crazy woman? Yan's first sentence was filled with gunpowder. Immediately, the pretty cold woman didn't show a good face. Shouldn't I say this? Shouldn't you be the number one of Galaxy Academy now? Then your Galaxy Academy, the talent adjustment is too powerful. Huh. The guy next to you isn't Yuan Haosheng. Could it be that this kid is the new second in your academy? That pretty cold woman quickly turned her light to Lin Cheng. Yan said angrily, I don't need you to be more troublesome. How can we ignore it? 4 colleges and universities in Jiangnan province are of the same spirit. Brother Yan, it's not an exaggeration for us to understand this matter. It was a man who spoke out at this moment. Unlike the pretty and cold woman, this person speaks like a spring breeze, looks handsome, and at this moment, with a curious smile, is staring at the two of Lin Cheng. Yan pointed to the two and introduced. The two of them are from Xingbo College, the female is called Leng Yan, and the male is the number one of Xingbo College in the past, called Liao Chuncho. What is the former, Wang Hao, Xingbo College number one? Now I am still number one, Liao Chuncho said with a wry smile. Although the two sides were somewhat disgusted, the relationship did not seem to be too bad. Yan explained that Xingbo College is a friend school of Xinghai College. Although there is a competitive relationship, these two people who are mostly competing for friendship are also the most powerful among the students of Xingbo College. When necessary, you can rest assured. Leave it to them in the back, and won't do anything to stab in the back. After a brief exchange between the two sides, it can be regarded as an acquaintance and quickly entered the topic. Liao Chuncho said that they had been here for a long time, and during this period they had encountered people from other guilds, but they had never encountered any trace of the secret realm. At the same time, I feel that this secret realm seems a bit strange. It seems to be artificially controlled, and it has the ability to deliberately avoid exploration. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better.